In Spring City, Jiang Yin lay on a worn-out bed in a dilapidated rented room, his expression somewhat dazed. Minutes ago, he had been wreaking havoc in the online game, All Worlds, and snatched the only divine-grade treasure chest from several major powers. Before he could react, he found himself transmigrated into the body of a high school student with the same name. This world was largely similar to Earth. The only difference was that 300 years ago, the myriad worlds descended, a massive influx of spiritual energy surged in, and Earth officially entered the era of spiritual energy revival. This descending myriad worlds bore an uncanny resemblance to the online game Jiang Yin had played. He wondered if it was mere coincidence. Just then, a familiar system notification rang in Jiang Yin's mind. Divine-grade treasure chest detected. Open it. Jiang Yin sat up abruptly. Divine-grade treasure chest. Was it the one he was thinking of? Had this thing actually come with him? The in-game items had turned into real things. Damn, he was rich. Jiang Yin immediately chose to open it. Divine-grade treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained Universal Synthesis Table Infinite Item Grid. Universal Synthesis Table can synthesize all things in the world, including, but not limited to, ordinary items, materials, weapons, armor, medicines, techniques, ultimate skills, living beings, etc. Infinite Item Grid can store any item without limit. No wonder it was a divine-grade treasure chest reward, so powerful. After reading the reward descriptions, Jiang Yan's heart raced with excitement. The two items he obtained complemented each other perfectly. The Universal Synthesis Table in particular could synthesize everything, covering an incredibly broad scope. Although it didn't directly boost his power, its potential was immeasurable. It was far more valuable than being given a pile of divine equipment or skills. Jiang Yin couldn't wait to test the synthesis table. He pulled out a box of bottled water stored under his bed and added 2 bottles to the table. Synthesize ordinary mineral water. Synthesize. A white light flashed on the table and a system prompt followed. Ordinary mineral water synthesized. Congratulations. You have obtained a first-grade spirit spring. In Jiang Yan's hand appeared a glass bottle filled with spirit spring about the same size as a mineral water bottle. At the same time, he sensed a slight depletion of spiritual energy within his body. So using the Universal Synthesis Table consumed spiritual energy. Yet ordinary mineral water could synthesize spirit spring. This wasn't just 1 + 1 greater than 2. It was multiplied several times over. Truly worthy of a divine-grade treasure chest reward, it didn't disappoint. Let's synthesize more. Jiang Yin turned the remaining water into first-grade spirit spring, then added them back into the synthesis table. Synthesize first-grade spirit spring. Synthesize. First-grade spirit spring synthesized. Congratulations. You have obtained a second-grade spirit spring. Jiang Yin continued adding. Synthesize second-grade spirit spring. Synthesize. Second-grade spirit spring synthesized. Congratulations. You have obtained a third-grade spirit spring. Looking at the 3 crystal bottles neatly arranged on the table, Jiang Yan's face broke into an unstoppable smile. Third-grade spirit spring. This stuff cost 10,000 per bottle on the market. 3 bottles meant 30,000. Now his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, so he couldn't continue synthesizing. But in just over 10 minutes, he had earned 30,000 using nothing but ordinary mineral water. Making money had never felt so satisfying. However, there was a catch. The higher the grade of the synthesized item, the more spiritual energy it consumed. If his total spiritual energy was 100 and an item required 110, he'd be out of luck. Then there would be nothing he could do. To synthesize higher grade items, he would have to improve his own strength. Jiang Yin put the spirit springs into his inventory, ready to go out and sell them for cash. He was too poor. This month's living expenses were only 200 yuan left. Next week the school had a field test, and he would need to pay for meals and travel. He'd have to eat dirt if that happened. After changing into clean clothes, Jiang Yin walked out of the room. He lived in the cheapest residential area of the outer city, filled with old buildings, ruins everywhere, and temporary shacks made of steel and wood. Unlike the inner city, the outer city had no protective barrier. Although garrison troops patrolled all day, every so often a beast or two would slip through and wreak havoc in the outer city. Everyone was experienced in taking shelter, so casualties were minimal. But the damaged buildings and roads only grew worse over time. Repairs couldn't keep up with the destruction. Over time, the situation had become what it was now. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yin arrived in front of a silver high-rise. As he was about to enter, he ran into some acquaintances at the door. Jiang Yin, what are you doing here? A short-haired girl stepped forward, staring at him with hostility. You're not stalking See You again, are you? Behind the short-haired girl stood a young woman in a white dress, moderately pretty, the type that made boys want to protect her. The former Jiang Yin had been madly infatuated with her, acting as a devoted servant for a long time. Zhao Siyu had tacitly allowed this because he was handsome. But recently, a wealthy young master at school had started pursuing Zhao Siyu. Without hesitation, she cut ties with Jiang Yin, claiming publicly that he had been pestering her all along. Rumors spread quickly. Soon Jiang Yin was labeled a pervert who stalked pretty girls. The teacher even called him to the office for a scolding, solidifying the accusation of harassing Zhao Siyu. Originally, he had a few friends in class because of his good looks. After this incident, he was completely isolated. It couldn't be more miserable. But Jiang Yin couldn't care less about the original owner's experiences. Today he was in a good mood and didn't want to bother with these people. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Hey, what's with that attitude? The short-haired girl was furious that Jiang Yin didn't even look at her. Previously, he had always been polite to her to please Zhao Siyu. Jejia, don't argue with him. Zhao Siyu tugged at Zhang Jejia's sleeve and said softly, we were classmates after all. Let bygones be bygones. Looking at Zhao Siyu's hypocritical face, Jiang Yin sneered. What was the original owner thinking falling for a woman like her? He wouldn't want her even if she were handed to him. Stepping around them, Jiang Yin strode into the silver building. Watching Jiang Yan's retreating figure, Zhang Jejia curled her lip. What's he so cocky for? He's nothing but a pauper. His monthly rent is cheaper than one meal young Master Wang treats us to. Zhao Siyu smiled faintly without commenting. Let's go in too. Jiang Yin followed the signs and took the elevator to the 8th floor, then casually picked a counter. Welcome to Lingwu Hall, how may I help you? I'd like to sell these 3 bottles of Spirit Spring. Jiang Yin placed the prepared Spirit Spring bottles on the counter. Would you like consignment service or direct sale? Huh, is there a difference? Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback. It was his first time at Lingwu Hall, and he had no experience. He only knew that one could buy and sell things here. Not only was it a global chain, but it also had branches across countless worlds. In short, it was incredibly impressive. For direct sale, we acquire at 70 of the market price. For consignment, we charge a 5 service fee. After the goods are sold, the payment will be automatically transferred to your account. The staff explained with a smile. Then he'll go with consignment. Jiang Yin said without hesitation. Spirit Spring was mostly used for alchemy, artifact forging, and making high-level dishes. The demand was huge, so selling wouldn't be a problem. Please wait, we need to appraise your goods first. The staff collected the 3 bottles of Spirit Spring and passed them to an appraiser behind. In less than a minute, the appraisal result came out. Sir, your goods are fine. The staff handed Jiang Yin a card. This is your consignment voucher. If you change your mind, you can use this to retrieve your goods, but the service fee is non-refundable. Jiang Yin took the consignment voucher and left his bank account number, completing the consignment. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. No wonder they could open branches across countless worlds. The service and efficiency were impeccable. After leaving the 8th floor, Jiang Yin strolled around other floors. Lingwu Hall was essentially a large shopping mall, but specifically for warriors and spiritual masters. Common materials, weapons, armor, techniques, medicines, etc. could all be bought here. Anything unavailable could be sought at the auction on the top floor. Looking at the dazzling array of goods and remembering the school's upcoming field test next week, Jiang Yin felt he needed to prepare. Half an hour later, Jiang Yin appeared at a small shop next to Lingwu Hall. A sign above read, everything 2 yuan. Boss, do you sell fruit knives? Yes. An old man with a fan at the door pointed to a corner. They're all over there. Choose whichever style you like. Jiang Yin walked over and saw a variety of styles, folding ones with plastic covers, bare sticks. He randomly picked 100 knives and went to the boss. Pack these up for me. The old man, seeing a big customer, suddenly became enthusiastic. 200 yuan, pay first. Jiang Yin returned to his residence carrying a large bag of fruit knives. His spiritual energy wouldn't recover until tomorrow, so the knives could only be synthesized then. He still needed to figure out dinner first. What to eat was always an eternal problem. Now he had 3 choices before him. Braised spare ribs, noodles, mushroom stewed chicken noodles, pickled cabbage beef noodles. I've decided today I'll have. Before Jiang Yin could finish his grand declaration, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Who would come looking for me at this hour? It couldn't be for the rent, could it? Jiang Yin scratched his hair, walked over, and opened the door only to find a metal puppet standing outside. Sir, you have a delivery. The puppet pulled a box out of its own body and handed it to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took the package and glanced at the sender. Jiang Yingxue. Oh right, I have an older sister. Jiang Yin suddenly remembered. The original owner had lost both parents as a child and had relied on his sister for survival. Jiang Yingxue had excellent talent and was admitted to a key university in the magic capital. The cost of living in the magic capital was high, and she had to spend on her own cultivation while also supporting her high school brother. Being the eldest sister was indeed tough. Jiang Yin signed for the delivery, then carried the box back to his room. Opening it, he found a bottle of elixir, 10 spirit pearls, and a note. Jiang Yin picked up the note and unfolded it. Xiaoyan, your college entrance exam is coming soon. Sister doesn't have much to give you, but this bottle of yellow jade pills and 10 spirit pearls may be of help. What an incredible sister. Jiang Yan's fondness for his yet unmet sister skyrocketed. She sent him exactly what he needed. Now he had spiritual energy and pills to boost his strength. By processing them with the synthesis table, he might even get a higher grade elixir. It seemed tonight wouldn't be idle. Jiang Yin took out a spirit pearl. After absorbing it fully, it would almost replenish most of his spiritual energy. Then he brought over the fruit knives from the 2 yuan shop. Time to get to work. Jiang Yin added the fruit knives into the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize ordinary fruit knife? Synthesize. Ordinary fruit knife. Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining steel fruit knife. Jiang Yin continued the synthesis process as he had with the mineral water. Steel fruit knife. Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining fine steel fruit knife. Fine steel fruit knife. Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining fine iron fruit knife. Fine iron fruit knife. Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining mysterious iron fruit knife. Using 4 spirit pearls, he synthesized 96 fruit knives, resulting in 6 mysterious iron fruit knives. Any mysterious iron weapon could sell for tens of thousands. The only downside was the appearance. No matter how good the material, it still looked like a fruit knife. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that it worked. Jiang Yin glanced at the remaining 6 spirit pearls and decided to use 1 more to synthesize a mysterious iron fruit knife. That was about the limit of his current spiritual energy. The rest had to be reserved for the yellow jade pill. The first 2 syntheses were of ordinary items. He was very curious what the yellow jade pill would yield. Do you want to synthesize mysterious iron fruit knife? Synthesize. Mysterious iron fruit knife. Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining black iron fruit knife. This time Jiang Yin intentionally filled his spiritual energy to full, but synthesizing a single black iron fruit knife still drained him completely. A black iron weapon should be able to easily slay even first-rank demon beasts. Looking at the brand new fruit knife in his hand, Jiang Yin showed a satisfied smile. Too bad it was too short. With his current strength, ambushing from behind was feasible. Going heathen. Better not. Jiang Yin stored all the synthesized weapons into his inventory, then took out the yellow jade pill from the delivery box. Yellow jade pill was a common elixir that could unblock meridians and improve spiritual energy absorption speed. The effect wasn't immediate, but it was affordable. Affordable was a good thing for Jiang Yin. With 2 yuan fruit knives, he could synthesize black iron weapons. He looked down on expensive stuff. Jiang Yin replenished his spiritual energy to full, preparing to synthesize 2 yellow jade pills, first to see their effect. He uncorked the bottle, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Even a single whiff was enough to refresh the mind, and even restore a bit of spiritual energy. This was a pill refined from spiritual plants and herbs, fundamentally different from the ordinary medicinal pellets made from common herbs. Jiang Yin poured 2 yellow jade pills into the synthesis platform. Synthesize 1 first-grade yellow jade pill. Synthesize. First-grade yellow jade pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade yellow jade pill advanced version. How is there an advanced version? Jiang Yin glanced at the pill still in the synthesis platform. Second-grade yellow jade pill advanced version can cleanse the marrow and refine the veins, greatly enhancing physique. After reading the pill's description, Jiang Yin was utterly stunned. Cleanse the marrow and refine the veins. Enhance physique. This was no longer an upgrade. It was practically a change in category. Yellow jade pills could reach a maximum of 9 grades. Each higher grade greatly increased the medicinal effect. However, overall, there wouldn't be a major deviation in their function. Currently, only one type of pill could achieve marrow cleansing and vein refining: the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill was extremely rare, with no purchasing channels for ordinary people, and was a treasure seldom seen, even at auctions. Now, a single yellow jade pill possessed the effect of a marrow cleansing pill, while also greatly enhancing physique. This was completely beyond Jiang Yin's imagination. However, his spiritual energy was mostly depleted. With his current spiritual energy limit, continuing to synthesize second-grade yellow jade pills was clearly impossible. Jiang Yin could only synthesize the remaining 8 pills. This also used up all his spirit pearls. As a result, he obtained 5 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills. In appearance, the advanced second-grade yellow jade pill was not much different from the first-grade one, except for a few faint silver-blue patterns on its surface. Beyond that, there was a refreshing fragrance that was both pleasant and intoxicating. Let's test the effect first. Jiang Yin took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly on his tongue, tasting sweet like candy, but 100 times more delicious. Soon his body began to heat up. At the same time, a sensation, both painful and pleasurable, spread from his body to his limbs, and his pores began to secrete a small amount of black grime. This process lasted about 5 minutes. Now Jiang Yin looked as if he had just finished a mud mask, his entire body filthy. Yet his eyes were bright and piercing. Phew! Jiang Yin shook off the sweat clinging to his hair. Now he felt his body brimming with strength, and his entire being felt several degrees lighter. Most importantly, his spiritual energy limit had also increased. If before absorbing 1 spirit pearl could restore most of his spiritual energy, now absorbing 1 spirit pearl would likely only restore half of it. This degree of improvement was simply astounding. Jiang Yin knew that raising his spiritual energy limit to its previous level had taken him 18 years, and though he hadn't consumed any miraculous pills or tonics, his daily training had never slacked. Now a single pill had accomplished what would have taken years of cultivation. It felt like a dream. Yet Jiang Yin was well aware that an ordinary second-grade yellow jade pill certainly wouldn't have such an effect. The reason the marrow cleansing pill was so precious was that its effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the veins could improve one's physique, thereby enhancing cultivation talent. Jiang Yin's cultivation talent was only second-class, a level as common as dirt. At his normal pace, he should become a first-rank martial artist by the time he graduated from university. But now, having consumed the advanced yellow jade pill, his cultivation talent, if not yet third class, was infinitely close to it. Cultivation talent exceeding third class was already 1 in 100. After university, his cultivation might reach third rank, allowing him to choose any job he wanted. As for the myriad worlds, not just anyone could go there. Strength, opportunity, and background, all were indispensable. Many people could only stay on Earth their entire lives, tragically working as wage slaves. This was the fate of most ordinary people. Feeling that his body could still handle it, Jiang Yin decided to consume the remaining 4 yellow jade pills. If the pills were gone, he could synthesize more. If he had no money, he could sell spirit spring water or dark iron weapons. With the universal synthesis platform, he had never worried about money. What mattered most now was improving his strength. The next day, Jiang Yin left the house feeling refreshed. He took the bus to school. As soon as he entered the school gate, he received a message from the Spirit Marshal Hall. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. All the items you consigned have been sold. After deducting a 5 service fee, the remaining amount is 28500 yuan. It will be automatically transferred to your bank account shortly. Please check. No sooner had this message arrived than the bank notification followed. Your account has received a transfer of 28500 yuan. Current balance 28500.03 yuan. Looking at the balance in his account, Jiang Yin was in a very good mood. With money in hand, there was no need to panic. After the field test ended, he could start a new round of synthesis. Having consumed 5 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills, his spiritual energy limit had skyrocketed. Even synthesizing a third-grade yellow jade pill probably wouldn't be a problem. But he had no pills on hand, so he couldn't try it. He would have to wait until he got back. Relying on his memory, Jiang Yin found Class 6 of Senior 3. He found a large crowd gathered at the classroom door, blocking the corridor completely. I thought we could form our own teams, but the teacher arranged them in advance. So boring. Why didn't the school notify us earlier? I already chose my teammates. I heard it's to prevent the strong from grouping together, which would be unfair to the team scores, so they changed the grouping method at the last minute. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. If they let the best cultivators in the class team up, what would be the point of the test? They might as well just declare them the winners. Wait, Jiang Yin is actually in the same group as School Beauty Sue. Are you kidding me? Does trash like him deserve that? Might as well let me take his place. Hearing his name mentioned, Jiang Yin also went over to take a look. A form was posted at the classroom door listing the groups for this field test. As luck would have it, he was grouped with the school beauty, Su Minggran. Recently, due to the Zhao Siyu incident, his reputation had suffered. Being in the same group as Su Minggran naturally displeased many. However, Jiang Yin was quite satisfied with this grouping. In the last semester, Su Minggran had been found to possess an ice-type spiritual vein, marking her as a future spirit master. Her talent was an extraordinary 6th class with boundless prospects. Before the college entrance exams had even begun, many prestigious schools had already extended olive branches to Su Minggran in advance. A teammate this powerful was exactly what he needed to secure a high score in the test. The bell for class rang, and the students who had been crowding the doorway reluctantly returned to their seats. Jiang Yin no longer had to stand outside as a punishment. This period was originally meant for self-study. However, everyone knew that today's field test was approaching, and with the group assignments just announced, they huddled in small clusters, chattering incessantly, unable to settle down. Just then, the school-wide broadcast suddenly crackled to life. Attention all teachers and students, this field test will be tentatively held at the outskirts, Souls Ever Forest. Please confirm your team assignments and prepare at least 2 days' worth of supplies. We depart in half an hour. The test's content and schedule had been hinted at by the teacher in the class group chat last week, so everyone had made preparations in advance. Jiang Yin had brought a change of clothes and 2 days' worth of dry rations. Word had it that top performers in this test would be rewarded with spirit pearls and pills. Jiang Yin cared little for the pills, but the spirit pearls were of immense value to him. With spirit pearls, he could synthesize items endlessly. They were far more valuable than pills, especially since the school's pill rewards were at most 1st grade. But now he could easily synthesize 2nd and 3rd grade pills, so ordinary 1st grade ones were beneath his notice. Jiang Yin, school beauty, Sue wants us to gather over there. A chubby kid wearing glasses walked over and tapped Jiang Yin's desk. Oh, Jiang Yin nodded, rose, and headed towards Su Minggran's seat. Several people had already gathered around a spot by the window. Su Minggran sat in the center, speaking with a female classmate. Her features were delicate, her figure perfectly proportioned. Thanks to her ice-type spiritual vein, her slightly wavy long hair and eyes carried a faint icy blue hue, like an elf who had strayed into the mortal world, utterly distinct from everyone else. Jiang Yin is here too, so we should all be present now, said the girl sitting beside Su Minggran. Su Minggran lifted her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin met her gaze openly. A beautiful woman. Who wouldn't enjoy looking at her? Wasn't she far prettier than Zhao Siyu? Su Minggran's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes. Well, let me briefly outline the test arrangements, Su Minggran said, clearing her throat. Mengran, well, all follow your lead. You are the strongest, and have the final say. The chubby kid who had just run the errand immediately flattered her. This field test is at Souls Ever Forest, which is notorious for all kinds of venomous insects and snakes. So everyone must bring insect repellent. If you don't have any, you can get some from me. I have extra. Before Su Minggran could finish, Jiang Yin promptly declared, I don't have any. The chubby kid shot Jiang Yin a contemptuous look. Taking a woman's stuff. How shameless. Su Minggran simply smiled and took a porcelain bottle from her backpack. This is insect-repelling powder, very effective against poisonous things. I only bought 1 extra bottle. Thanks. Jiang Yin accepted the powder without any hesitation. The chubby kid's heart immediately filled with regret upon hearing it was insect-repelling powder, not ordinary repellent. Ordinary repellent cost a few dozen yuan and could be found at any general store. But insect-repelling powder was worth several thousand. How could they be compared? If he had known, he should have claimed he didn't have any either. What was face worth in the face of 1,000 yuan insect-repelling powder? He could abandon his pride too. Su Minggran continued, barring any surprises, this field test will follow the usual format. Performance is judged by the spoils you gather, including various materials. But the bulk of it comes from hunting beasts and demonic beasts, so everyone should prepare weapons in advance. The teacher should have mentioned this in the group chat. Over the weekend, I specifically went to the spirit armory and picked a fine steel weapon. Killing ordinary beasts will be a piece of cake, said another boy in the team, pulling a short sword from his backpack and twirling it with flair, very dashing. The chubby kid quickly took a long blade from his back, beaming with pride. Mine is a fine iron weapon. I bought it last year, and it's never tasted blood. Finally, you'll get my chance. Mine is fine iron too, said the girl beside Su Minggran, turning to Jiang Yin. What about you? You didn't bring repellent, but surely you brought a weapon. Everyone present was a high school student, and most came from ordinary families. Weapons worth several thousand to 10,000 yuan were about average. But the weapon in Jiang Yan's hand was black iron 2 grades above fine iron. He worried that showing it off might be too conspicuous. You didn't really bring no weapon, did you? The girl frowned. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly and pulled a black iron fruit knife from his pocket. This is my weapon. It'll be more than enough to slay a few demonic beasts, Jiang Yan said, slapping the black iron fruit knife on the desk with a dramatic flourish. Everyone stared at the fruit knife on the table dumbfounded, including Su Mingran. Was this guy seriously joking? Jiang Yan, are you messing with us? The chubby kid's voice shot up. What can that crappy fruit knife do? Slay a few demonic beasts. It'll fall apart before you even touch one. Don't worry, the quality of my weapon is definitely fine, Jiang Yan assured confidently. Although the black iron fruit knife looked no different from the one he had bought for 2 yuan after being refined by the Synthesis platform, its quality was certainly worthy of a black iron grade weapon. Is that a quality issue? The chubby kid glared. They were on the same team. With such a pathetic weapon, Jiang Yan would drag them all down. As long as the quality is fine, that's all that matters. We shouldn't judge things by appearances. This fruit knife is forged from black iron, Jiang Yan said earnestly. Black iron. The chubby kid nearly choked. Can you make up anything more ridiculous? Not far away, Zhao Siyu noticed the commotion. Seeing that Jiang Yan had only brought a fruit knife to the field test, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Good thing she had cut her losses in time. This guy's behavior was becoming more and more outrageous. The thought that she had once been intimate with someone like him made Zhao Siyu's stomach churn. Back then she had been too short-sighted, even imagining a future with Jiang Yan. But without money, what future could there be? In this day and age, good looks didn't put food on the table. Even if they were dating, they couldn't even afford a proper date. Zhang Jejia chimed in with a sneer. I've long heard that Jiang Yan's family is in a tight spot, but this is just ridiculous. Zhao Siyu pursed her lips. Don't mention him in front of me from now on. She didn't want any connection to Jiang Yan anymore. Even hearing his name made her uncomfortable. Got it. Zhang Jejia stuck out her tongue. Soon it was time to depart. Dozens of buses set off from Spring City No. 9 High School in a mighty procession heading towards the Souls Ever forest outside the city. Once outside the city, traces of various battles could be seen. Numerous city defense troops patrolled nearby, ensuring that any beastly apparition could be eliminated at the first moment. This was the first line of defense for the outer city. If breached here, the outer city would fall. Jiang Yan, I'm telling you now, if we encounter danger, I won't care whether you live or die. Also remember to stay away from School Beauty Sue. If I find you have any ulterior motives, I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. The chubby lad had been chattering incessantly since boarding the bus. Jiang Yan automatically filtered out the surrounding noise and turned to look out the window. He had intended to enjoy the scenery, but noticed a black beam of light shooting up into the sky from the distant dense forest. Jiang Yan instantly became alert. That was the direction of Souls Ever forest. He had seen such light pillars many times while playing the online game, All Heavens. They only appeared when a secret treasure emerged. It was quite peculiar for such a phenomenon to occur in a small place like Souls Ever forest. Jiang Yan noted the location and decided to find an opportunity to investigate. If he could get his hands on something good and process it with the universal synthesis table, he would make a killing. 2 hours later, the bus convoy stopped at an open space outside Souls Ever forest. As soon as they alighted, they could see a beast skeleton several hundred meters long, half buried at the entrance of Souls Ever forest. Many students, being first-time out-of-towners, looked at everything around them with faces full of wonder. Especially that beast skeleton. Its visual impact was too overwhelming. Quite a few ran over to gawk. What kind of beast is this? Its size is just enormous. Seeing pictures online didn't feel like this, but now seeing the real thing, I feel like I can't breathe. If this beast were still alive, Spring City would be finished. Standing up, it might even be taller than the city walls. How could the city defense forces possibly hold it off? The beasts near Spring City are at most 3rd rank. How could such a giant appear here? Why think so much? This beast has been dead for at least 1,000 years. Poor preservation means all its spiritual energy has already dissipated. Otherwise, do you think with your meager cultivation you could get close to a beast skeleton of this level? The mere spiritual pressure left from its lifetime would make it impossible for you to even stand. While the crowd was heatedly discussing, Jiang Yan went alone to a corner and touched the beast skeleton with his hand. This was a fine treasure. Although the spiritual energy had dissipated with some refinement, it would still be excellent forging material. But with such a huge size, could his inventory hold it? Just as Jiang Yan was about to try, a system prompt rang in his mind. Inventory cannot accept living creatures or owned items. Wait, living creature, owned item, just tossed in the wilderness like this. How could it possibly be owned? But as for being alive, it's rotted down to a skeleton. How can that be considered living? Forget it, better keep my distance. Everything before me might just be an illusion. The system's prompt is never wrong. At that moment, the teachers of each class began counting heads. Soon it was Jiang Yan's team's turn. Su Mingran, Jiang Yan, Wang Xiaoming, Gao Yang, Su Li. The homeroom teacher read from the list. Jiang Yan returned to the crowd and stood beside Su Mingran. The other 3 members also returned one after another. Everyone's here, right? The homeroom teacher took out 5 wristbands and handed them to Jiang Yan and the others. Put these wristbands on. They'll help you locate relatively safe areas in Souls Ever forest. If the indicator light turns red, it means you've left the safe zone and must return as soon as possible. At this point, the teacher's expression turned serious. Although the school teachers will do their utmost to ensure your safety, if you enter dangerous areas, you are responsible for your own life or death. Understood? Understood. Jiang Yan and the others nodded. You may set off. The test ends at 6 tomorrow evening. Remember to return on time. The homeroom teacher waved his hand and continued calling the next group. Jiang Yan's 5-member team arrived at the edge of Soul's Ever Forest. Everyone, what direction do you think we should enter the forest from? Share your thoughts. Su Mingran stopped and turned to look at the others. Is there a difference? Su Li blinked her big eyes full of confusion. Of course there is. The middle path is closest to the interior of Soul's Ever Forest with relatively abundant resources. The sides are definitely inferior, Su Mingran explained. Then we should take the middle, Wang Xiaoming quickly said. Taking the middle isn't necessarily good, Gao Yang frowned. I noticed many teams went to the middle, including the top students from Class 1. The top students from Class 1 all had the strength of first-rank martial artists. Even with Su Mingran on their team, if they encountered those individuals, they might still suffer losses. After all, spiritual masters develop slowly and are late bloomers. Su Mingran was likely no match for them at present. I think what Gao said makes sense. Besides, the right path is easy to walk and many teams have gone that way, so we'd better take the left. Jiang Yan also offered his opinion. As for the right path being easy and many teams going there, he had made that up entirely. He wanted to go left solely because of that black beam of light. Originally taking the middle and making a detour would have worked, but the system's earlier prompt left him uneasy. Better to stay far away from that skeleton. Jiang Yan, I didn't expect you to be so observant noticing all these details, Su Li said, looking at him in surprise. Hey, you flatter me, Jiang Yan chuckled dryly. Then let's enter from the left, Su Mingran interjected at the right moment, essentially agreeing to Jiang Yan's proposal. Soul's Ever Forest got its name because the forest was almost entirely composed of giant trees hundreds of meters tall, blocking out the sky and sun, perpetually shrouded in darkness. As soon as they entered, they felt a wave of chilling, energy. Jiang Yan and his team had only walked a short distance into the forest when the surrounding light dimmed. The occasional chirping of insects and birds added to the eerie atmosphere. Did you know? Every year many people die in Soul's Ever Forest, and many never even find their remains. Wang Xiaoming suddenly lowered his voice and said, You fatso, can you not talk about such things? It's already scary enough. Su Li rubbed her arms, her face pale. Just trying to lighten the mood. If you all stay silent, it's even more frightening, Wang Xiaoming chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up. Oh my god, something grabbed my foot. The atmosphere was already tense, and Wang Xiaoming's sudden yell startled even Jiang Yan. Since the guy was right beside him, it nearly deafened his ear. You fat idiot, can you stop trying to scare people on purpose? I'm about to be scared to death by you before we even encounter any demonic beasts. Su Li clutched her heaving chest and glared furiously at Wang Xiaoming. No, I'm serious. Something grabbed my foot just now. It was ice cold and rough. Wang Xiaoming's face scrunched up as he described it in a most bizarre manner. Anything could happen in the wild. Everyone be on guard. Su Mingran's brows furrowed slightly as she drew the long sword from her waist. Seeing this, Gao Yang and Su Li quickly retrieved their own weapons, staring nervously at their surroundings. Jiang Yan shook his head, helplessly bent down and pulled a vine from the withered leaves on the ground. This is what grabbed Fatty Wang. Looks like a blood-sucking vine, but it's long dead. If it were alive, Fatty Wang would have been dragged away already. Would he still be here shouting? Su Mingran used her long sword to brush aside the leaves on the ground, and indeed found nothing else. I was too tense and misjudged. A flush crept onto Su Mingran's cheeks. She had thought herself quite capable, but in terms of wilderness experience, she was no match for Jiang Yan. How embarrassing. It's always good to be cautious. There are dead blood-sucking vines here, so there might be live ones nearby. Jiang Yan tossed aside the vine he was holding. His extensive wilderness survival experience came entirely from years of playing the online game Gods. After all, Gods was a full immersion game, and many of its common-sense rules applied perfectly here. Moreover, the two worlds were so similar. Even the ranks of martial artists and spirit masters matched the game exactly, let alone everything else. Fatty Wang. Who's Fatty Wang? Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment before realizing. Jiang Yan, what are you calling me? Who gave you permission to give people nicknames? As if you're not fat. Su Li had a major grudge against Wang Xiaoming and seized every chance to scold him. How cowardly can you be? A withered vine scared you that badly, and you always criticize Jiang Yan. He's way better than you. How is he better than me? My single arm strength is over 300 kilograms. Jiang Yan tested at less than 200 last time. If real danger comes, wouldn't you rely on me? Wang Xiaoming retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. He was genuinely curious about his current single arm strength. After consuming 5 Advanced Edier's second-grade yellow jade pills, his single arm strength should be at least over 1,000 kilograms. That was a conservative estimate. But when he got back this time, he planned to synthesize third-grade yellow jade pills. Then breaking through 2,000 kilograms in single arm strength would be no problem, and even 3,000 wasn't impossible. Stop arguing. Let's hurry up. There are already many teams heading this way from behind. Su Mingran didn't want to waste time on trivial matters and turned to stride quickly into the depths of the jungle. Su Li shot Wang Xiaoming a glare and hurried after her. Along the way, Su Mingran picked a few mushrooms and some medicinal herbs. These could be brought back for points. The school wasn't worried about cheating. With advanced technology, it was easy to detect when these herbs were collected. If they were gathered before the test began, they wouldn't count toward the score. Gao Yang also put his specialty to use, finding several rock crystals in the crevices of stones. These were one of the mainstream alloy materials on the market, quite valuable. I killed a rabbit. Does this count for points? Wang Xiaoming suddenly ran over holding a plump rabbit. Probably not for points, but it could be a nice addition to dinner. Jiang Yin rubbed his chin and commented earnestly. You're not getting any of it. Wang Xiaoming snorted coldly and hung the rabbit on his backpack. Just then Su Li's scream rang out from not far away. Jiang Yin and the other two rushed over upon hearing the noise. Beneath a massive tree that would take several people to encircle, Su Li was being dragged upward by a tangle of vines. Su Mingran was below, hacking desperately at the endless vines with her longsword. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had never encountered such a scene before. Both were frozen in terror. What are you standing around for? Get over and help. Jiang Yin pulled a black iron fruit knife from his pocket and charged forward without a second thought. If Su Li were dragged away by the blood-sucking vines, she'd be dead long before any teacher could arrive. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang snapped out of it and retrieved their weapons to join the fray. With Jiang Yin and the other two joining in, the tide of battle quickly turned. Su Mingran seized the moment and rescued Su Li from the blood-sucking vines. These things can't be cut down completely. Retreat now, Jiang Yin said, and immediately bolted. He didn't bother to check if the others followed. Staying to fight the blood-sucking vines would only deplete their stamina and spiritual energy, leaving them as fertilizer for the vines. Unless they had a fire element spirit master, they could contend with these vines. Otherwise, with their strength, no matter how many, they'd just be feeding the vines. After running several hundred meters, the blood-sucking vines finally stopped pursuing them. That scared me to death. I thought I was done for. Su Li was still pale, with fright tears clinging to her face, looking utterly pitiful. All my weapon got snatched by the blood-sucking vines. Gao Yang sighed in defeat. The test had just begun and had already lost his weapon. With so much time ahead barehanded, he could only handle ordinary beasts. Their team already had Jiang Yin coasting along, and now there was him too. There was definitely no hope of getting a good rank. You lost your weapon trying to save me. When we get out, I'll buy you a new one, Su Li said considerately. She remembered Gao Yang used a refined steel weapon. A few thousand yuan was something she could afford. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get out. Gao Yang was in no mood now, just hoping he wouldn't drag the team down too much so their score wouldn't be too embarrassing. Gao, I have an extra weapon here. Want to borrow it? Jiang Yin used his backpack as cover, took a mystic iron fruit knife from his inventory and handed it to Gao Yang. Sure, Gao Yang didn't refuse and took the knife. He had seen Jiang Yin cut through a lot of blood-sucking vines earlier. Having a weapon, even just a fruit knife, would at least let him help out if something similar happened again. Jiang Yin, what kind of hobby is this? You stuff so many fruit knives in your backpack just to go out, Wang Xiaoming said with utter exasperation. One for chopping monsters, one for cutting meat, one for peeling fruit. Each has its job. Otherwise flavors would mix, and that wouldn't be good. Jiang Yin joked half seriously. Su Mingran shot Jiang Yin a puzzled glance. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had been too nervous to notice the hardness of the blood-sucking vines. But she was well aware an ordinary fruit knife could never cut through a blood-sucking vine. Su Mingran felt curious but refrained from asking directly. Everyone has their own secrets. Not intruding upon others is the most basic courtesy. Let's find a place to rest. Everyone must be tired. Su Mingran turned her gaze to the other three. I agree, Wang Xiaoming said, shaking his arms. After hacking at those blood-sucking vines for so long, my hands are sore. While searching for the rock crystals earlier, I spotted a small pond ahead. The view there is open and there shouldn't be any blood-sucking vines around, Gao Yang remarked. Good, Su Mingran nodded slightly. Let's head over there. Jiang Yin and his companions walked a short distance and soon found the pond Gao Yang had mentioned. The area was mostly shallow banks with sparse vegetation, yet traces of animal activity were visible. Let's eat something and then continue on our way. Su Mingran also noticed this and immediately understood they couldn't linger long. Though they needed to hunt beasts or spirit beasts for points, it had to be under safe conditions. She had observed the pond's vicinity and spotted tracks from at least 7 or 8 different animals. If a formidable spirit beast lurked within, their situation would become perilous. Su Li and the other two were oblivious to these signs and found spots to rest. Jiang Yin also sat on a rock, taking out dried rations and drinking water from his backpack. Perhaps because he had consumed the yellow jade pill, he didn't feel very hungry and ate only a little. Taking advantage of the solitude, Jiang Yin opened his inventory to take a look. Inside, besides 3 mystic iron fruit knives, there were also 18 purple shred vines. These were the ones he had casually stored in his inventory while saving Su Li earlier. Blood-sucking vines possessed tenacious vitality. Even separated from the main body, they could take root and survive elsewhere. He had a hunch that processing them through the synthesis table would yield unexpected results. With this in mind, Jiang Yin directly opened the synthesis table. Neither the inventory nor the universal synthesis table had a physical form, only he could see them. Thus he could synthesize items at any time. However, retrieving items from the inventory still required some cover. Synthesize a first-order blood-sucking vine. Synthesize. First-order blood-sucking vine synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-order blood-sucking vine tamed version. Moi. Jiang Yan's heart stirred. Tamed version. Could this thing actually bond with a master? Jiang Yan, read the description. Second-order blood-sucking vine tamed version can be bound by dripping blood. Once tamed, the vine can be controlled with thought. Attack methods: strangulation, blood-sucking. It can even be used as a weapon. Jiang Yan's interest was piqued. The blood-sucking vine had no consciousness of its own. After detaching from the main body, it was reasonable to control its movements with thought. Moreover, the blood-sucking vine still fell under the plant category, so storing it in the inventory was no issue at all. When encountering enemies, he could retrieve it from the inventory, catching them off guard and no one would suspect the vine was being controlled by a human. This was the perfect tool for causing trouble. However, Jiang Yin planned to synthesize the remaining blood-sucking vines after returning. His spiritual energy had already been depleted by a third. Continuing to synthesize would drain it completely, leaving him unable to participate in the field test. Besides, since first-order vines were already so ferocious, a second-order one should suffice. Jiang Yin cut his finger and bound the second-order blood-sucking vine. With a mere thought, the vine shot out from the inventory and burrowed into the ground. The vine traveled underground, reaching a limit of about 50 meters. Jiang Yin understood that this wasn't the vine's attack range limit, but rather the limit of his spiritual power. As his spiritual power increased, the vine's attack range would expand. At that moment, through the vine, Jiang Yin sensed a venomous snake crawling slowly on the ground. He immediately commanded the vine to strike at the snake. Before the snake could react, the vine coiled tightly around it, its thorns piercing the skin and beginning to drain the snake's bodily fluids. Within seconds, the snake became a stiff, dried husk. Jiang Yin recalled that when he first stored the vine, it had no thorns. Its attack method was simple strangulation, strangling prey to death before the main body feasted. But after advancing, the vine gained the ability to drain blood on its own with extraordinary power. It seemed that if he had the chance, he should gather more blood-sucking vines to synthesize. Such a useful weapon made him eager to see its power at the highest rank. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yin and his group set off again. Wang Xiaoming groaned in complaint. Who could understand the plight of a fat man? He hadn't even warmed his seat. Hey, there seem to be people up ahead, Su Li suddenly remarked. It's Lu Chong and Zhao Xiyu. As Gao Yang finished speaking, the team members couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yin. After all the gossip about Jiang Yin and Zhao Xiyu had spread throughout the entire school not long ago. At that time, many thought Jiang Yin was a pervert, leading to his isolation. But after half a day together, they found the rumors seemed unreliable. Though it was true that Jiang Yin was poor, bringing only a few fruit knives to such an important field test, calling him a pervert was an exaggeration. After all, their team included Su Mengran, a stunning beauty. Yet Jiang Yin hadn't glanced at her more than a few times throughout. Even Wang Xiaoming was more attentive than Jiang Yin. Zhao Xiyu's claims simply didn't hold water. Why are you all staring at me? Jiang Yin asked, baffled. He hadn't retrieved his blood-sucking vine and had already sensed people ahead. It seemed they were besieging a wild boar. The boar was an ordinary beast, but since the spiritual energy revival, even common beasts had become extraordinary. Lu Chong and his group, lacking combat experience, were struggling miserably despite 5 of them attacking one boar. Zhao Xiyu, who usually loved to dress like a little fairy, was now disheveled and covered in dirt. Due to her slow reactions, she had been knocked flying by the boar several times. Her pristine white dress was now stained with leaves and mud, making her look like she had stumbled out of a refugee camp. Move faster. Someone's coming. Don't let others steal the fruits of our hard work. Lu Chong spotted Jiang Yin and his group nearby and urged his team. Hearing this, the others dared not slack off any longer. Finally, through their combined efforts, the boar collapsed, covered in wounds. Lu Chong walked over and cut off the boar's tail, intending to take it as a trophy. It was then that Zhao Xiyu realized the newcomers were Jiang Yan's team. She looked at her own disheveled state, then at Su Mingran standing beside Jiang Yin, and a sense of inferiority welled up inside her. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world, and why was she standing so close to Jiang Yin? Didn't she find Jiang Yan's poverty off-putting? After obtaining the spoils, Lu Chong immediately changed his expression and walked over to Su Mingran with a smile. Su, what a coincidence. How did your battle go? We only found some materials, Su Mingran replied with a faint smile, her demeanor friendly, yet leaving others unable to discern her true emotions. No rush, the test has just started for less than half a day. We were just lucky to encounter a lone wild boar. We should at least secure the base reward now. Lu Chong said this, yet his eyes couldn't hide his pride. Su Mingran was the highest ranked in their class, rumored to be just half a step away from becoming a first-level spirit master, and could break through at any moment. Despite her impressive strength, they only managed to acquire some materials. Clearly a few individuals in the team were dragging them down. For instance, Jiang Yin, whose cultivation talent was merely second class, brought only a fruit knife to the field test. Who else could carry such a burden? It was simply unfortunate for Su Mingran. Nevertheless, it seemed that Class 6 of the 3rd year had the highest score so far. The wild boar they encountered was evidently powerful, perhaps nearing the level of a demon beast. Of course, Lu Chong had never seen a real demon beast. He had merely imagined it. Being able to surpass the school beauty, he naturally felt proud. Speaking in front of Su Mingran gave him confidence. If you think you can secure the base reward just by killing a wild boar, don't you think you've underestimated the field test? We just encountered a blood-sucking vine. Wang Xiaoming scoffed. He simply couldn't stand Lu Chong's arrogant demeanor. It was already such a hassle to deal with a wild boar. If they had encountered a blood-sucking vine, wouldn't they have been wiped out? Wang Xiaoming, what nonsense are you talking? Everyone knows how terrifying a blood-sucking vine is. If you really encountered one, would you still be here talking to us? Someone from Lu Chong's team immediately mocked. Exactly, you say you encountered a blood-sucking vine, but where is it? How come we don't see you bringing out any spoils? Another person echoed. They had just dealt with a large wild boar and were feeling quite inflated. Seeing Wang Xiaoming acting all high and mighty, they naturally felt displeased. If you don't believe it, then forget it, Wang Xiaoming said, lazily, unwilling to explain to them. In a critical situation, who had the time to care about spoils? Furthermore, the blood-sucking vine had a strong vitality. Even if given the chance, he wouldn't dare carry such a thing on him. Having witnessed Lu Chang's team's abilities, Wang Xiaoming felt quite confident in his own team. Compared to these guys, even Jiang Yin looked much more agreeable to him. Indeed, one can only judge people through comparison. We need to keep moving, so we won't chat for long. I wish you all good results. Su Mingran clearly didn't want to waste time with these people either. She greeted them and turned to leave. Jiang Yin and the others followed suit. The school beauty remains as aloof as ever. Someone sighed as they watched Su Mingran's departing figure. She has the right to be aloof, but the school beauty is also very polite to others. Every time I talk to her, it feels quite pleasant, another person said. Zhao Siyu pouted, feeling quite unhappy. She realized that throughout this time Jiang Yin hadn't glanced her way even once. Didn't he say he liked her before? Now with a prettier school beauty by his side, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Men are all big pigs trotters. What the hell happened to this wild boar? At that moment someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to look, only to find that the once plump corpse of the wild boar had inexplicably turned into a mummified carcass, looking especially horrifying. Oh my, could it really be a blood-sucking vine? Zhao Siyu exclaimed in terror. In such a short time it drained this wild boar to this extent. That's too frightening. Moreover, it's so close to us, could it attack us at any moment? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chang's team instantly fell into chaos. They now understood that Wang Xiaoming wasn't boasting earlier. There truly was a blood-sucking vine nearby. We need to hurry and leave, we can't stay here any longer. Lu Chang swallowed hard, his face barely concealing his panic. If they really encountered a blood-sucking vine, even seeking help from nearby teachers might be too late. Blood-sucking vines can attach to tree trunks and move underground, making their attacking range quite extensive. They had to leave immediately. The farther away the better. However, Lu Chang and the others were unaware. The reason the wild boar on the ground had transformed was entirely Jiang Yan's doing. The blood-sucking vine did exist, and it was even of the second rank, but it was under human control. Jiang Yan merely wanted to play a prank and had no intention of using the blood-sucking vine to attack his classmates. If he truly wanted to make a move, no one present could escape. That Lu Chang is too arrogant. He killed just a wild boar and looks so proud, his tail almost wagging to the sky. He should really witness the terror of the blood-sucking vine. Wang Xiaoming was so furious that he expressed his dissatisfaction throughout the journey. It was truly because Su Mingran had a good temper. If it were him, with an ice-type spirit vein, he would definitely let those guys know why flowers are so red and why summer is so cool. Why bother with him? Our team has Mingran, who is worth 10 of them. Competing with them would only lower our status. Su Li snorted lightly. But why haven't we encountered wild boars or tigers? Even 2 of them would be fine for us to practice. Don't worry, we haven't even reached the depths of the soul-ending forest yet. Su Mingran reassured them. True, if we encountered wild boars or tigers, we wouldn't be afraid. Su Li spoke cheerfully. However, she quickly regretted her words. Instead of encountering wild boars or tigers, they encountered a pack of wolves. Looking at the towering wolves, each around 2 meters tall, Su Li's pupils trembled. Could she take back what she just said? She only wanted to practice with 1 or 2 beasts, but not this many. From the start, Jiang Yin, who hadn't taken the test seriously, suddenly became serious. As long as they weren't demon beasts, he could easily handle them one by one. But with so many of them, and with 3 teammates nearly scared to pee, it was a different story. As for Su Mingran, she remained calm from beginning to end. Jiang Yin knew she had strength, so he didn't bother with her. Don't be nervous. These are just ordinary beasts, not particularly fierce. Just do as I say. Before Jiang Yin could finish explaining to Su Li and the others, 2 wolves charged at them. Su Mingran drew her long sword and infused it with spiritual power, suddenly swinging it forward. One of the wolves was instantly cleaved in 2, with visible ice flowers bursting forth, leaving traces of chill in the hot air. Su Li and the others stood stunned. Is this the power of an ice-type spirit master? Jiang Yin was also stunned by Su Mingran's display. As far as he knew, she was not yet a first-rank spirit master, yet the casual sword aura she unleashed possessed such formidable power. It was truly beyond imagination. After all, spirit masters differed from martial artists. The latter emphasized physical strength, while the former excelled in spiritual energy attacks. Thus, before a spirit master fully matures, their combat prowess is inferior to that of a martial artist. Yet Su Mingran's exhibited strength surpassed even martial artists of the same level. This was simply absurd. Remember what I just said. Seeing another giant wolf charging over, Jiang Yin left a remark and pulled out a black iron fruit knife to assist. He had never formally learned any martial techniques or movement arts, but the basic combat courses at school were ingrained in his memory. Holding the fruit knife, Jiang Yin targeted the nearest giant wolf, lunged forward, and severed its right front leg. A black iron weapon could easily slay even a first-rank demon beast, let alone an ordinary wild animal. No matter how hard its bones were, a single slash cut through them like tofu. Losing balance, the giant wolf crashed headfirst, sprawling awkwardly. Jiang Yin seized the opportunity to leap onto the wolf's back, aimed the fruit knife at its skull, and drove it in fiercely. Bang! The wolf, which had just lifted half its body, collapsed heavily to the ground again. And it never rose again. Watching this, Su Li and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought Jiang Yin was the weakest link in the team. Yet it turned out the joke was on them. From his first move to killing a giant wolf, Jiang Yin had taken less than 20 seconds. Though slower than Su Mingran, his entire sequence was fluid and seamless, his movements clean and sharp, dazzlingly so. Could it be these giant wolves weren't as formidable as they had imagined? With that thought, Su Li and the others regained their confidence. Let's do as Jiang Yin said. Each of us handles one direction. Gao Yang snapped back to reality, reminding Su Li and Wang Xiaoming. The strategy Jiang Yin had just explained was actually a tactic he often used with teammates in games. When facing many minor enemies, each person covering one direction not only prevents any from slipping through, but also guards against rear attacks, a method anyone with common sense could devise. But for Gao Yang and the others who lacked real combat experience, they couldn't have thought it through that quickly. Moreover, Jiang Yin had just demonstrated his skill. As a result, the credibility of his words instantly soared by 70%. Even Wang Xiaoming obediently followed suit. Though called a wolf pack, there were only a dozen or so in total. Jiang Yin and Su Mengran, as the main combatants, had dealt with the vast majority. Only two had slipped through, charging toward Gao Yang and his group. Here they come. Gao Yang tensed up. His weapon had been taken by a blood-sucking vine, leaving him with only a fruit knife borrowed from Jiang Yin. Fortunately, he was skilled with daggers and short swords, so the fruit knife handled well. He had worried about its sharpness, but seeing Jiang Yin slaughter several giant wolves, he figured sharpness was not an issue. Finally, the first giant wolf reached them. Imitating Jiang Yin, Gao Yang slashed at its front leg, then targeted its back. The sequence was correct, but each step's effect fell short. The wolf was severely wounded, but not mortally. Su Li and Wang Xiaoming were dealing with the other wolf. Unlike Gao Yang, they struggled. They grumbled as they fought. Damn, is this wolf made of iron? I've slashed it several times and only broke the skin. Poke its eyes, you fatty. Your weapon's long. Poke its eyes. Hearing the commotion behind him, Gao Yang turned and saw Su Li and Wang Xiaoming, even working together, had only left a few shallow wounds on the wolf. Their refined iron weapons struck the wolf's body as if hitting iron blocks. They couldn't cut through. What's going on? Gao Yang was utterly confused. He hadn't struggled so much with the fruit knife. Was the wolf's defense really that strong? He felt the beast he had fought was a completely different creature from the one Su Li and the others were facing. The gap was enormous. Look at Su Mengran and Jiang Yin. They had cut through wolves so easily. But Gao Yang only snapped out of his daze for a moment before rushing over to help. After an exhausting struggle, they finally finished off the two wolves. Wang Xiaoming was nearly spent. He plopped onto the ground, sweating profusely, and looked at Gao Yang. How much is your single-hand strength? Your attacks seem way stronger than mine. My single-hand strength is still over 300 kilograms, same as last test. Gao Yang replied, baffled. That's about the same as mine. Wang Xiaoming was perplexed. Then how come you're cutting those wolves like watermelons? Didn't you find their hide tough? I was about to ask you why you struggled so much. Gao Yang was equally puzzled. Just then Jiang Yin and Su Mengran finished their side. As he walked over, he overheard Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang's conversation. Opening his backpack, Jiang Yin took out a bottle of water, took a gulp, and said to Gao Yang, didn't I tell you? This fruit knife is made of mystic iron. Everyone present was full of question marks. You're saying this fruit knife is made of mystic iron? Gao Yang asked again, doubting his ears. That's right. Jiang Yin nodded. Wang Xiaoming said you were cutting wolves like watermelons. Didn't you notice it yourself? Gao Yang felt terrible. He had been wondering why everyone's feedback on the wolf's defense was so inconsistent. Turns out it wasn't about the person or the wolf. It was about the weapon. Because Jiang Yin had given him just an ordinary-looking fruit knife, he had never considered the weapon as the cause. After all, who the hell would use mystic iron to make a fruit knife? Damn. And wasn't Jiang Yin supposed to be from a poor family, yet carrying several mystic iron weapons around? Was that something an ordinary person could do? Jiang Yin, do you have any more fruit knives? Lend me one. Wang Xiaoming scrambled up, eyes sparkling, and sidled up to Jiang Yin. A mystic iron weapon cost at least tens of thousands, and a good one could reach 6 figures. How could an average family afford that? He too wanted to experience the joy of cutting through enemies like slicing melons. So what if it was a fruit knife? As long as it was made of mystic iron, a fruit knife could be badass. Sure. Using his backpack as cover, Jiang Yin took a mystic iron fruit knife from his inventory and tossed it to Wang Xiaoming. 500 yuan a day for borrowing. Remember to transfer the money to me later. 500. Why don't you just rob me? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. Then give it back, Jiang Yin said, extending his hand. Fine, 500 it is. After obtaining the dark steel fruit knife, Wang Xiaoming was utterly captivated. Its weight was substantial, nothing like an ordinary fruit knife. Su Li watched Gao Yang and Wang Xiaoming's dark steel weapons, envy stirring in her heart. Considering the daily rental of 500, renting it for 2 days during the field test would be far from a loss. But Jiang Yin said he only brought one for killing monsters, one for cutting meat, and one for peeling fruit. It seemed there was none for her. Jiang Yin, what were you thinking bringing so many fruit knives made of dark steel? Su Li couldn't suppress her curiosity. Well, Jiang Yin rubbed his chin and said with a serious tone, don't you think this design is quite deceptive? An enemy would never suspect that a fruit knife casually pulled from your bag is actually a dark steel weapon. Gao Yang was speechless again. It wasn't just the enemy who never expected it, he himself had been fooled. If Jiang Yin hadn't told him, he might not have realized until after the test that the fruit knife in his hand was actually a dark steel weapon. Jiang Yin, you've got some brains. That idea is solid. Honestly, I'd never be wary of a fruit knife. Wang Xiaoming gave Jiang Yin a thumbs up. Right, I thought it was a great idea too. Jiang Yin suddenly changed the subject, so how about it? Interested. Want to buy this fruit knife for 50,000. He remembered that Wang Xiaoming's family was fairly well off, so buying a weapon worth tens of thousands should be no problem. The key point was that the dark steel fruit knife wasn't aesthetically pleasing, taking it out wouldn't let him show off, and might even invite ridicule. Now that he had finally hooked someone, he couldn't let the chance slip. 50,000. Hearing the price, Wang Xiaoming was indeed tempted. After all, his refined iron weapon had cost him a hefty 20,000. It was still in good condition. Selling it on the second-hand market should recoup 80 to 90% of its value. Then, adding just over 30,000, he could own a dark steel weapon disguised as a fruit knife. What a steal. Deal. Wang Xiaoming decided after a moment's thought. He'll have my dad transfer the money when we get back. Gao Yang looked at his own fruit knife, also feeling a flicker of interest. He was skilled with short weapons, but the price of 50,000 far exceeded his budget. He would have to wait until he had the means to upgrade his weapon. After collecting the spoils from the giant wolf, Jiang Yin and the others continued deeper into the Soul's Ever forest. Over the next few hours, they encountered a hyena, a jungle python, and a leopard. Armed with dark steel weapons, Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang fought, with fervor, charging at any creature they saw and hacking away with little difficulty. This only strengthened Wang Xiaoming's resolve to buy the dark steel fruit knife. This fruit knife is amazing. Dark steel weapons really are different. Wang Xiaoming swung his weapon, growing more pleased with each look. A dark steel weapon could even injure a first-tier beast. Ordinary wild animals stood no chance. Lu Chang and his crew were so cocky just because they killed a wild boar. If they knew we already have 15 kills, they'd probably drop their jaws. Su Li said mischievously. Originally armed with a refined iron weapon, she should have been the team's main combatant, but now Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had taken center stage. Even Su Mingran had been idle for a long time, reduced to picking mushrooms and herbs as if on a picnic in the Soul's Ever forest. As for Jiang Yin, he had been silently tracking the team's position. Fortunately, they weren't far off course from his intended destination. At this pace, he could sneak away tonight, while everyone slept, to check out the location of the daytime light pillar. If a hidden treasure truly emerged, this journey would not be in vain. As dusk fell, Jiang Yin and his group chose a slightly elevated hill to spend the night. For dinner tonight, who wants rabbit, wolf, dog, snake, or leopard meat? Wang Xiaoming laid out 5 different ingredients before them. He had specially collected them, eager to enjoy the fun of a cookout. But no one seemed interested. He'll have dry rations, said Jiang Yin, holding up a packet of scallion-flavored crackers. He had no desire to eat meat left out for 5 or 6 hours in the heat. I brought a self-heating hot pot, Su Li said, cheerfully pulling a box from her backpack. I have a fasting pill, Su Mingran stated. Wang Xiaoming, may I ask, do you usually cook? No, I don't cook. Wang Xiaoming was taken aback. But isn't that how it works in shows? Out in the wild, you hunt some game, roast it over a fire, and it's ready to eat. You know, that's just acting, Gao Yang said with a shrug. A friendly tip: without proper tools and seasonings, ordinary wild game won't taste good. This isn't demon beast meat. Fine, if you want to eat, I'll have it myself. Wang Xiaoming refused to believe it and took the rabbit to start a fire. The result was predictable. Half an hour later, all he had was a charred lump. In the end, he could only miserably gnaw on dry rations. I found a lot of these big leaves. Layering them up should make a comfortable bed. Su Li dragged several banana leaf-like plants to the sleeping area. Su Mingran sprinkled insect repellent around the camp. Everyone make sure to use plenty of repellent. Many poisonous insects come out at night, and a bite could be troublesome, Su Mingran reminded after using her own supply. As everyone prepared to rest, Jiang Yan's heart raced with excitement. They were no more than 3 kilometers from where the black light pillar had appeared. A round trip would take only an hour, more than enough time. After what felt like an eternity, he heard Wang Xiaoming snoring. Glancing to the side, he saw all 4 were asleep. He immediately sat up and quietly slipped out of the camp. Not long after Jiang Yin left, Su Mingran suddenly opened her eyes. She raised a hand slightly, and a butterfly formed of frost alighted on her fingertip. Found it. Su Mingran narrowed her eyes, her expression completely different from usual. This time I will succeed. Jiang Yin commanded the blood-sucking vine to clear a path, successfully evading several dangers. He eventually reached the vicinity of the black pillar of light. The pillar had only appeared for a few seconds, so Jiang Yin could only estimate its general location. However, whenever a secret treasure emerges, the surrounding energy fluctuations are always intense. A thorough search would surely reveal clues. For such a laborious task, Jiang Yin naturally didn't need to do it himself. The blood-sucking vine was far more sensitive to energy than humans. He merely needed to control it, using himself as the center to gradually expand the search radius. Eventually, he would find the spot where the black pillar of light had appeared during the day. Sure enough, after the blood-sucking vine had roamed around for a while, it soon discovered a hollow tree that held a hidden world within. It was a naturally formed karst cave. In the center of the cave, a mass of black energy had condensed, clearly the source of the pillar of light from earlier that day. Jiang Yin recalled the blood-sucking vine, preparing to descend and investigate personally. The space inside the tree hollow was very narrow. After brushing aside the surface layer of dead leaves and rotten branches, a sloping downward passage was revealed. Knowing there was no danger below, Jiang Yin bent down and entered. Following the passage all the way down, he soon arrived at the karst cave. The cave was filled with numerous luminous stones, so there was no need to worry about lighting. Jiang Yin turned off his flashlight and stowed it in his backpack, then walked towards the mass of black energy in the center of the cave. It really is a secret treasure. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Yin became even more certain that this world was connected to the online game, Zhutian, he used to play. The scene of a secret treasure's emergence was exactly the same. Most other things probably existed too. Thinking of the terrifying bosses in the Zhutian world, Jiang Yin couldn't help but shiver. If he remembered correctly, the entrance to the Zhutian world had always been connected to Earth. If those bosses were to come to Earth, any single one of them could bring about cataclysmic destruction. This was no exaggeration. It was true world-shattering devastation. Never mind, these weren't things he should be thinking about now. Striving to improve his strength and then heading to the Jutian world. That was what he ought to be doing. Jiang Yin had plenty of experience opening secret treasures, but this was the first time he had encountered a black one. To be safe, he controlled the blood-sucking vine to enter the energy mass and retrieve the object inside. It was a pure black chest carved with mysterious and intricate patterns. Under the glow of the luminous stones, it reflected a faint metallic sheen. In truth, secret treasures were just what they called treasure chests in the game. What you got from opening one was entirely up to luck, but the contents were always good, never a pile of junk. This was the allure of secret treasures. Take a gamble, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Who knew you might even draw a divine equipment from one? Jiang Yin felt as if he had recaptured the excitement of opening his first treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he said, "Give me a couple of cultivation techniques, or martial skills, please. That's what I need right now." But just as he was about to open the chest, an icy blue sword aura suddenly descended from above. With a quick eye and swift hand, Jiang Yin snatched up the chest and stepped back. The icy blue sword aura struck the ground, sending gravel flying and leaving a half-meter deep crater. The familiar technique, the familiar color. Jiang Yin turned his head and saw Su Minggran standing at the cave entrance. Frost and snow swirled around her hair dancing in the wind, making her look ethereally beautiful, unlike a mortal. Most importantly, the powerful spiritual pressure emanating from her was hardly the level of a high school senior. This girl had been hiding her strength all along. "Put down the chest in your hand." Su Minggran's face was as cold as ice as she stared at Jiang Yin. "Why should I listen to you? You're not my wife." Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. "You?" Su Minggran's face flushed, her eyes blazing with anger. "Stop your glib tongue here. This secret treasure was discovered by me first. You must hand it over. If you discovered it first, why is it in my hands? This thing is ownerless, understand?" Jiang Yin patted the chest in his hand. "But it's mine now. So you refuse? Then don't blame me for being rude." Su Minggran's gaze hardened. The frost and snow encircling her all converged towards the long sword in her hand. In an instant, the temperature throughout the cave plummeted. But before she could make a move, a purplish red vine suddenly shot up from the ground, nimbly coiling around her calf. Su Minggran was startled. How could a blood-sucking vine be in a place like this? She quickly swung her sword to sever the vine, but only managed to leave a few shallow cuts on it. Impossible. Su Minggran was dumbfounded. She was using an alloy weapon. How could it not even cut through a blood-sucking vine? "I didn't expect the school beauty, Su, to enjoy bondage play. I'll take my leave then. Have fun." Jiang Yin waved his hand, clutched the chest, and made a swift escape. Jiang Yin. Hearing the shout behind him, Jiang Yin shivered. He hadn't realized Su Minggran had such a fiery temper. She was usually so gentle. It had all been an act. Women were terrifying. Jiang Yin emerged from the tree hollow and was about to leave when he saw several dark figures approaching. Could they be after the secret treasure too? Remembering that Su Minggran was still trapped below, he immediately recalled the blood-sucking vine and stored the chest in his inventory. He'd leave these guys for Su Minggran. Seeing how furious she was, he might as well give her a few punching bags. Inside the karst cave, Su Minggran had just freed herself from the blood-sucking vine's grasp when she heard footsteps coming from the passage. These persistent pests. Su Minggran's expression was one of irritation, but she knew she couldn't avoid them. The tree hollow was the only exit. If she went out now, she'd run straight into them. It was better to stay here, at least there would be more room to maneuver if a fight broke out. "Miss, it is you." A young man emerged from the passage, followed by two men in black. "What are you doing here?" Su Minggran asked in a low voice. "Miss, as you know, according to the markers, a secret treasure has recently appeared here," the young man stated calmly. "So please hand over the treasure. It is the Su family's property, and you have no right to keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Su Minggran flared up. "The secret treasure isn't with me. It was already gone when I arrived. There is no one else here," the young man said, naturally not believing her. This wasn't the first time Su Minggran had seized family resources for herself. The family had now issued a strict order: if she didn't mend her ways, she could be crippled and brought back. "They'll say it one more time. The secret treasure isn't with me." Su Minggran's voice turned completely cold. Though she had been working against the Su family for years, she never imagined she would one day take the fall for someone else. The mere thought of Jiang Yin made Su Minggran grind her teeth in fury. Not only had he snatched her secret treasure, but he also dared to call her his wife. Utterly shameless. The young man felt that Su Minggran's temper was exceptionally fierce today. He had met her a few times before, and she was always aloof and cold. Yet today, every word she spoke carried a fiery edge. Could it be that the secret treasure had been opened, but yielded nothing valuable? If so, trouble was brewing. In that case, he would have no choice but to bind Su Minggran and bring her back to complete his mission. "Miss, we don't wish to waste time either. Hand over the secret treasure, and well, leave immediately." The young man took a deep breath and repeated his demand. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" Su Minggran retorted, her icy blue eyes devoid of any warmth. "Miss, if you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to resort to force." Before the young man could finish, a small translucent scepter suddenly appeared in Su Minggran's left hand. She raised it high and spoke calmly. "Freeze." Jiang Yin had already walked some distance and was nearing the camp when a sudden chill surged from behind him. He turned his head instinctively. To his astonishment, snow was falling from the direction where the secret treasure had emerged. No way. Jiang Yin instantly realized this must be Su Minggran's doing. Good heavens. To be able to alter the weather, what level of power was that? Or perhaps Su Mingran possessed some formidable equipment. Either way, Jiang Yin felt a shiver of unease. He was certain Su Mingran would settle the score with him later. Maybe he should split the contents of the treasure chest with her. No way. Jiang Yin immediately dismissed the idea. He had found the treasure chest first. There was no reason to share it with Su Mingran. She wasn't his wife after all. Besides, that girl clearly came from money. Why should a pauper like him care about the feelings of a rich woman? Shouldn't Su Mingran be the one to be generous and let him have it? With that thought, Jiang Yin quickened his pace back to camp. With others around, Su Mingran would surely hesitate to act. Once he returned to Spring City, where fighting was prohibited within the city walls, he would be safe. Back at the camp, Jiang Yin found Wang Xiaoming and the other two already awake. They stared at him momentarily stunned. Su Li was the first to react, rushing over and asking, "Where did you and Mingran go? When I woke up, you were both gone. I thought some beast had carried you off." "Oh," Jiang Yin fabricated an excuse. "I have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places, so I went out for a stroll." Taking a stroll in the soul-severing forest in the dead of night. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "If you hadn't come back soon, we were about to call for help from the nearby instructors." Once a team called for help from an instructor, it meant forfeiting the test. All the spoils they had gathered would be for nothing. "You're all making a fuss over nothing. I really just went for a walk. I didn't even see a rabbit on the way, let alone encounter any danger." Jiang Yin explained helplessly. "And Mingran, have you seen her?" Su Li pressed on. "No." Jiang Yin shook his head firmly. "Su Li, don't worry too much. Jiang Yin came back safe and sound. With Mingran's strength, she's definitely fine." Gao Yang walked over to console her. Exactly. Jiang Yin wholeheartedly agreed with Gao Yang. Su Mingran wasn't just strong, he even suspected she might already be a spirit master. As for her exact rank, it was hard to say, but within the soul-severing forest, no one was a match for her. Of course, that only applied to humans. "Let's wait another half an hour. If Mingran isn't back by then, we'll go out and look for her," Su Li suggested. Half an hour should be enough for her to make it back, Jiang Yin estimated. This time his guess was fairly accurate. Su Mingran returned to the camp right on the half-hour mark. She looked weary and her aura was slightly unstable. Su Li and the other two immediately gathered around her. "Mengran, are you alright?" Su Li asked with concern. "I'm fine." Su Mingran offered a faint smile. "Where did you go so late? I was so worried about you." Su Li looked Su Mingran up and down, and only after confirming she had no injuries did she breathe a sigh of relief. "I." Su Mingran paused, then her gaze suddenly fell on Jiang Yin. Asked Jiang Yin. Hearing this, Su Li and the others turned their heads in unison to stare at Jiang Yin. "Huh?" Jiang Yin looked utterly bewildered. "Why are you asking me?" "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first." After tossing the question to Jiang Yin, Su Mingran went straight back to her spot and lay down as if the world around her no longer concerned her, leaving Jiang Yin standing there dumbfounded. Damn it, that woman was setting him up. Su Li and the others exchanged glances before rushing over to him. "You little brat, spill it. What did you and the school beauty do?" Wang Xiaoming glared at Jiang Yin menacingly. "Yeah, come clean." Su Li chimed in. "It's better to be clear about this." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched. "Don't listen to her. It's not what you think." "What do you mean it's not what we think?" Su Li stepped forward, her face full of gossip. "Tell us the truth. Did you sneak off on a date with Mingran?" "No, I didn't." Jiang Yin denied it twice. First of all, they hadn't even gone on a date. Even if hypothetically they were in that kind of relationship, the fact that Su Mingran wanted to cut him down with her sword the moment they met would make murdering one's husband a more fitting description. "Jiang Yin, I never pegged you for this kind of person. Mingran told us to ask you, and you still won't admit it. You scumbag." Su Li looked at him with disappointment. "Yes, scumbag." Little fatty Wang nodded emphatically. "We're about to graduate high school. There's nothing wrong with admitting you're in a relationship. We're all friends here." Gao Yang spoke earnestly. "So you're all convinced there's something between Su Mingran and me, huh?" Seeing that there was no getting through to them, Jiang Yin decided to throw caution to the wind. "Fine, I'll tell you the truth." Before he could finish, Su Mingran suddenly sat up. "Don't you dare say a word." Su Mingran shot Jiang Yin a glare. "See, she's the one who won't let me talk." Jiang Yin shrugged. Seeing this, Su Li and the others were even more certain that Su Mingran and Jiang Yin were in a secret relationship, just not ready to go public yet. The thought that his goddess had been stolen away by Jiang Yin nearly brought Wang Xiaoming to tears. "Chin up, buddy." Gao Yang patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't breathe a word to anyone." Su Li raised her hand in a vow. "Jiang Yin." Su Mingran. Su Mingran was merely worried that Jiang Yin might let slip the secret treasure, never expecting Su Li and the others to have such vivid imaginations. The key issue now was that any explanation would only muddle things further. Forget it, time to sleep. Su Mingran completely gave up. Let others think what they will. After all, she wouldn't be staying in Spring City for long. Once she entered university, who would even remember anyone else? Everyone disperse. There's still a test tomorrow. Jiang Yin waved his hand, dismissing Su Li and the other two. He still had serious matters to attend to. With everyone crowding around, he couldn't very well make a move. Su Li and the others reluctantly took their leave. Finally, peace and quiet reigned once more. Jiang Yin opened the synthesis table. Although he had consumed some spiritual energy during the day, synthesizing the blood-sucking vine and dealing with the wolf pack, he had spent the afternoon letting Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang do the work, so his spiritual energy had mostly recovered by now. Wasting a full reserve of spiritual energy was simply unacceptable to him. Moreover, now that Su Mingran had her eyes on him, enhancing his strength was undoubtedly the top priority. Jiang Yin now faced two choices. One was to continue synthesizing the fruit knife, and the other was to continue synthesizing the blood-sucking vine. He wasn't sure what weapon the black iron fruit knife could be further synthesized into, but he knew that continuing to synthesize the blood-sucking vine would most likely yield a third-tier blood-sucking vine. Based on his observations, the second-tier blood-sucking vine already possessed the defensive capabilities of a second-tier demon beast, making it practically impervious to blades and spears. The third-tier blood-sucking vine would then correspond to a third-tier demon beast. Although its attack methods were limited to strangulation and blood-sucking, the blood-sucking vine's formidable camouflage ability often allowed it to achieve effects far surpassing its actual strength. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Yin made up his mind. He retrieved two blood-sucking vines from his inventory and added them directly to the synthesis table. After synthesizing a first-tier blood-sucking vine, he proceeded to add the second-tier blood-sucking vine to the table. Synthesize second-tier blood-sucking vine. Synthesize. Second-tier blood-sucking vine synthesized. Congratulations. You have obtained a third-tier blood-sucking vine tamed. Jiang Yin eagerly examined the attributes of the third-tier blood-sucking vine. Third-tier blood-sucking vine tamed, bound to its master. This tamed blood-sucking vine can be controlled with a thought. Attack method: strangulation, blood-sucking, mild toxicity. A new attack method. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. A mild toxicity meant it would poison an enemy, but not to the point of death. It could be quite convenient in certain situations. For instance, it would be perfect for dealing with Su Mingran. He just didn't know what the poisoning effect was. He would find a chance to test it out tomorrow. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Despite having barely slept all night, Jiang Yin was still full of energy. Su Mingran, on the other hand, had two dark circles under her eyes and looked rather listless. It didn't detract much from her beauty, but it did give her a somewhat disheveled appearance. The test ends at 6 in the evening. Let's take a look around nearby, and then prepare to head back. Su Mingran said, looking at Jiang Yin and the others. Since the secret treasure was no longer there was no point in venturing deeper into the soul-severing forest. Their current location was already quite dangerous. On the way back, we could take another path. Maybe we'll find something else. Su Li promptly suggested. I have no objections. Anything's fine. Wang Xiaoming mumbled through a mouthful of bread. Everyone, let's have breakfast first. Well, set off in 10 minutes. Having said that, Su Mingran cast a glance towards the corner. Jiang Yin was sitting there drinking water. Feeling Su Mingran's gaze, he let out a helpless sigh. This was already the 5th time she had looked at him this morning. Anyone who didn't know better would think that the school beauty, Su, had a crush on him. But he alone knew that Su Mingran was definitely plotting how to get back at him. This young lady, usually so gentle and soft, actually had a mind full of schemes. Anyone fooled by her appearance would end up being sold and still helping count the money. As for Su Mingran's behavior in the eyes of Su Li and the other two, it looked more like a couple having a tiff. Yet Jiang Yin made no move at all, driving Su Li to distraction. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she sneaked over to Jiang Yin and asked in a low voice, "Did you and Mingran have a fight yesterday?" A fight? Jiang Yin thought for a moment. Not really. They had merely had a scuffle. Haven't you noticed that Mingran is angry? Su Li looked at Jiang Yin with a mix of disappointment and frustration. I know. Jiang Yin nodded. Su Mingran might as well have had the words "I'm unhappy" written on her face. Who couldn't tell? But having witnessed the secret treasure being snatched away right before her eyes, anyone would be moping for a few days. It was perfectly normal. He, on the other hand, had found the treasure and was in a fantastic mood. Once he got back, he definitely had to find a place to celebrate. Life was meant to be enjoyed. Then you should hurry up and go cheer Mingran up. Girls need to be coaxed. If you do, nothing shall only get angrier. Su Li spoke with the air of someone who had been through it all, forgetting that she herself had been single for 18 years. No way. She can be angry if she wants. I'm in a pretty good mood anyway. Jiang Yin said, lying back with his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. Su Li was utterly stunned by his declaration. How did someone like this even have a girlfriend? Or was Su Mingran actually into this type? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I need to take care of some personal business. Jiang Yin picked up his backpack and headed towards the small grove of trees nearby. Su Li. Jiang Yin found a spot to relieve himself, then took out the third-tier blood-sucking vine from his inventory. Go catch that rabbit for me. Upon receiving the command, the blood-sucking vine slithered along the ground. The rabbits in the soul-severing forest were all agile and incredibly fast, but they were utterly helpless against the attack of a third-tier blood-sucking vine. Moments later, the blood-sucking vine dragged the poisoned rabbit back to Jiang Yin. Since Jiang Yin wanted to study the vine's toxicity, he didn't have it drain the rabbit dry. Instead, it merely pricked the skin with its thorns and injected a small amount of venom. Jiang Yin crouched down and turned the rabbit over. He found that the rabbit was still conscious, but its entire body was stiff as if it had been frozen in place. Could the blood-sucking vine's venom have an anesthetic-like effect? Jiang Yin stroked his chin. If he could land a hit on an enemy during a fight, wouldn't that be invincible? So Su Mingran had better not provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind giving her a dose, as well letting her taste the effects of a tranquilizer dart. After about 2 minutes, the rabbit's body gradually recovered. It kicked its legs a few times, struggled, and then ran off. Jiang Yin dusted off his hands and returned to the campsite. But there he saw Su Mingran and the other two hiding behind a large rock, acting as sneaky as thieves. What are you guys doing? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Shoo. Su Mingran turned back and made a gesture for him to be quiet. Sensing something was up, Jiang Yin immediately lightened his steps and walked over. Below the small hill, a monster as tall as several stories was slowly moving its bulky body. This creature defied description. It was a mass of writhing flesh covered in bulbous eyes like tumors. As it moved, dozens of those eyes swiveled incessantly. A single glance was enough to induce nausea and revulsion. Su Li and the other two turned pale with terror. Su Mingren's face was equally grim. Only after a long while, when the monster had completely departed, did Jiang Yin and his companions emerge from behind the rocks. I swear in all my years I've never seen anything so disgusting. It's utterly inhuman. Wang Xiaoming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, speaking with the relief of a survivor. Aren't we still in the safe zone? How could a monster like this appear? Su Li's voice trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably, clearly deeply shaken. That thing didn't seem like a demonic beast. It looked more like a fiend I once read about in a book, Gao Yang said, frowning. A fiend? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. Don't those only appear in the myriad realms? It is indeed a fiend. Su Mingran confirmed Gao Yang's suspicion. The end of the soul-severing forest is the Sunset Mountain Range, which borders the entrance to the myriad realms. It's possible a fiend escaped from there and wandered all the way here. Heavens, if it's truly a fiend from the myriad realms, this could be a major disaster. Wang Xiaoming gasped in shock. They had never expected their first field test to pit them not against demonic beasts, but against a monster from the myriad realms. Though the myriad realms had descended centuries ago, it remained a distant concept for ordinary people. To encounter a fiend, a topic rarely even mentioned online, was beyond belief. We need to report this to a nearby instructor, or this test could cost many lives. Su Mingren's expression was grim. With a mystical treasure on the verge of emergence, the appearance of a fiend from the myriad realms seemed far too coincidental. A black mystical treasure was already an anomaly. The Su family had treated it as an ordinary relic site, ignorant of its true nature. Yet Su Mingran had uncovered ancient texts describing it. The black treasure symbolized evil, fear, and exchange, offering boundless power to its possessor. That was why she had come to this small city of Springwood for her studies. 2 years of waiting, all for this day. She needed what lay within the black treasure to reclaim everything that was hers. With this thought, Su Mingran glanced sideways at Jiang Yan. Their eyes met. How about we go for something big? Jiang Yan suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Su Mingran was startled. I know how to kill that thing. We split the spoils equally. Deal. Unlike Su Li and the others, Jiang Yan saw not a monster, but gleaming silver when he first laid eyes on it. This fiend was called a treasure mountain, drawn to hoard rare herbs and treasures. Where such valuables appeared, it was sure to follow. Despite its repulsive appearance, splitting it open yielded a bounty of materials. In his past life, playing the Myriad Realms online game, he had spent half a month stalking these fiends for their spawns. The materials for his first spirit weapon came from this very monster. Wealthy players had sought to buy it from him, but he had refused all offers. Without that weapon, his later rise would not have been so smooth. It had even enabled him to contend with multiple factions. In truth, the Treasure Mountain was low-level, a welfare monster in the game, equivalent to a 4th-tier demonic beast in this world. But he still couldn't defeat it alone. Why else would he seek partners? No way, Su Mingran snorted. Her sole interest was reclaiming the treasure chest she had guarded for 2 years. And that creature was far too repulsive. How about this? You help me kill it, I keep all the spoils, and you can pick one item from the treasure chest. Jiang Yan lowered his voice, knowing she coveted the chest. The treasure mountain was full of moisture, slow-moving, and vulnerable to ice-based spiritual energy. With Su Mingran's help, the fight could end in 5 minutes. Pick one. Su Mingran's displeasure flared. That chest belongs to me. Mystical treasures belong to no one until claimed. It's mine now. Any objections? Jiang Yan remained calm, but his tone hardened. He wouldn't yield to her simply because she was beautiful. To gain something, one must pay the price. Wasn't that only fair? He needed her strength, so he offered a share from the chest. He wouldn't take advantage of others. But neither would he let anyone take advantage of him. Fine, but I get first pick. After a long hesitation, Su Mingran agreed. She had observed Jiang Yan closely and was certain he didn't have the chest on him. Once they returned to Springwood, her chance would be lost. Agreeing now at least gave her a shot at seeing the chest. Deal. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. This wasn't a game where stats were visible. Even he could only see the item's description by placing it on a synthesis table. If Su Mingran truly picked the best item, it would be her luck. Jiang Yan and Su Mingran instructed Su Li and the others to stay put while they went to notify a nearby instructor. In truth, they pursued the Treasure Mountain's trail. Soon they spotted the obese creature sitting on a patch of herbs, noisily stuffing its mouth. So how do we kill it? Su Mingran rested her hand on her weapon, sensing the monster's aura. Though horrifying, it seemed manageable. How about using that move from yesterday? Jiang Yan turned to her. I don't know what you're talking about, she pursed her lips. Fine, do your best. It's weak against ice spiritual energy. Just blast it with all you've got. Seeing she wouldn't reveal her secrets, Jiang Yan dropped the subject. As he finished speaking, Su Mingran charged. 4 or 5 meters from the monster, she drew her longsword, tracing a circle in the air. A frost-laden tornado instantly formed. Jiang Yan recognized it at once as a spiritual art, a high-level one at that. This girl was hiding far more than she let on. In the following minutes, it was essentially Su Mingran's solo battlefield. Baoshan was cumbersome, its only attack method being to leap and crush its enemies with its weight. Su Mingran, however, moved as nimbly as a butterfly. Especially each time she dodged the monster's attacks, her slender waist twisted as if it might snap. If this were... Jiang Yan immediately cut off his own thought. If he continued down that line of thinking, he wouldn't be able to stop. Inappropriate, inappropriate. Amidst a series of earth-shaking tremors, Baoshan finally collapsed. Having just dealt with the monster, Su Minggran stormed over to Jiang Yin. Is this what you call cooperation? She had never seen a man let a woman do the work while he sat idly on the sidelines. I never said I would take action myself. Jiang Yin replied with utter confidence. Besides, I provided you with the strategy. I use my brains, you use your brawn. That's also a form of cooperation. Su Minggran was utterly speechless at Jiang Yin. How could he say such things? Did he have any shame? She was originally an ice-type spiritual vein. Whether Jiang Yin reminded her or not, her spiritual power attribute was right there. How could that be credited to Jiang Yin? The corpse is right there. Do what you want with it. Su Minggran said with irritation. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Yin took out the black iron fruit knife and approached Baoshan's corpse. Frozen solid Baoshan had split into several pieces. He rummaged through it for a while and soon dug out a large crystal. Inside the crystal was a black bead. Using the knife's handle to pry the crystal open, a rich, refreshing fragrance immediately wafted out. Even Su Minggran was visibly moved upon smelling this fragrance. What is this? She couldn't help but step forward and ask. A medicine core. Jiang Yin was fairly satisfied with this harvest. This Baoshan had evidently developed a particular fondness for various medicinal herbs, which was why it had formed a medicine core within its body. The medicine core could not be consumed directly, but by scraping off a tiny bit of powder and adding it to a pill, the pill's potency could be enhanced more than tenfold. Although he was not an alchemist, he had the universal synthesis platform. Items processed through the platform already had vastly improved attributes. Adding the medicine core into the mix, he wondered what an ordinary pill would become. You know, quite a lot. Su Minggran was merely curious. Materials dug out of that ugly creature held no interest for her. Let's go. We'll head back to find Gao Yang and the others. Jiang Yin put away the medicine core and stood up. What about the treasure chest? Where did you hide it? Aren't you bringing it back? Su Minggran had assumed Jiang Yin had hidden the treasure chest in the wild. If they didn't retrieve it now, when would they? Don't worry, I won't stand you up, Jiang Yin said. He wasn't foolish enough to take out the chest when it was just the two of them. That would be betting on whether Su Minggran would attack him, a risk he didn't need to take. Fine. You'd better not lie to me. Su Minggran shot Jiang Yin a warning glance. She had deliberately displayed her strength earlier to make him understand her capabilities. If this guy dared to deceive her, she wouldn't hesitate to use force to seize the chest. Jiang Yin and Su Minggran returned to the camp, where Gao Yang and the other two immediately gathered around. How did it go, Minggran? Did you find the teacher? Su Li asked urgently. We didn't find the teacher, but we discovered that the monster has already gone deep into the soul-breaking forest. As long as the students participating in the field test don't go beyond the safe zone, there shouldn't be any problems. This was the story Su Minggran and Jiang Yin had agreed upon beforehand. They couldn't exactly say they had killed the demonic creature. Su Li would likely think they were insane. That's great. Su Li heaved a huge sigh of relief. Then let's hurry back. The test ends at 6 in the evening. If we're any later, we might not make it. Su Minggran nodded. On the way back, they encountered many teams. The vast majority of teams looked extremely disheveled. After just over a day in the wild, many students were as dirty as street beggars. In contrast, Jiang Yin and his group were laden with bags of trophies, their bodies clean and refreshed. Wang Xiaoming was the exception, of course. His physique had nothing to do with being clean or refreshed. Looks like we should at least rank in the top 3 of our grade, Wang Xiaoming said cheerfully. Once we get to the assembly point, we'll know exactly what our ranking is. Gao Yang said, glancing at the black iron fruit knife in his hand. Such a fine weapon would have to be returned soon. The thought of it filled him with reluctance. Just then Su Li came running over. I just heard from a team in the neighboring class that Zhao Siyu's team actually encountered a spirit beast and killed it. Su Li set her face full of disbelief. That team with Lu Chong. Wang Xiaoming let out a laugh. That's the biggest joke I've heard all year. They couldn't even handle a wild boar, and now they're claiming to have killed a spirit beast. I heard they have trophies. There's no way to fake that. Su Li didn't want to believe it either, but if Lu Chong could really produce trophies, their team would be in undisputed first place. Maybe they stumbled upon a spirit beast corpse and got lucky. If it's been dead for days, the teacher will definitely not let it pass. Wang Xiaoming still refused to believe that Lu Chong's team could kill a spirit beast. These days people bragged without even drafting a script. They themselves had encountered a demonic creature from the myriad realms today, and they hadn't gone around showing off to everyone. Jiang Yin, however, remained quite calm. Originally, his goal in participating in the field test was simply to achieve a decent ranking and earn some spirit pearls. But he had gained so many unexpected rewards. The blood-sucking vine, the treasure, the medicine core. Especially the treasure and the medicine core. Either one alone could stir up a bloody storm. Though this world appeared calm on the surface, when it came to competing for resources, it was a matter of real blades and real blood. When Jiang Yin and his group arrived at the assembly point, it was still early. Only a few teams were submitting their trophies. They found the inspection station for Class 6, Grade 12, and walked over. Teacher, these are our trophies. Su Minggran took the lead and placed her backpack on the table at the inspection station. Looks like you've had a fruitful harvest. The homeroom teacher said with a smile, then opened the backpack and began placing the trophies one by one into the detection instrument. Adult ridgeback wolves, and so many of them. Did you encounter a pack? The teacher asked, looking at Jiang Yin and the others in surprise. We didn't just encounter a wolf pack. We also ran into a big one. Wang Xiaoming said proudly. Oh, what big one? The teacher grew interested. A demonic creature from the myriad realms. No sooner had Wang Xiaoming spoken than a burst of laughter came from the side. Wang Xiaoming, you're really blowing things out of proportion. You'll make up anything. Jiang Yin turned around and saw Lu Chong, Zhao Siyu, and the others approaching from the direction of the soul-severing forest. They all looked disheveled as if they had rolled around in the mud. Yet their spirits were high, and even the grime on their faces could not hide their excitement. One might think they had won the lottery. Who's the one bragging now? Wang Xiaoming sneered at Lu Chong. I heard you killed a demon beast. Why don't you show us the spoils? Do you take me for you? I never boast. Lu Chong walked forward with his backpack, unzipping it to release a thick, bloody stench and a powerful spiritual pressure. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. That aura felt strangely familiar. Wang Xiaoming's expression shifted. Was he about to be proven wrong? Impossible. There was no way Lu Chong's group had the strength to kill a demon beast. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's face, Lu Chong sneered and emptied his backpack. It was a murky eyeball as large as a watermelon covered in slime and utterly nauseating. Jiang Yin sighed helplessly, just as he had guessed. These fools had no idea how reckless they were. Even he wouldn't dare bring this thing back, knowing the chaos it would cause. But Lu Chong and the others treated it as their own trophy. Had they ever considered whether their strength was worthy of such a prize? Attracted by the commotion, students from other classes gathered around. Heavens, what terrifying spiritual pressure. That's definitely a demon beast. It looks like it died recently, so it should be fine. I heard Lu Chong's team killed a demon beast, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Just from this eyeball, the creature must have been 7 or 8 meters tall. Ugh, so disgusting. Isn't demon beast meat supposed to be delicious? Who could eat something that looks like this? Ugh, I'm going to be sick. This beast must have been incredibly powerful. Lu Chong and his team are amazing. But Su Li and her friends sensed something was off. Don't you think this looks familiar? Su Li whispered. Damn, isn't that the eye of that demon creature? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but curse. Indeed, Gao Yang nodded. Even Su Mingran couldn't help but mutter, idiots. Amidst the various exclamations from the crowd, Lu Chong and his group felt as if they were floating on air. Teacher, this is our trophy. Please inspect it. Lu Chong said, his heart racing with excitement. He had heard that the first prize in this test would be hundreds of spirit pearls and a bottle of azure jade pills. The value was at least 6 figures, a fortune for an ordinary high school student. On the way back, Lu Chong had already planned how to spend the money. The homeroom teacher remained silent. He put on a fresh pair of gloves and with a grave expression placed the eyeball into a detection device. As a third-rank martial artist, he could tell at a glance that this trophy was abnormal. The eerie aura was not something an ordinary demon beast should possess. Moreover, the suffocating spiritual pressure indicated that this beast was likely even stronger than him. How could ordinary high school students have dealt with it? Of course, he hoped he was overthinking things. Falsifying a trophy would result in school punishment. If this happened near graduation, it could even affect college entrance exam scores. A few minutes later, the results came out. Seeing the various parameters on the screen, the homeroom teacher's face darkened. Is this really your trophy? He asked, looking up. Teacher, how could we lie to you? When we encountered this beast, it was already severely injured. Even so, we struggled to kill it. Zhao Siyu stepped forward, speaking in her usual obedient tone that had earned her a good impression from the teachers. It might be a bit opportunistic, but luck is part of strength. The school didn't say we couldn't hunt injured beasts, did it? Zhao Siyu had always been the image of a good girl, well liked by the teachers. If Lu Chong said it, no one might believe him, but Zhao Siyu's words carried a different weight. However, even after hearing her explanation, the teacher's expression did not improve. Do you remember what this beast looked like? Well, Zhao Siyu thought for a moment. It was too big. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like a giant worm. Or maybe something else. I can't really describe it. When they had found the monster, it had already been chopped into over a dozen pieces. Besides a worm, she couldn't think of anything else that would look like that. Wang Xiaoming, go fetch the principal and the other teachers, the homeroom teacher suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhao Siyu and the others' faces changed. Why was the principal being called? Even if their trophy was wrong, it shouldn't be this serious. Teacher, I'm telling the truth. When we found this beast, it was already on its last legs. We just finished it off with a few strikes. Zhao Siyu explained frantically. Exactly. We didn't lie. Teacher, you have to believe us. Lu Chong added, his face full of anxiety. But no matter how they explained, the homeroom teacher remained unmoved, merely signaling Wang Xiaoming again with his eyes. I'm on it. Wang Xiaoming said, cheerfully, running off. Let those bastards be arrogant. Karma had finally caught up with them, hadn't it? Daring to pass off a demon creature from the myriad realms as their trophy, they really thought they were something special. How laughable. Zhao Siyu's face turned pale. Why had it come to this? What had gone wrong? They had rehearsed their story several times on the way back. There was no reason they should have slipped up. Lu Chong returned to Zhao Siyu's side, his face gloomy, and complained in a low voice. This is all your fault for coming up with such a stupid idea. Now the principal's coming. How are we going to cover this up? The teacher didn't say we cheated. Why are you admitting guilt? If we just deny it, we'll be fine. Zhao Siyu tried to reassure herself. Don't you get it yet? This isn't about cheating. Lu Chong was filled with regret. He had been bewitched into believing this woman's lies. You all agreed when I suggested it. Now you're blaming me. Zhao Siyu snapped back. There was no way she was taking all the blame. So what do we do now? Lu Chong asked without much hope. Like I said, just deny everything. I don't think the teacher caught us cheating. It's the beast itself that's the problem, Zhao Siyu said thoughtfully. I guess that's all we can do, Lu Chong said grimly. The students gathered around to watch were utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why did they call the principal? Could Zhao Siyu and her group be faking it? Hard to say. Teacher Zhou even brought the principal and the accompanying teachers over. If it were just about falsifying spoils, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. I knew it. Apart from Su Mingran, who else in Class 6 could kill a demonic beast? They probably just imagined how terrifying the beasts really are. But Zhao Siyu seems so innocent. She doesn't look like a liar. Truth or lies we'll find out soon enough. Not long after, Wang Xiaoming brought the principal and the accompanying teachers over. The homeroom teacher called them aside for a brief discussion, then returned to Jiang Yin and the others. Mengran, Wang Xiaoming said you encountered a demon. Is that true? The homeroom teacher looked at Su Mingran. Su Mingran nodded. What did the demon look like? The teacher repeated the question he had asked Zhao Siyu earlier. It was about 20 meters tall with a bulky body, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It had at least 30 eyes, a pair of tentacles probably used for feeding, and a huge mouth 2 to 3 meters wide. That's all I know. Su Mingran answered with great professionalism. After hearing her description, the students' faces turned pale. What kind of creature could look like that? And 20 meters tall. That's as high as a 7 or 8-story building. Zhao Siyu and her group looked ashen. Because the demon Su Mingran described was exactly the pile of shredded flesh they had found. In fact, her description was even more complete and detailed. A demon, a creature from the myriad worlds. Yet they had brought it back as their own trophy. No wonder the teacher didn't believe them and kept pressing for details about the monster's appearance. This joke had gone too far. After questioning Su Mengran, the homeroom teacher turned to an elderly man beside him. Principal, it perfectly matches the characteristics of a low-rank demon, and the instruments detected demonic energy. What's its power level? The old man asked. At least 4th rank, the homeroom teacher said after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Zhao Siyu felt she could barely stand. 4th rank. They had brought back a 4th-rank demon and claimed they killed it. Even she found it absurd. With so many people watching, Zhao Siyu wished she could dig a hole and hide. After making such a fool of herself, how could she face anyone at school? This matter is no small thing. Report it to the inner city when we return and have them send someone to handle it, the old man said. Yes. The homeroom teacher nodded. By the way, the old man looked at Zhao Siyu and the others. Recalculate all their scores. We'll deal with the rest when we get back. With that, the old man left with the other teachers. The homeroom teacher, his face cold, marked red crosses on Zhao Siyu's score sheet. All of you get 0. Around 7 in the evening, all teams returned safely. Only a few were severely injured, and several were left permanently disabled. That was reality. Once you chose to take the college entrance exam, field tests were unavoidable. Before, high school students could grow slowly in a safe environment like flowers in a greenhouse. But entering college was like stepping onto a battlefield. Field training was a mandatory course. Losing limbs or even dying was common. This field test before the exam was meant to give everyone an early taste. If they couldn't handle it, they could consider other paths. After tallying the spoils, each class returned to their bus. Jiang Yin found a window seat. Before he could catch his breath, Su Mingran followed and sat beside him. From now on, don't even think about leaving my sight, Su Mingran said, leaning back in her seat. Whatever you say. Jiang Yin took a bottle of water from his backpack and took a sip. Got any more? Give me one. Su Mingran turned to Jiang Yin. All out. Jiang Yin held out the bottle he was drinking from. Want this one? Take it away. No way. Su Mingran turned her head back. Suit yourself. Jiang Yin took 2 more gulps and was about to put the bottle away when a pair of fair, delicate hands suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a pleasant floral scent. Give me your phone number. Su Mingran held the latest tomato phone, her expression slightly unnatural. This was the first time she had ever asked a boy for his number. But to prevent Jiang Yin from running off, keeping his number was necessary. Wait, let me find it. Jiang Yin rummaged through his backpack for a long time, finally pulling out his brick phone that cost 200 yuan. After fiddling with it to turn it on, he found his number in the contacts. Here, enter it yourself. Jiang Yin pointed at a string of numbers. Are you brainless? Can't even remember your own number. Su Mingran had to enter the number herself and saved it to her contacts. After confirming it could dial, she put her phone away. Nothing for you to do now. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when we arrive. Seeing their interaction, Su Li and the others were already used to it, but the rest of Class 6 looked as if they'd seen a ghost. When had the school beauty become so close to Jiang Yin? On the way there, they hadn't exchanged a single word. On the way back, Su Mingran voluntarily sat beside him, and they even bantered back and forth, making the boys in the class green with envy. Everyone knew Su Mingran was famously aloof. She was polite, but always kept her distance. The only person who could be considered close to her was probably Su Li. Even so, their relationship was merely that of classmates. Someone once asked Su Li about Su Mingran. Su Li knew nothing. She didn't even have Su Mingran's private number. Yet this aloof and mysterious goddess had not only voluntarily sat next to Jiang Yin today, but also actively talked to him and asked for his contact information. Was the sun rising from the west, or was the goddess falling in love? Damn it. Zhao Siyu was gnashing her teeth in fury. A pauper like Jiang Yin could actually find a new girlfriend, one far prettier than herself. Was this for real? Look at what Jiang Yin wore. Cheap street stall clothes worth a few dozen yuan. A grown man still using an old person's phone. Didn't Su Mingran think bringing such a boyfriend out would be embarrassing? It wasn't her problem. Su Mingran was just blind. Under Su Mingran's watchful gaze, and with the attention of the entire bus, Jiang Yin arrived safely in Spring City. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The teacher announced that the field test was officially over, with the rankings to be revealed tomorrow morning. A new prize was also added to everyone's anticipation. However, the students showed little interest in this new prize. Many were utterly exhausted, and only a few teams had managed to secure a place. All they wanted now was to go home, wash up, and sleep. Jiang Yin was about to slip away, but Su Mingran stopped him. "Don't leave yet. He'll treat you to a late-night snack." Without waiting for his reply, she added, "Don't you dare refuse." "Why would I refuse a free meal?" Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. "But let me make it clear. I won't settle for anything cheap. I want to go to the 8 Immortals Pavilion." Jiang Yin chose the most expensive restaurant in Spring City. The key point was that this restaurant was located in the inner city. The security in the inner city was far superior to the outer city. At the slightest disturbance, the garrison forces would arrive immediately. Su Mingran certainly wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. "Fine. I've already told the driver to wait outside. Let's go." Su Mingran was only interested in obtaining the contents of the treasure chest. The cost of a single meal was beneath her notice. Moreover, the 8 Immortals Pavilion offered excellent privacy, making it a favorite venue for many powerful figures to conduct their business. Opening the chest there would provide a measure of security for both parties. "Mengran, you're so stingy. We all came back together, and you're only treating Jiang Yin to a late-night snack." Su Li pouted beside her, grumbling indignantly. Exactly. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yangchandin. They'll treat you all tomorrow. Today I need to have a private word with Jiang Yin," Su Mingran said. Su Li's gossip radar immediately went off the charts. Could Su Mingran be planning to confess her feelings today? How bold. It was the first time she had seen a girl so proactive in a relationship, truly worthy of the idol she had quietly admired for 2 years. With that thought, Su Li clenched her fist to cheer Su Mingran on. "Go for it. Whatever decision you make, he'll support you. But be sure to stay safe." Su Mingran, she was just going out for a meal. What did she need to be safe from? The 8 Immortals Pavilion was in the inner city. Who would dare to start trouble there? Seeing that Su Mingran didn't seem to understand her meaning, Su Li leaned in and whispered, "I mean, make sure you take precautions." Su Mingran's cheeks flushed. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm ignoring you." With that, she grabbed Jiang Yin and hurried toward the school gate. At the back gate of No. 9 High School, a black Imperial brand sedan was parked. The Imperial sedan was the most renowned luxury car brand in this world. Even the cheapest model started at 7 figures, and purchasing one required a certain level of qualification. As Jiang Yin got into the car with Su Mingran, he felt immediately surrounded by wealth. The seats were upholstered in demon beast leather, the body was made of high-grade alloy, and the starry sky ceiling was inlaid with various colored gems. So this was the world of the rich. To the 8 Immortals Pavilion, Su Mingran said after setting down her backpack. "Yes, miss," the middle-aged man in the driver's seat replied respectfully. "With a family like yours, why did you come to school in the outer city?" Jiang Yin thought Su Mingran must have a screw loose. He had always known her family was well off, but this was absurdly so, completely out of place in the outer city. "Because I like it, and I want to." Su Mingran snorted lightly. "All right," Jiang Yin said casually. He knew Su Mingran had many secrets, but then again, so did he. As long as they didn't interfere with each other, it was fine. Half an hour later, the sedan smoothly entered the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the inner city's environment was more reminiscent of the cities Jiang Yin had lived in his past life. Skyscrapers and bustling traffic painted a scene of prosperity. However, the inner city was very small, with only a few 100,000 people living there. Any one of them, if placed in the outer city, would be considered a super-rich tycoon. Before long, the sedan stopped in front of an antique-style restaurant. "Miss, we've arrived at the 8 Immortals Pavilion," the driver said, turning around. "You don't need to wait for me. We'll take a cab back later." Su Mingran told the driver, then opened the door and stepped out. As for Jiang Yin, while getting out of the car, he discreetly took the treasure chest out of his inventory and stuffed it into his backpack. Although this world also had storage pouches and storage rings. Those were luxuries only affordable to high-level martial artists. You couldn't buy them even with spirit stones. Under these circumstances, he certainly couldn't reveal the existence of his inventory. Using his backpack as a cover was necessary. Jiang Yin followed Su Mingran into the 8 Immortals Pavilion, and they reserved a small private room on the top floor. After sitting down, Su Mingran casually ordered a few of the restaurant's signature dishes. Once the waiter had left, she set the room to do not disturb mode and turned to Jiang Yin. "Take out the item. I don't want to hear any more excuses." "What's the rush? I'm a man of my word." Jiang Yin opened his backpack and with some effort pulled out the treasure chest. There was no helping it. The chest was huge, taking up most of the space in his backpack. His breakfast had been squashed flat. Seeing this, Su Mingran was also puzzled. She had been wondering where Jiang Yin had hidden the chest, as she had observed his backpack several times, and it had only contained a couple of clothes and some food. So how had this chest materialized out of thin air? It couldn't be that Jiang Yin had a spatial storage device. But Su Mingran didn't dwell on it. Her attention was soon captivated by the chest. "I haven't touched the chest. You can check it," Jiang Yin said, pushing the chest forward with a gesture of invitation. "No need. Let's open it now." Su Mingran wasn't a novice when it came to treasure chests. She could tell at a glance whether one had been opened. There was no point wasting time on such trivialities. She just wanted to know what was inside. "Ladies first," Jiang Yin said magnanimously. It was his first time seeing a black treasure chest too, so letting Su Mingran open it wasn't a bad idea. If it turned out to be a trap chest, he could always call the emergency center for her. After all, they were classmates. He certainly wouldn't stand by and let her die. But the same couldn't be said for Su Mingran. That girl would probably be thrilled if he suddenly dropped dead. So it was safer to let her handle this uncertain task. "You said it." Su Mingran took the chest, and without any hesitation pressed the latch. With a soft click, the lid of the treasure chest slowly opened. A golden light flashed, and 3 items floated out from within, hovering silently above the chest. These 3 items were a scroll, a token, and a pill. Their specific functions could not be discerned from their appearance, but at least one could tell what category they belonged to. Time is short, you choose first. As Jiang Yin spoke, a purplured vine silently crept in through the window behind him. This was the 3rd-tier blood-sucking vine he had released in advance. If Su Mingran intended to go back on her word, he would act immediately and reclaim all the items from the chest. Within a 5-meter radius, he could instantly store anything into his inventory. At that moment, Su Mingran would not be able to obtain a single item. Let me think about it. Su Mingran's expression was conflicted. What would be of greater help to her? The pill's effects were uncertain, temporary, or permanent, so she dared not take the risk. A scroll would most likely contain cultivation techniques, martial skills, or spiritual arts, possibly even more valuable alchemy or artifact refinement formulas. Yet she needed something that could directly enhance her strength. No matter how valuable, it would be of little use to her. That left only the token. Its design suggested it could be an equipment piece or a pass to enter some location. It was highly random, but held greater possibilities. After much deliberation, Su Mingran finally decided he'll take the token in the middle. Alright, Jiang Yin reached out and took the token, then used the synthesis table to check its attributes. Soul Death token seals the soul of a certain powerful being who can be summoned to assist in battle. Each use weakens the soul until it dissipates entirely. After reading the description, Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. This item was of little use to him as well. Compared to an equipment piece with limited uses, he would rather invest resources into cultivating the blood-sucking vine. It was obedient and effective, requiring no food, drink, or waste. Could there be a more convenient helper? Here you go. Once it's in your hands, no backing out. Jiang Yin handed the token over. No need to remind me. Su Mingran took the token and stored it directly into her backpack. Thus the transaction was complete. Jiang Yin was fairly satisfied with this outcome. Trading a soul death token for a medicine core. All things considered, he had come out ahead. After obtaining their respective items, Su Mingran settled the bill at the front desk and hurriedly left. Jiang Yin, having eaten and drunk his fill, took a taxi back to his rented room. After all, since the money was already spent, why not enjoy it? After showering, he retrieved all his gains from the inventory. The blood-sucking vine, the medicine core, and the scroll and pill from the chest. Jiang Yin placed the scroll and pill into the synthesis table one by one to identify their attributes. Blood Sea Hellscape scroll upon use traps the enemy in an illusion of a blood sea, and Hellscape E. The effect depends on the user's spiritual power. Divine Meridian pill dark version upon consumption grants a random Divine Meridian. After reading the description, Jiang Yan's breath quickened. A Divine Meridian pill. Was he seeing correctly? Could such a thing really exist? A Divine Meridian was a cultivation physique superior even to a Spirit Meridian. In his past life, when Jiang Yin played the online game All Heavens, fewer than 3 players across the entire server possessed a Divine Meridian. They were all renowned powerhouses on the leaderboards. Jiang Yin had once had the fortune to spar with a player who had a Divine Meridian. The opponent could use spiritual arts of any attribute, all with double power. It was utterly absurd. In this world, he had yet to hear of the concept of Divine Meridians. Perhaps they existed, but people simply didn't know. However, what did dark version mean? Why wasn't the description clearer? As for the Blood Sea Hellscape scroll, it was a relatively rare illusion-type artifact. Although precious, it paled in comparison to the Divine Meridian pill. Jiang Yin placed the Divine Meridian pill alone into the synthesis table. What effect would adding the medicine core have on such an extraordinary pill? But after thinking it over, Jiang Yin dared not take the risk. Both the Divine Meridian pill and the medicine core were too precious. Losing either would make finding a replacement nearly impossible. He should first experiment with other things. Moreover, the Divine Meridian pill had a dark attribute. Even if synthesizing yielded something better, he wouldn't dare consume it lightly. Thus there was no rush. Jiang Yin rummaged through his pile of items and eventually pulled out a black iron fruit knife and an ordinary blood-sucking vine. What would happen if 2 completely different items were synthesized? No time like the present. Jiang Yin added the black iron fruit knife and the ordinary blood-sucking vine into the synthesis table. Synthesize black iron fruit knife, first-tier blood-sucking vine. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. It worked. Synthesize. Black iron fruit knife, first-tier blood-sucking vine synthesized. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodthirsty fruit knife. Bloodthirsty fruit knife. What an odd name. Jiang Yin couldn't help but complain, then checked its attributes. Bloodthirsty fruit knife, a most extraordinary fruit knife forged from black iron, incredibly sharp. With the addition of the blood-sucking vine, it now inflicts a bleeding effect, doubling its power. The description was even stranger. Nonetheless, it proved that 2 different items could indeed be synthesized, retaining their respective characteristics. After obtaining the rewards from the field test tomorrow, he could conduct more experiments. The next day, Jiang Yin arrived at school early. The rankings for the field test had been announced. Their team took first place in Class 6 of Senior 3 and third place in the entire grade. The top 2 spots were both claimed by Class 1. After all, they had several martial artists, and 2 had coincidentally been assigned to the same team. They not only hunted a large number of ferocious beasts, but also killed a first-tier demonic beast. Their first place was well-deserved. Of course, this was under the premise that Su Mingran and Jiang Yin had both held back. Otherwise, the mere presence of that 4th-tier demon would have eclipsed everyone's results. Jiang Yin, have you heard? The new reward for this field test is the entry qualification for Secret Realm No. 37. As the third-place team, we get 2 slots. Wang Xiaoming suddenly ran up to Jiang Yin, his face full of excitement. Secret realm no. 37. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Could an outer city high school like no. 9 really obtain a secret realm slot? Was the sun rising in the west? The secret realms on Earth were all created by powerful beings from the all-heavens world. From time to time, they would cast cultivation resources into these realms to help humanity on Earth improve their strength. Items from the all-heavens world were obviously precious beyond measure. Naturally, not just anyone could enter. There were currently 108 secret realm entrances on Earth, each controlled by major powers. Spring City received several dozen slots each year. But even the inner-city schools couldn't get enough. How could they possibly be allocated to the outer city? Just then a boy dressed in expensive brand name clothes walked over. Jiang Yin, Wang Xiaoming, name your price. They'll buy your secret realm slots at a high price. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. Damn, this was going to stir up trouble. He quickly glanced at Jiang Yin only to find him completely unfazed. That guy is Wang Peng Zhaoxiu's new fling. Wang Xiaoming leaned in and whispered to Jiang Yin. Oh. Jiang Yin suddenly understood. What do you think? Should we wait for Ming Gran to arrive before dealing with this? Wang Xiaoming asked. The slots are ours to share, why would we sell them? Tell him to get lost. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, making no effort to lower his voice. Jiang Yin, say that again if you dare. Wang Peng exploded upon hearing this. I said get lost. Jiang Yin repeated. He was usually easygoing, but that depended on who he was dealing with. Although he had no direct grudge against Wang Peng when the original owner broke up with Zhao Xiu, Wang Peng had been relentless in mocking him. For that alone, Jiang Yin wouldn't give him a kind look. A nouveau riche with a bit of family money was beneath his notice. Jiang Yin, are you asking for death? Do you think just because we're in the city I can't touch you? Wang Peng's face turned green with rage as Jiang Yin dared to tell him to leave. Even the geniuses from Class 1 treated him with respect. How dare a nobody from the slums speak to him like this? You're so noisy. Jiang Yin dug at his ear. I'm sitting right here. If you want to do something to me, get on with it. Fine. Wang Peng gritted his teeth. Just you wait until you leave the city. They'll make you pay. They'll be waiting. Jiang Yin shrugged. Oomph. Wang Peng snorted coldly. I don't have time to waste on you. You said it yourself, the secret realm slots aren't yours alone. You don't get to decide everything. Wang Peng slapped a check onto the table. 5 million. They'll buy one slot from you. Each of you gets $1 million to split. That should keep you living large for a decade or so. 5 million. Even Wang Xiaoming was stunned. Among high schoolers, having a few $1,000 marked you as wealthy. After all, this was the outer city where most families were ordinary. Yet Wang Peng could casually produce a 5 million check just to buy a secret realm slot. That was an incredibly generous offer. So, with this price, you've got no reason to refuse, right? Wang Peng shot Jiang Yin a smug look. With this money, you can move out of that shabby rental. Otherwise, you'll stay a broke loser, too poor to even afford a hotel room for a date. I'm embarrassed for you. Don't worry about it. I don't know if they'll sell, but I won't, Jiang Yin said nonchalantly. If he wanted, he could make 5 million anytime. Not to mention the divine pulse pill and blood sea hell diagram from the treasure chest, even the taming bloodthirsty vines. He could easily synthesize a few second-tier ones and sell them at high prices with people clamoring to buy. Besides, there was the advanced yellow jade pill with effects similar to the marrow cleansing pill. Was it too much to sell one for $1 million? If he didn't want to attract too much attention, making money would be a breeze. Jiang Yin, think it over. This is 5 million, money you'll never earn in a lifetime. Don't let pride ruin this golden opportunity. I don't have much time to waste, so I'll give you one last chance. Wang Peng assumed Jiang Yin was just putting up a brave front, growing even more arrogant. Not selling. Jiang Yin gave him the same 2 words. I'm not selling either. Just because you've got some dirty money doesn't mean you can talk like that. But want to sell to you. Wang Xiaoming had also come to his senses. These were secret realm slots. There'd be no shortage of buyers. They held the upper hand now, why should they bow to anyone? Wang Peng hadn't expected both Jiang Yin and Wang Xiaoming to refuse, and he was practically fuming. You'll pay for this. Just wait. Wang Peng pointed at Jiang Yin and Wang Xiaoming, then stormed out of Class 6 Senior 3. We'll see about that. Wang Xiaoming shrugged and turned to Jiang Yin. What should we do with the slots? Use them ourselves or sell them? Sell them at market price. There are 5 of us and 2 slots can't be split. But I only want spirit pearls for my share. Jiang Yin wasn't very interested in the secret realm. Of the 108 secret realms released by the myriad worlds, most were open to high school and college students. Why? Because the rewards only appealed to them. True high-level warriors or spiritual masters wouldn't bother. Since there was nothing of high quality, why waste time and energy? It was better to exchange them for spirit pearls or spirit stones, which would benefit him more. The real treasures were found in the wild. Things like secret treasures or the natural secret realms and ruins formed when the myriad worlds descended. Those were worth exploring and held real potential. Made once. He couldn't care less. Suddenly a cool female voice rang out, "I'll take both slots." Jiang Yin turned to see Su Mingran in her school uniform walking toward them from the classroom door. "Mingran, you want both slots?" Wang Xiaoming asked in surprise. "Yes. At the latest market price of 7 million each, that's 14 million total. It can be settled in spirit stones or cash." Su Mingran stated. "Wow, 7 million. And Wang Peng was trying to buy them for 5 million, acting like he was doing us a favor. Good thing we didn't sell to him." Wang Xiaoming said with relief. "I've already asked Su Li and Gao Yang. Now it's up to you two." Su Mingran finished glancing at Jiang Yin. "Fine by me. I just want spirit stones and spirit pearls." Jiang Yin agreed immediately. He'll take cash then. Spirit stones and pearls aren't easy to use, and I won't have a chance to. Wang Xiaoming thought it over. Cash and spirit stones belong to two different currency systems, one for Earth, one for the myriad worlds. For ordinary families, even if they got spirit stones, they'd mostly keep them as collectibles, exchanging them for cash only when necessary. Only Jiang Yin was crazy enough to want to use them all to replenish his spiritual energy. Su Mingran took a small wooden box out of her school bag and opened it, revealing it to be filled to the brim with milky white spirit stones. Witnessing this, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Good heavens, how many spirit stones was that? Could the school belle Su really be this wealthy? After deducting my share, each person gets 280,000, which in lower grade spirit stones is 28 pieces. Su Mingran grabbed a small handful of spirit stones from the wooden box and placed them before Jiang Yin. Count them. Thanks. Jiang Yin calmly pocketed the spirit stones. He had already witnessed Su Mingran's affluence yesterday, and with her buying a secret realm slot worth over 10 million at the drop of a hat, her ability to produce so many spirit stones was no surprise. The disparity between the rich and poor in this world was just that exaggerated. Subsequently, Su Mingran also transferred Wang Xiaoming's 280,000 to him. Seeing so much extra money in his account, Wang Xiaoming felt as if he were dreaming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 digits, haha, I'm rich. Wang Xiaoming counted his bank balance over and over, a beaming smile spreading across his chubby face. Oh right, I still owe you 50,000. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered and immediately transferred the money for the weapon to Jiang Yin. Thus, Jiang Yin's bank balance neared 80,000. Little fatty, you'll sell you some good stuff later. Interested? Jiang Yin, seeing that Wang Xiaoming now had money, began to scheme. He considered Wang Xiaoming a brother. Since his brother had money, he definitely had to help him share the burden. What good stuff? Wang Xiaoming asked curiously. I don't have it on me now. They'll bring it tomorrow for you to see. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jiang Yin decided to go on a shopping spree at the Spirit Martial Hall after school today. He now had spirit stones and cash. Tonight he could definitely work through the whole night. Alright, as long as it's good, he'll buy it. Wang Xiaoming agreed immediately. Many nearby students observed the transaction between Su Mingran, Jiang Yin, and the others. Who would have thought that a single field test would completely widen the gap between everyone? That was a prize worth millions. Even split per person, it amounted to several 100,000. If they had known the field test reward included entry to Secret Realm No. 37, they would have prepared thoroughly. But now regret was useless. Zhao Xiyu was especially frustrated. Her team should have taken first place. Who knew their luck would be so bad as to pick up a demon beast's corpse? Now the entire team blamed her, and Wang Peng wasn't very keen on talking to her either. After going home yesterday, he hadn't even called. Today when Wang Peng came to class 6, grade 12, he didn't say a single word to her. Had her hard-won wealthy boyfriend just slipped away. Zhao Xiyu was unwilling to give up. Her gaze fell on Jiang Yin. Now that Jiang Yin had come into money with assets worth millions even before graduating high school. With his field test results, getting into a good university should be certain. Maybe she should give Jiang Yin another chance. Compared to a rich young master like Wang Peng, being with someone from a poor background like Jiang Yin was easier. At least he was obedient and wouldn't give her attitude. Now that he had money, he wouldn't be as stingy as before. With this thought, Zhao Xiyu made up her mind. After the bell rang, the homeroom teacher of class 6, grade 12, walked in from outside on time. He carried a large bag of gift boxes clearly containing the spirit pearls and elixirs from the field test rewards. The homeroom teacher seemed to be in a good mood. He placed the gift boxes on the podium and looked at everyone. You all know the results of this field test. 2 teams from our class made it into the top 10, with 1 entering the top 3. This is an outstanding achievement for class 6. This proves that even if you're not in an elite class or exceptionally talented in cultivation, a comeback is possible, so never give up hope. After the homeroom teacher's speech, the class spirits were lifted. However, those with a bit more sense knew not to take this motivational cliche too seriously. You either had money or talent. Without either, what could you use to stage a comeback? The top 3 in this field test receive 100 spirit pearls, 5 bottles of azure jade elixir, and 2 slots for Secret Realm No. 37. The top 10 receive 50 spirit pearls and 5 azure jade elixirs. The teams that placed can now come up to collect their rewards. The homeroom teacher said with a smile. Jiang Yin went up and received his share, which came to 20 spirit pearls and 1 bottle of azure jade elixir. The 2 secret realm slots were all given to Su Mingran. After the rewards were distributed, the homeroom teacher continued. The field test is over for now, but the school has arranged a physical fitness test today. Everyone get ready and gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. At these words, the class immediately buzzed with excitement. Another physical fitness test. No way, won't we just get crushed by class 1? 3 months, and my single arm strength has only gone up by 10 kilograms at most. What difference does testing make? My improvement is pretty obvious. My family prepared a bottle of blood chi elixir for me to prepare for the college entrance exam. Blood chi elixir. That stuff is even more expensive than azure jade elixir. Your family sure is generous. Hearing this, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. A single arm strength of 5,000 kilograms was the standard for a first-rank martial artist. His current single arm strength was probably no less than 2,000 kilograms. Before the college entrance exam, he had a good chance of making a breakthrough to the martial artist realm. After today's test, he'd know roughly how many more elixirs he needed to prepare. 10 minutes later, over 1,000 students gathered at the school training ground. Each class had only 1 strength testing machine. It would take about 2 hours to test everyone's results. Before his turn, Jiang Yin found a spot to sit down. He was about to use the synthesis table to check the effects of the azure jade elixir when Zhao Siyu slowly walked up to him. Jiang Yin, I have something to tell you, Zhao Siyu said, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Oh, go ahead, Jiang Yin replied indifferently. I've thought it over and decided to give you another chance. Haven't you always wanted to be my boyfriend? After graduation, let's start dating. Zhao Siyu mustered the courage to speak her mind. As for why it had to be after graduation, she was of course waiting to see his college entrance exam results before deciding whether to actually be with him. If Jiang Yin didn't measure up, she'd have to reconsider. What did you say? Jiang Yin was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. I said I've decided to give you another chance, Zhao Siyu repeated, thinking Jiang Yin couldn't believe such good fortune had come his way. Are you still half asleep? Jiang Yin finally grasped Zhao Siyu's intention. She clearly hadn't gotten what she wanted from Wang Peng, so she came to him expecting him to take over her mess. Did he really look like such a pushover? Giving him another chance. Did Zhao Siyu have any idea what that phrase actually meant? I'm wide awake now. Zhao Siyu was desperate to convey her feelings, completely missing the sarcasm in Jiang Yan's tone. Wang Peng forced me to do all that before. I didn't mean to slander you. After I left you, I realized I've fallen for you. So I'm willing to give you another chance. As long as you're still good to me, I'll agree to date you. No. Jiang Yin quickly interjected. Please don't give me a chance. I'm grateful you let me go. A good girl like you deserves someone better. How could I ever be worthy of you? What do you mean? Zhao Siyu's face turned pale. Exactly what I said. If you don't get it, I suggest you go back and retake elementary Chinese. Jiang Yin had no concept of chivalry, nor did he enjoy dealing with hypocrites. Not telling this woman to get lost outright was already an exercise in restraint. Jiang Yin, how could you change so much? Zhao Siyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that when she turned back, Jiang Yin would reject her. He had once said he would wait for her forever. Even when she was with Wang Peng, Jiang Yin still brought her breakfast every day and constantly checked on her. How could everything change so drastically in just a few days? Was Jiang Yin really dating Su Mingran? You don't actually think you have a shot with Su Mingran, do you? Zhao Siyu bit her lower lip, refusing to give up. Wang Peng told me Su Mingran is the heiress of a prestigious family from the capital. With your background, you have no future with her. Jiang Yin pointed to his forehead. Is there something wrong with you? He was increasingly convinced that Zhao Siyu might be seriously unhinged. She rambled on and on, even dragging Su Mingran into it. When had he ever pursued Su Mingran? Even he himself wasn't aware of it. Don't doubt me. Wang Peng's family has some connections. Ordinary people don't know these things. I'm telling you this for your own good. Zhao Siyu spoke earnestly. She was willing to say all this because she believed Jiang Yin still had feelings for her. As for Su Mingran, Jiang Yin had only known her for a few days. It was probably just infatuation or novelty. How could it compare to the hundreds of days they had shared? Jiang Yin took a deep breath. Hadn't he made himself clear enough, or was Zhao Siyu incapable of understanding human speech? The original owner might have been blind, but he certainly wasn't. Who would be foolish enough to take on that kind of baggage? Only someone with their eyes completely clouded over. Jiang Yin. Just as he was about to let loose, the homeroom teacher suddenly called his name. Here. Jiang Yin felt as if he had been granted a pardon and sprinted over at lightning speed. Since everyone was still in line, he didn't waste any time. Standing before the strength tester, he channeled all his power into a single punch against the target. A thunderous boom echoed as the target swung violently back and forth, the numbers on the display shooting upward. When it passed 500, holy crap, Jiang Yin's gone beast mode. Did he take some kind of supplement? It's probably doubled from last time. I'm so jealous. When it passed 1,000. Wait, is the machine broken? When it passed 2,000. If Jiang Yan's one-handed strength hits 2,000 kilos, I'll do a handstand and crap myself. When it passed 3,000, no one said a word. Finally, the number on the display settled at 3,250. The homeroom teacher was also stunned. He tested it himself to make sure it was working, then waved Jiang Yin over. Come on, test it again. Jiang Yin was equally surprised. He had thought his one-handed strength would be at most 2,000 kilos, but it had broken through 3,000. The enhanced second-grade yellow jade pill was incredibly potent. Of course, it was also possible the machine was faulty. He might as well test it again. Jiang Yin stood before the strength tester, once more adjusted his breathing and clenched his right fist. He mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, focused his gaze, and then suddenly swung his fist at the target. Boom! A sound of air splitting rang out. Everyone saw something fly off as the strength tester shook violently, the numbers on the display leaping upward. 500, 1000, 2000, 3000. Finally, it stopped at 3,365. At that moment, the scene was dead silent. After a long pause, someone finally reacted. This time, the machine can't be broken again, can it? The target was blown off. How much strength does that take? Holy moly, over 3,000 kilos. Is Jiang Yin trying to fly? Did he eat a 9th-grade blood chi pill? In a few months, his one-handed strength shot up by 3,000 kilos. Do you think 9th-grade pills are as common as cabbages? A 5th-grade blood chi pill could achieve this effect. But even a 5th-grade pill isn't available anywhere in Spring City. I heard Jiang Yan's sister got into Demon Capital University. In a big city like that, she might have connections to get a 5th-grade blood chi pill. Hearing the chatter around him, Jiang Yin found it both amusing and exasperating. He had been struggling to come up with an excuse, but they had already made one up for him. Having a sister who got into Demon Capital University saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Yin, what's going on with your one-handed strength? The homeroom teacher stepped forward and asked. I'm not really sure either, Jiang Yin said, scratching his head. My sister sent some pills back a while ago. After taking them, I felt my strength grow quickly, but I never expected it to reach over 3,000 kilos. That part wasn't a lie. He had indeed taken the yellow jade pills that Jiang Yingxu had sent back, though they had been processed through the synthesis table. He truly hadn't expected his one-handed strength to reach over 3,000 kilos. He had thought 2,000 kilos was the limit. It seemed that becoming a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exam was well within reach. Your sister is Jiang Yingxu, right? I remember her. I heard she has a 5th-grade cultivation talent and got into the National Key Demon Capital University with top 3 scores in the outer city. The homeroom teacher patted Jiang Yin on the shoulder. You have a great sister. She must have put a lot of effort into helping you prepare for the exam. Don't let her down. I'll do my best, Jiang Yin nodded. Seeing this, some were amazed, some envious, and others jealous. Zhao Siyu in particular was filled with regret. If she had known Jiang Yan's sister was doing so well, she would never have gotten together with Wang Peng. Despite Wang Peng's wealth, he was actually quite stingy. During the time she was with him, all she got were envious glances and a few meals at upscale restaurants. Nothing of real value. Now that they had broken up, what other choice did she have but to come back to Jiang Yan? The homeroom teacher encouraged Jiang Yan for a few words before calling others over for the test. As Jiang Yan emerged from the crowd, Zhao Siren immediately wanted to approach him, but another figure cut in line. Jiang Yan, are you interested in the secret realm? Su Mingran came before Jiang Yan and asked. Huh? Jiang Yan looked at Su Mingran with confusion. Are you talking about secret realm no? 37. That's right, Su Mingran nodded. Secret realm no. 37 is abundant in various medicinal herbs. I heard that last month the Zhutian world side dropped a new batch of supplies. I currently need a reliable teammate. Are you sure you want to find me? Jiang Yan was taken aback. Su Mingran had just bought the secret realm slot from him, and now she wanted to invite him to the secret realm together. Wasn't this letting him freeload? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Seeming to see through Jiang Yan's thoughts, Su Mingran explained, of course there are conditions. The items at the end of the secret realm must belong to me, and we'll split the things along the way equally. Then forget it. I'm not very interested in this kind of secret realm. Just as Jiang Yan refused, he heard Su Mingran continue. After we succeed, he'll give you another martial skill. Deal. Jiang Yan changed his tune without a second thought. He was currently in need of a suitable martial skill. With one, his strength would at least double. The key point was that such things were hard to buy with money. Even after entering university, there was only one chance to select a martial skill. Therefore, those with ability all wanted to get into a key university as best they could. Because in good universities, the collection of martial skills and spiritual arts was far richer than in ordinary schools. Moreover, Jiang Yan had the universal synthesis table, so he would never have too many of these things. Even the most ordinary martial skill could become a high-grade item in his hands. But I have a prerequisite before the college entrance exam. You must become a martial artist. The reason Su Mingran sought out Jiang Yan was entirely because he knew some of her secrets. After entering the secret realm, if they encountered special situations, she wouldn't need to worry about hiding her strength. Additionally, since Jiang Yan had obtained 2 items from the black secret treasure chest, he certainly wouldn't lack trump cards. But good equipment also required matching strength. Now that Jiang Yan had spirit stones, spending money to push himself to the martial artist realm before the college entrance exam wasn't too difficult. She didn't want to bring a half-baked person in only to be held back. Agreed. Jiang Yan nodded. Even without Su Mingran's suggestion, he had already planned to do so. He still placed considerable importance on his college entrance exam results. Then it's settled. Su Mingran opened her phone and confirmed the information. The secret realm opens on August 20th in Modu. They'll contact you in advance then. All right. Jiang Yan nodded. Just then, several top students from class 1 suddenly walked over. Su Mingran, I heard you have 2 slots for secret realm no. 37. Want to join our team? We're exactly short of 2 people. The leading boy completely ignored Jiang Yan and looked at Su Mingran. Inside the secret realm, teams of up to 5 were allowed. In such an environment, going alone or with an incomplete team was quite disadvantageous. So the vast majority chose to join a team before entering the secret realm. I've already teamed up with Jiang Yan, Su Mingran said indifferently. Jiang Yan. Yang Hongshan frowned and asked sideways, who is Jiang Yan? Isn't he that handsome guy beside her? The girl beside Yang Hongshan said, he's the protagonist of that gossip that stirred up a fuss a while back. I heard a few months ago his single-hand strength was only a bit over 200 kilograms, but he surprisingly tested over 3,000 kilograms just now. Pretty impressive. Over 3,000 kilograms. Yang Hongshan sneered and looked back at Su Mingran. You chose someone who isn't even a martial artist as a teammate. You clearly underestimate the competition in the secret realm. For Class 6 of Senior 3, a student with a single-hand strength of over 3,000 kilograms was already a rarity. But in Class 1, over a third of the students could almost reach that level. He never paid any attention to such mediocre people. I don't need you to teach me. Su Mingran's tone turned cold. How about this? I'll let both of you join my team, but the things obtained in the secret realm will be distributed by me. Yang Hongshan valued Su Mingran's strength greatly. Although spirit masters developed slowly in the early stages, Su Mingran could break through to a first-rank spirit master at any time, becoming a major asset to the team. Without exaggeration, a powerful spirit master could even take on 10 enemies single-handedly. So when the secret realm slots were assigned, he had already reserved a spot for Su Mingran. To recruit a strong teammate, he could also take a step back. Did I say I wanted to team up with you? Su Mingran furrowed her brows slightly. This person had been rambling on by himself for so long, but she had never agreed to team up, had she? Yang Hongchen's face stiffened for a moment. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, "Are you sure you want to refuse me? I never had any intention of finding other teammates, so how can you call it a refusal?" Su Mingran said calmly. "Fine," Yang Hongchen chuckled coldly. "Then I'll see how far you can go in the secret realm with this useless person. You'll regret today's decision." After saying that, Yang Hongchen glared fiercely at Jiang Yan and then led his people away. Jiang Yan, who had been dragged into this for no reason, felt somewhat speechless. Did they think he had no temper? If they ran into each other in the secret realm, he would definitely teach that brat a lesson. He was fine in every way, but he had a long memory for grudges. After school, Su Li organized everyone to have a simple dinner at the school gate. By the time Jiang Yan arrived at the Lingwu Hall, it was almost 9 in the evening. He directly found a sales assistant and handed over a shopping list he had prepared in advance. About 10 minutes later, the sales assistant packed everything from the warehouse and brought it to Jiang Yan. "Sir, here are the 2 bottles of yellow jade pills, 1 bottle of blood chi pills, and 4 pairs of spirit wind boots you requested. The total is 110000. Yellow jade pills cost 100 each, so 2 bottles amounted to 2000. Blood chi pills were more expensive than yellow jade pills and green jade pills at 500 each, so 1 bottle was 5000. Spirit wind boots were made from the hide of a wind attribute demon beast and cost 1000. Wearing them gave the illusion of walking on the wind, making one's whole body feel slightly lighter. But only slightly. Those with low strength found them ineffective, while those with high strength looked down on such low-grade equipment. However, this kind of mediocre item suited Jiang Yan's taste perfectly. "Can I settle the payment with spirit stones or spirit pearls?" Jiang Yan asked the sales assistant. Of course, the assistant replied with a smile. The exchange rate for low-grade spirit stones to spirit pearls was 110, and for spirit pearls to dragon coins, it was 110000. However, few were willing to exchange spirit pearls or spirit stones for dragon coins. After all, the universal currency on Earth remained the cash of various nations. Spirit pearls and spirit stones were scarce resources. The Spirit Marshal Hall was naturally pleased to accept spirit pearls as payment. Then he'll pay with spirit pearls. Jiang Yan had originally planned to buy items within an 80,000 budget. However, after the field test rewards, he had an extra 20 spirit pearls, so there was no need to be frugal. He kept some cash on hand, intending to change his living quarters later. Although he likely wouldn't stay long in Spring City, there was no reason to endure the cramped rental room. Even a budget hotel would be more comfortable than that wooden shack. After spending 11 spirit pearls, Jiang Yan returned to his rental room with a pile of goods. He washed up briefly and took out the azure jade pill and the blood chi pill. Before synthesizing, he needed to see the pill's original effects. Both types were meant to enhance physique, but the blood chi pill had a much more potent effect. The exact difference remained unclear even from the seller. That's where the synthesis platform's appraisal function came in. Jiang Yan added the 2 pills into the synthesis platform and examined their attributes separately. First-grade azure jade pill strengthens the foundation and enhances physique, requires long-term consumption to show results. First-grade blood chi pill temporarily boosts physique with significant effects, but causes some damage to the body, cannot be taken consecutively. After reading the descriptions, Jiang Yan had a rough idea. The azure jade pill and the yellow jade pill were similar. Both were slow-acting and required prolonged use. One worked externally, the other internally. Their advantage lay in having no side effects and being affordable. The yellow jade pill cost 100 each, while the azure jade pill was 200 each. The blood chi pill, however, cost 500 each. Although it showed immediate results in the short term, it inflicted certain damage to the body. This type was likely used as a temporary boost for exams or job hunting. If not for the side effects, it would be a decent pill. After retrieving the pills, Jiang Yan used the synthesis platform to appraise the wind spirit boots. Wind spirit boots crafted from wind spirit snake hide, providing a lightness effect. More effective for wind-attuned spirit masters, ordinary martial artists require a longer adaptation period. Functional equipment like this had no grade, its quality was self-evident. Jiang Yan was not a wind-attuned spirit master, nor did he have the time to adapt. He bought the wind spirit boots solely to see if he could synthesize better attributes. Let's synthesize the wind spirit boots first. He added another pair of wind spirit boots, and the system prompted. Synthesize wind spirit boots. Synthesize. Wind spirit boots synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining swift wind boots. Swift wind boots made from unknown materials. Wearing them increases movement speed by 20. It actually works. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. He had suspected that the lightness function of the wind spirit boots shared something in common with the speed boots in games. He hadn't expected to succeed. People bought wind spirit boots to enhance agility, but no matter how agile one became, it wasn't as direct as increasing movement speed. Especially against a foe of equal strength, having superior movement speed could to some extent ensure invincibility. Even if one's weapons, armor, martial skills, or spiritual techniques were inferior, one could still retreat. As long as the green hills remained, there's no shortage of firewood. Lying low was also a tactic. Jiang Yan synthesized the remaining 2 pairs of wind spirit boots, then used 2 spirit pearls to restore his spiritual energy before adding the swift wind boots. Synthesize swift wind boots. Synthesize. Swift wind boots synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining wind riding boots. Wind riding boots made from unknown materials. Wearing them increases movement speed by 50. If external wind force exceeds level 3, the wind riding effect activates, allowing movement speed to stack with the wind. Is this even possible? After reading the wind riding boots attributes, Jiang Yin was stunned. It was equipment that could trigger special effects under specific conditions. If a wind-attuned spirit master were nearby, he could practically take flight. And even without the wind bonus, wearing them alone boosted movement speed by 50%, more than double the swift wind boots effect. The only downside was the design, which was far from everyday wear and would attract too much attention. If only the Synthesis platform could customize styles. Still, these were minor issues. Most equipment had its own distinct style. What mattered most were the attributes. Having synthesized a fine piece of gear, Jiang Yin was in excellent spirits. It's time to upgrade my weapon as well. Jiang Yin stored the wind-riding boots in his inventory, then retrieved 2 mystic iron fruit knives and the bloodthirsty fruit knife he had previously synthesized from bloodthirsty vines. They were all the same style. Without careful observation, one couldn't tell them apart. Jiang Yin had never intended to use these fruit knives as his primary weapon, but for sneak attacks and intimidation, they were the perfect choice. So he would definitely continue synthesizing. After all, the materials were cheap. He could buy a bunch from a $2 store. Now the question was whether the bleeding effect from the bloodthirsty vine would be preserved after synthesizing the various fruit knives together. Jiang Yin first synthesized 2 mystic iron fruit knives into a black iron fruit knife, then added the black iron fruit knife and the bloodthirsty fruit knife into the universal synthesis platform. Synthesize black iron fruit knife, bloodthirsty fruit knife. Synthesize black iron fruit knife, bloodthirsty fruit knife synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining an F-grade alloy fruit knife. F-grade alloy fruit knife. Though merely an ordinary fruit knife, it is forged from top-tier F-grade alloy, indestructible, and comes with a bleeding effect. F-grade alloy. Jiang Yin wasn't surprised by this result. Among mortal-grade refining materials, only alloy surpassed the black iron level, and the bleeding effect was preserved. The universal synthesis platform had never let him down. His current gear included a 3rd-tier bloodthirsty vine and 13 ordinary bloodthirsty vines, which could be used for future synthesis. The F-grade alloy fruit knife was also a material he could easily obtain. The materials for the wind-riding boots were a bit pricier, but that was trivial. He wasn't short on money now. He had a weapon-in-hand footwear on his feet and a tool for sneak attacks. The only thing missing was a good piece of armor. Jiang Yin hadn't yet decided on the material. If he were just selling for profit, he could synthesize anything he bought. But for personal use, he needed materials that were easy to acquire. Jiang Yin put away the F-grade alloy fruit knife. Next came the part he was most looking forward to: pill synthesis. For weapons and equipment, he could roughly guess the direction of synthesis. But with pills, he was truly uncertain. Jiang Yin laid 2 bottles of yellow jade pills, 1 bottle of green jade pills, and 1 bottle of blood chi pills all on the table. He had already synthesized the yellow jade pills before and harbored no great expectations for them. Thus, he decided to start with the green jade pills and the blood chi pills. "They'll go with you," he said, picking up the green jade pills, uncorking the bottle, and pouring out 2 pills. The scent of the green jade pill was more delicate than that of the yellow jade pill, with a texture akin to jade though lacking its translucency. Still, if one didn't mention it, one could string them as a necklace without any incongruity. He placed the green jade pill into the synthesis table. Synthesize 1 1st-grade green jade pill. Synthesize 1st-grade green jade pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the 2nd-grade green jade pill advanced version. Upon seeing the words advanced version, Jiang Yin had grown accustomed to it. He then examined its properties. 2nd-grade green jade pill advanced version consolidates the foundation and nourishes the origin, greatly enhancing physical constitution with no usage restrictions. My. Jiang Yin looked puzzled. Greatly enhances physical constitution with no usage restrictions. Shouldn't this be the enhanced version of the blood chi pill? If the blood chi pill turned out to have similar properties after synthesis, the effects of the 2 pills would overlap somewhat. When choosing pills later, he would inevitably have to make trade-offs. But to know for sure, he had to synthesize it first. Synthesize 1 1st-grade blood chi pill. Synthesize 1st-grade blood chi pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the 2nd-grade blood chi pill advanced version. 2nd-grade blood chi pill advanced version enhances strength 3-fold for 1 hour and increases endurance in certain aspects, helping you regain your former vigor. After reading the description of the 2nd-grade blood chi pill, Jiang Yin was utterly bewildered. Was this the same as the 1st-grade blood chi pill? And what did increases endurance in certain aspects and regain your former vigor even mean? No, this was not something he could casually consume. Though the 3-fold strength boost was tempting, he felt it would come with bizarre side effects. Now the choice was clear: the green jade pills were for his own use, while the blood chi pills were better sold for money. Perhaps someone with special needs would appreciate this mutated blood chi pill. He was already strong and energetic. He didn't need such aids to enhance himself. In the following time, Jiang Yin synthesized all the yellow jade pills, green jade pills, and blood chi pills into 2nd-grade versions. Then he synthesized 1 3rd-grade pill of each type, reaching the limit of his current spiritual power. However, the resulting 3rd-grade pills didn't exhibit any new effects. 3rd-grade yellow jade pill advanced version washes the marrow and refines the sinews, greatly enhancing physical constitution. 3rd-grade green jade pill advanced version consolidates the foundation and nourishes the origin, greatly enhancing physical constitution with no usage restrictions. 3rd-grade blood chi pill advanced version enhances strength 5-fold for 1 hour and increases endurance in certain aspects, helping you regain your former vigor. Though there were no surprises, it wasn't unexpected. For ordinary pills from 1st to 9th grade, the effects didn't vary significantly. But with each grade increase, the potency was vastly different. The synthesized advanced version naturally followed this rule. Jiang Yin set aside the 3rd grade yellow jade pill and 3rd grade green jade pill. Today he would try these two. The next day Jiang Yin arrived at school. Su Minggran immediately noticed the change in him from the day before. Are you already a martial artist? Su Minggran sat down across from Jiang Yin and asked in a lowered voice. As his chosen teammate, she was quite concerned about his strength. It was a foregone conclusion that Jiang Yin would break through to martial artist before the college entrance exams. She knew he had an older sister in the magic capital and now possessed spirit stones, so acquiring cultivation resources shouldn't be a problem. But she had only mentioned it yesterday, and today Jiang Yin had already achieved his goal. Wasn't that a bit too fast? After all, becoming a martial artist required not only meeting physical requirements, but also overcoming a difficult bottleneck. This demanded ample pills and time to break through. With sufficient resources, a month might barely suffice. But how long had it been for Jiang Yin? Yesterday, his single-hand strength was just over 3,000 kilograms. In just one night, he had reached the minimum requirement of 5,000 kilograms and successfully broken through the bottleneck. Even eating pills like candy couldn't achieve such speed. Moreover, fast-acting pills on the market couldn't be consumed in large quantities over a short period, not even the famed 5th-grade blood chi pill. I think I'm a martial artist now, Jiang Yin said uncertainly. Yesterday, after taking just one 3rd-grade yellow jade pill, he felt as if he had shot up like a rocket, directly breaking into the martial artist realm. Bottlenecks. They simply didn't exist. And that was only the beginning. Later, he took 4 more 3rd-grade yellow jade pills and 2 3rd-grade green jade pills. Now, even he didn't know exactly what level his cultivation had reached. But probably because he had consumed too many pills at once, the effects of the 3rd-grade yellow jade and green jade pills had diminished significantly. Taking them again might yield less than half the previous efficacy. Did you have no bottleneck when breaking through to martial artist? Su Minggran blinked, her face full of curiosity. Maybe I got lucky last night and had an epiphany in a dream, Jiang Yin said after a moment's thought. Su Minggran was speechless. Even a child wouldn't believe such nonsense. Just then Wang Xiaoming also came over. Jiang Yin, why do you look especially handsome today? Many girls in the class are staring at you, Wang Xiaoming said with a sour tone. Not everyone had Su Minggran's keen eye. Everyone noticed some subtle change in Jiang Yin, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. But that he looked more handsome was everyone's first impression. Wasn't I handsome before? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. You were handsome before too. Wang Xiaoming squeezed in beside him. So about that good stuff you mentioned yesterday, do you have any leftover 5th-grade blood chi pills from your sister? No, I don't. Jiang Yin paused, then continued. But I have something similar here. I don't know the name of the pill, but its effects are excellent. I tried it yesterday. Let me see. Wang Xiaoming said eagerly. Jiang Yin took a glass bottle from his backpack. Inside was a pill with a jade-like texture resembling a green jade pill in appearance, but far more translucent, adorned with green patterns. This was what remained from the 10 green jade pills he had synthesized yesterday, just enough to craft another 2nd-grade pill. Jiang Yin brought it for Wang Xiaoming. This pill looks a bit like a green jade pill, but it's much more attractive. And what are those patterns on it? Wang Xiaoming peered at the glass bottle in Jiang Yin's hand. These must be pill patterns which only appear on extremely rare pills. Su Minggran, being knowledgeable, explained to Jiang Yin. Pill patterns. Wang Xiaoming didn't understand, but since Su Minggran had spoken, it must be true. Jiang Yin, tell me, what exactly does this pill do and how much are you planning to sell it for? Wang Xiaoming asked impatiently. It enhances physical constitution with no side effects. As for the price, I'm not sure yet. Why don't you try it first, and then we can discuss the price later. Jiang Yin had never taken a 2nd-grade azure jade pill himself, so he wasn't entirely sure of its effects. However, based on the effects of the 3rd-grade azure jade pill, it was certainly far superior to the 3rd-grade yellow jade pill in enhancing physical constitution. The evolved yellow jade pill enhanced physical constitution only as a side effect of marrow cleansing and tendon purification. The azure jade pill, however, was specifically designed for physical constitution. Each has its own expertise, so the effects naturally differ from the yellow jade pill. Are you really willing to let me try it first? Wang Xiaoming was deeply moved by this. Jiang Yin wasn't afraid he would renege on the deal after taking the pill. This was a sign of complete trust. Of course, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Xiaoming took the pill, opened the bottle, and poured it directly into his mouth. Not bad. Wang Xiaoming smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the fleeting taste. The next moment his face flushed red, and even his plump frame couldn't hide the bulging veins on his body. Damn, this is intense. Sweat soon beaded on Wang Xiaoming's forehead, and the muscles on his arms trembled slightly, as if he were enduring great pain. Jiang Yin knew this was a sign of a rapid increase in strength. Judging by Wang Xiaoming's condition, his strength must have increased by at least 800 kilograms. After a long while, Wang Xiaoming finally let out a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his face. Man, that felt great, much better than taking a blood chi pill. How do you feel? Jiang Yin asked calmly. Wang Xiaoming clenched his fist, his eyes filled with excitement. Wow, I feel like my single-arm strength has at least doubled. I need to go to a training hall today to test it. 500,000. Send the money. Jiang Yin quoted a price directly. That expensive? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. He had just thought Jiang Yin was generous for letting him try it first, but now it seemed he might be trying to force a sale. The testing equipment from yesterday's school assessment is still there. Just tell the teacher and go test it. You'll see if the money was well spent. Jiang Yin was completely confident in his pill's effects. However, for a high school student, this price was indeed beyond imagination. That's why he had let Wang Xiaoming try it first, otherwise the pill would never sell. Final test it first, and then pay you. Wang Xiaoming dashed out of the classroom in a flash. Jiang Yin turned around and found Su Mingran staring at him. What do you think I look handsome today? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow and said half-jokingly. Shameless. Su Mingran couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She felt that Jiang Yin was more mysterious than she had imagined. The pill he had given Wang Xiaoming was definitely not available on the market. One could only hope to find it at an auction. But Jiang Yin himself was a martial artist. Why would he sell good pills when he could use them himself? Unless he had extras. Wang Xiaoming had really stumbled upon a bargain. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaoming burst into the classroom in a flurry. Bro, from now on you're my bro. I just went and tested it. My single arm strength increased by nearly 1,000 kilograms. I never dreamed a single pill could have such an amazing effect. Wang Xiaoming's face was twisted with excitement. He couldn't find words to describe his feelings. Worth 500,000, right? Jiang Yin said with a smile. Worth it, worth it. He'll transfer the money right now. Wang Xiaoming quickly took out his phone and transferred 500,000 to Jiang Yin, then asked, do you have any more of that pill? I want to buy a few more. With the college entrance exam approaching, where else could he find such effective pills? A few more could boost his single arm strength to 3,000 kilograms. Getting into a top university with that strength was worth more than keeping a few million in hand. In this day and age, as long as you had strength, earning money wasn't a problem. I do have more, but I have to warn you. The first pill has the best effect and subsequent ones will have diminishing returns. You can't just eat a bunch and expect to hit 5,000 kilograms. Jiang Yin explained the drawback to Wang Xiaoming in advance to avoid any accusations of selling fake pills. I know that's how all pills work. Wang Xiaoming said immediately. All right, I'll bring them for you tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Yin added, you can also recommend it to Gao Yang and Su Li. They're pretty well off right now. No problem, leave it to me. Wang Xiaoming patted his chest. Jiang Yin planned to only do business with acquaintances for now. If he took the pills to the Spirit Marshal Hall to sell, the appraisers wouldn't recognize them, and it would be hard to explain. After all, the pills processed by the synthesis table, though still bearing the same name, had the words advanced version and effects that were worlds apart from the originals. For example, the advanced yellow jade pill didn't look as different from the ordinary one as the azure jade pill did. If he told people that the yellow jade pill had the function of a marrow cleansing pill, they'd probably think he was crazy. But he had no intention of selling the yellow jade pill anyway. Pills that could directly alter one's cultivation physique were better kept for himself. He could still make money by selling other things. In the afternoon, Su Li and Gao Yang both came to order a few second-grade azure jade pills from him. Wang Xiaoming also ordered 3. That evening, he would have to visit the Spirit Marshal Hall again. After school, Jiang Yin first went to a hotel near the school to check in, deciding to stay there until the college entrance exam. There was nothing of value in his rented room anyway, except for a few changes of clothes which he had already stored in his inventory. The other daily necessities were dispensable. Replacing everything with new ones wouldn't cost much. Then Jiang Yin took a taxi to the Spirit Marshal Hall. He directly bought 10 bottles of yellow jade pills and 10 bottles of azure jade pills. These would be enough for his synthesis needs for the next while. Sir, your total spending at our Spirit Marshal Hall this month has exceeded 300,000, meeting the minimum requirement to attend the auction. There is an auction on the top floor tonight at 7. If you're interested, you can go directly. The sales assistant reminded him after packing up the pills. An auction? Hearing this, Jiang Yan's mind stirred. Although the Lingwu Hall offered a wide variety of goods, the truly valuable items could only be found at the auction. This was common knowledge. However, he had always heard that entry to the Lingwu Hall's auction came with conditions. He hadn't expected it to be triggered automatically by spending enough money. He had thought the Lingwu Hall would send out invitations exclusively to the wealthy. A minimum spending of 300,000. The requirement wasn't too high. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go take a look. With that thought, Jiang Yin packed up his belongings and took the elevator to the top floor. On the top floor of the Lingwu Hall, aside from the auction venue tucked away at the far end, there was a vast open-air terrace. A lounge area was set up here. Before the auction began, guests could dine, sip tea, enjoy pastries, or even have barbecue if they wished. Of course, the prices were steep. Jiang Yin hadn't had dinner yet. He found a seat, ordered 2 bottles of beer and 20 skewers of grilled meat. Just this small order cost him 2,000 yuan. Though the meat was fine spirit lamb, in terms of value for money, it was hardly a bargain. For 2,000 yuan, he could buy the ingredients and grill a mountain of meat himself. But Jiang Yin wasn't short on cash now. Enjoying the life of the wealthy wasn't so bad. Just then a fragrant breeze drifted by and a girl in a tight leather skirt suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Handsome, all the other seats are taken. Mind if I sit across from you? A pale arm rested on Jiang Yan's table, and a lazy, slightly seductive voice rang out. Jiang Yin looked up to see a scantily clad girl standing opposite him, holding a phone tripod. She looked to be in her early 20s with delicate makeup. Though not as beautiful as Su Mingran, she was definitely a 9 out of 10. Make yourself at home. Jiang Yin glanced at her, and then focused back on his skewers. Thanks, handsome. Su Qing sat down across from Jiang Yin and waved at her phone screen. Hey everyone, I've arrived. As you can see, this is the top floor of the Lingwu Hall in Spring City. I heard today's auction has a special item. To bring you all along, I really splurged. I just spent 300,000 downstairs. Hearing this, Jiang Yin roughly guessed her profession. She was likely a streamer. The live streaming industry was thriving in this world too. but the requirements were high. Simply singing and dancing wouldn't cut it here. To gain popularity, one needed corresponding skills. Jiang Yin could sense that the girl across from him was also a martial artist. In a small place like Spring City, martial artists were rare, especially someone so young. Handsome, are you here for the auction too? Su Qing exchanged a few words with her viewers, but her gaze kept drifting back to Jiang Yin. She couldn't help it. This young man was just too good looking. She couldn't resist stealing another glance. If I'm not here for the auction, did I come just for dinner? Jiang Yin said while munching on his skewer. True, the food in the Lingwu Hall lounge is notoriously pricey. Su Qing rested her chin on her hand and continued, Little handsome, are you still in high school? Jiang Yin nodded. You're amazing, daring to come to a place like this at such a young age. I hear there are all sorts of strange things at auctions. Without a good eye, it's easy to get cheated. Su Qing kept the conversation going. I'm just browsing you, I might not buy anything, Jiang Yin replied. Seeing Su Qing chatting away with Jiang Yin, the viewers in the live stream grew restless. Little Rainbow, that's not fair. You brought us to see the auction, but you're busy flirting with a cutie. Is he really that handsome? Let us see. The streamer's too busy eyeing the hottie to remember us. He's still in high school, Little Rainbow. You're such a beast. Su Qing glanced at her phone and saw viewers flooding the screen calling her a beast. Her face flushed. What are you all babbling about? I'm just making small talk. Calling him handsome is just politeness. Yeah, right, you're blushing. Guilty as charged. So the streamer likes younger guys after all. No wonder you never responded to all those suitors. Beast. Seeing the comments getting more ridiculous, Su Qing quickly changed the subject. Oh, enough about that. The auction's about to start. I need to prepare. They'll go live again at 7. With that, Su Qing ended the stream. She found her heart racing. Honestly, those viewers love to stir up trouble. How could she possibly like younger guys? She glanced at Jiang Yin and saw he was still focused on his skewers, unaware of her fluster, which relieved her. Little handsome, do you know there's a special item at today's auction? I heard it's from the Myriad Realms. Su Qing leaned forward slightly, her voice full of mystery. Jiang Yin looked up and caught a glimpse of a snowy landscape. Cough. He nearly choked. Good thing he hadn't recklessly taken the advanced version of the blood chi pill. Otherwise this scene would be unbearable. Su Qing noticed his gaze and quickly covered her chest. She had forgotten she was wearing a neck today. Careless. So young yet so mischievous. Su Qing snorted lightly. After all this talking, you still don't recognize me. Don't you watch streams? No. Jiang Yin shook his head. He didn't even have a smartphone. How could he watch streams? The poor don't deserve entertainment. Though he wasn't short on cash now, he had been too busy lately to think about getting a new phone. He'd deal with it over the weekend. Then you should follow me later. I'm Rainbow Bunny. I usually do item reviews. A lot of students enjoy my streams. You can learn a lot. Su Qing said playfully. Rainbow Bunny. Jiang Yin looked at her again. That name might not suit you. Then what name do you think suits me? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Well, Jiang Yin smiled at her. I'm not telling. Fine, keep it to yourself. Su Qing checked the time. The auction's about to start. They'll leave you now. With that, she picked up her streaming gear and hurried off. Jiang Yin looked toward the auction hall. People were already being let in, so he stood up and walked over. Among the crowd of wealthy individuals, Jiang Yin was dressed rather plainly. The t-shirt he wore, clearly of cheap quality, seemed to have been bought for 20 yuan last year. However, the staff of Lingwu Hall were of exceptional quality, treating every guest with utmost courtesy. After verifying Jiang Yin's identity, they handed him a number plate. With this number plate, each person could secure a private room. Jiang Yin had already spotted many wealthy men entering with their female companions. These people were surely up to no good beyond just showing off. But to be honest, Jiang Yin felt not a hint of envy. Though he had no lady by his side, he was handsome and not bald. With that alone, he had bested 90% of those present. Jiang Yin, with one hand in his pocket, strolled around the auction hall until he finally located his private room by the number plate. The room was not spacious, furnished only with a sofa, a small square table, and a wine cabinet. On the small table were complimentary fruits and snacks, while the wine cabinet was stocked with beverages of various prices purchasable by card or QR code, catering to all tastes. Opposite the sofa was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window fitted with one-way glass. It offered guests the best view while ensuring their privacy. Jiang Yin settled onto the sofa, casually picked a banana, and began eating while waiting for the auction to commence. As the clock struck 7, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped onto the stage. Adjusting his bow tie, he beamed and announced, "Welcome everyone to Lingwu Hall's auction. Today, as per tradition, we have 10 items forbidding 3 types of pills, 2 weapons, 1 set of armor, 2 cultivation techniques, and 2 special items. They will surely not disappoint." As the host's words faded, 10 women in elegant kipayos bearing today's auction items ascended the stage. The trays in their hands were covered with red cloth, revealing only the vague shapes of the items, concealing their true nature. Yet before every auction, Lingwu Hall would release some speculative rumors to attract attendees. For instance, it was said that today an item from the Myriad Realms would be available. Many prominent figures from the inner city and even from other cities had come to join the excitement. But everyone understood the merchant's tricks. An item from the Myriad Realms likely existed, as Lingwu Hall dared not make false claims. Yet it probably wouldn't be anything remarkable, or otherwise it would have been auctioned in a larger city first. Still, many came hoping for a stroke of luck. Streamers like Su Qing were not uncommon. With the opening remarks concluded, the auction officially began. The host approached the first tray, lifted the red cloth to reveal a carved wooden box containing a blood red pill. Our first item today is a third-grade blood-dissolving pill specifically for internal injuries. As long as the heart meridian is intact, all other internal wounds can be instantly healed. This pill was crafted by Master Qin Ji, ensuring its efficacy and quality. Those in need must not miss this opportunity. After a few seconds for deliberation, the host continued. The starting bid for this third-grade blood-dissolving pill is 800,000 yuan, with each increment no less than 1%. You may now place your bids. As the host's words fell, lights in several private rooms flickered on. 900,000, 1 million, 1,200,000, 1,500,000, 1,000,008. The pill was finally sold for 2,300,000 yuan. Jiang Yin couldn't help but marvel at the wealth in this world. If a mere third-grade blood-dissolving pill could fetch over 2 million, then his upgraded third-grade yellow jade pill might reach 5 million. The next two pills sold for 1,600,000 and 1,900,000 respectively. As for the weapons and armor that followed, Jiang Yin had little interest. Undoubtedly, purchased items were never as good as those he could synthesize. Auction prices were steep. However, he was keen on the two cultivation techniques and the two special items, hoping to find something useful. If martial skills and spiritual arts were means to unleash spiritual power, then cultivation techniques were the methods to enhance it. Schools typically taught only the most basic breathing methods. But mastering a technique would drastically accelerate the pace of cultivation. Our next item is a technique suitable for female practitioners named Green Lotus Art. Cultivating it not only boosts spiritual energy absorption, but also causes a lotus fragrance to emanate during energy circulation. This rare treasure starts at 8 million yuan with increments no less than 1%. Bidding is now open. Hearing the starting price, Jiang Yan's eye twitched. Despite his expectations, he hadn't imagined techniques could be so exorbitant. With a starting bid of 8 million, the final price would likely exceed 10 million. Thankfully, it was a technique for women, so he had no use for it. He hoped the next technique would be cheaper. Quality didn't matter as long as he could afford it. Perhaps due to the high cost, fewer people were bidding this time. Most bidders were women. Jiang Yan even recognized a familiar voice. 18 million. Su Qing, seated on a sofa, stubbornly called out another price before glancing at her phone screen. I must secure this Green Lotus Art today. I encountered it at an auction in the capital before, and as you all know, I gave up at 30 million. I was so furious I couldn't eat for 2 days. I will not miss it again. Viewers in the live stream urged caution. Little Rainbow, stay calm. You bought a 50 million weapon last month. If you win this technique, you'll go broke. Exactly. The Green Lotus Art suits women well, but it's far too expensive. It's not easy to earn money. Remember the days you lived on instant noodles last month? Little Rainbow, let's check out the other items. There might be something better later. Su Qing glanced at the comments and declared firmly, no one can dissuade me today. Even if I have to eat dirt for the next 6 months, I will win the Green Lotus Art. By then, the bid for the technique had reached 20 million. Su Qing gritted her teeth and called out 25 million. The entire auction hall fell silent. In a city like Spring City, few could afford to spend over 20 million on a technique. After waiting 10 seconds with no further bids, the host began the countdown and struck the gavel. Congratulations to the lady in room 72 for winning the Green Lotus Art at 25 million. The host announced loudly. Staff carried the tray to Su Qing while the host proceeded to the next item. The next item is somewhat special. The host pulled back the red cloth to reveal several worn animal hide papers. This is a fragmentary cultivation technique. Our appraisers have determined it may be of the 6th grade. Upon hearing the term 6th level, the atmosphere on site became charged with excitement. 6th level techniques were already incredibly rare in the market, let alone being available for auction. Even if the techniques were incomplete, having a few usable fragments would still be worthwhile. However, when the camera focused on the items, the atmosphere suddenly cooled. What appeared were 2 tattered pieces of beast hide paper. The writing was not only smudged, but also contained many incoherent parts. This technique, if taken home, could at best only serve as a collectible. Anyone who dared to practice according to these would risk falling into madness. Yet Jiang Yan became excited. This was a treasure. He loved such scraps, because the starting bid would surely be low. Even if he couldn't piece together a complete technique in the end, he could still use other lower-level techniques to continue synthesizing. There would always be some useful aspects preserved. Seeing the atmosphere was gloomy, the host felt somewhat helpless, knowing these 2 pages of techniques were likely going to go unsold. Due to the incompleteness of the techniques, we have set the starting bid at 2 million. If anyone is interested, it's a decent collectible. You may now place your bids. Upon hearing the starting price, Jiang Yan quickly checked his bank balance. He had sold a 2nd-grade Qingyu pill today, bringing in 500,000. Additionally, Su Li and Gao Yang had each reserved 2 Qingyu pills from him, and Wang Xiaoming had reserved 3. The money had already been transferred to his account. After deducting the 300,000 spent on pills, he still had over 370,000 in hand. This was doable. 2 million. Jiang Yan bid directly. Mr. From room 117 has bid 2 million. Is there a higher bid? The host's tone instantly rose. He was finally relieved that it wouldn't go unsold, as he could still gain a lot from 2 million. Seemingly afraid Jiang Yan would change his mind, the host paused only for 5 seconds. If no one else is bidding, I will now start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let us congratulate Mr. From room 117 for successfully bidding on the pages of the 6th level technique for 2 million. Jiang Yan hadn't expected to buy it at the base price, but upon reflection it made sense. For him, it was a steal, but for other buyers, spending millions on two tattered pieces of paper that were useless was utterly pointless. Even those not short on cash would still choose items of value. With so many good things available, why buy two pieces of scrap paper? In room 72, Su Qing also recognized Jiang Yan's voice. This kid can't really believe that 2 million can buy a 6th level technique, right? Su Qing sighed, wishing she had brought Jiang Yan along. At least she could have given him a reminder. She had a good impression of this younger brother. The staff delivered the technique pages to Jiang Yan's room. After paying the full price on the spot, he finally obtained his items. At this point, the host was continuing the auction for the next item. It was a formation disc with a starting bid of 800,000. Jiang Yan wasn't interested and began to examine the two pieces of beast hide paper in his hand. He needed to determine if these two pages of technique truly reached the 6th level standard. After all, the appraiser wouldn't know what the complete technique looked like. If the appraisal was wrong, he would suffer a huge loss. However, the likelihood of such an error occurring at Lingwu Hall was still low. Jiang Yan opened the Synthesis platform and placed one of the pages of beast hide paper inside. The details became immediately clear. Incomplete 6th level technique, specific content unknown, effects unknown. As long as it's 6th level, that's enough. Without further ado, Jiang Yan directly added the other piece of beast hide paper into the Synthesis platform. The system immediately prompted him. Do you wish to synthesize the incomplete 6th level technique? Synthesize. The incomplete 6th level technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the Wuxiangju. Wuxiangju, a 3rd level technique that increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 3 times after cultivation. Why did it downgrade? Jiang Yan felt a bit disappointed. It downgraded all the way to 3rd level. Clearly, the incompleteness of the technique had a significant impact on the final synthesized product. Jiang Yan held the brand new Wuxiangju in his hands. The material of this technique was no longer beast hide paper, but rather like cheap products mass-produced in the market, possibly of lower quality than the textbooks issued by schools. Wait a minute. Mass-produced? Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With the complete content of the technique, he could easily print it in bulk and continue synthesizing. If this works, what's a 6th level technique? He could eventually synthesize a 9th level one. With this thought, the gloom in Jiang Yan's heart was instantly swept away. He put away the technique and looked up at the auction stage. The formation disc from earlier had already been sold for 3 million. Next up was the highlight item of today's auction. As you all know, our Lingwu Hall recently received a special item. After analysis by over 10 seasoned appraisers, it has been confirmed to be from the worlds beyond. The host approached the last auction item and lifted the red cloth with a flourish. Upon seeing what was inside, the audience gasped in awe. Heavens, what is this? It's so beautiful. It looks like a fish, but it's truly stunning. I wonder if it can be domesticated. Creatures from the worlds beyond are rare treasures. If there's a market, bidding on this could potentially yield several times the profit. The host was very pleased with the audience's reaction and said with a smile, as you can see, this should be a water-type spirit beast, gentle in nature, and domesticating it should be fine. If a contract can be successfully established, it can even assist in combat. In this day and age, many beasts can be contracted, but species from the worlds beyond are not something one can see everywhere. Following the host's introduction, the atmosphere became even more heated. Everyone could imagine the effect of possessing a spirit beast from the worlds beyond when taken out. The longing for the worlds beyond had seeped into every aspect of life. Anything associated with the worlds beyond could be priced significantly higher, even if it were just a cabbage. Not to mention a spirit beast with domestication potential. While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Was this not a figment of his imagination? If it truly was that thing, wouldn't it cause a huge stir? On the display stand sat a small water tank, barely half a meter tall. Inside, a palm-sized blue fish hovered silently in the center of the water. Its dorsal fin and tail were exceptionally long, drifting like soft ribbons with the ripples of the water, emitting a faint blue glow that bathed the entire stand in a cold hue. From its appearance, it was an extraordinarily beautiful little fish, with its high aesthetic appeal, origin from the myriad realms, gentle temperament, and potential for taming. All these factors combined destined it to be far from cheap. Yet after careful examination, Jiang Yan's heart turned cold as ice. He recalled the information about this creature in his mind. The sea demon, also known as Misfortune, was one of the major overlords of the forbidden seas in the myriad realms. It had no special traits except that wherever it appeared, disaster followed. And despite its small size, this was merely its mimicry form. It was just putting on a cute act here, and someone actually believed it could be tamed. He wondered who was so wicked as to put this thing up for auction. Either they were truly ignorant or they harbored malicious intent. Forget it. Had better retreat early. He felt that the Spirit Marshal Hall building might collapse at any moment. Jiang Yan silently wished the others good luck and slipped out of the auction hall unnoticed. It wasn't that he didn't want to warn them, but no one would believe him anyway. Everyone would have to fend for themselves. As Jiang Yan took the elevator to the first floor and stepped out, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Dust showered from the ceiling and fine cracks appeared on the floor. No way. So soon. Jiang Yan didn't dare hesitate and dashed out of the Spirit Marshal Hall at full speed. Just as he ran a dozen meters away, a thunderous roar erupted behind him as a black serpent thicker than a bucket burst out from underground. Then a second, third, fourth. Within mere seconds, 7 black serpents emerged from the ground. Their target seemed to be the upper floors of the Spirit Marshal Hall building. After surfacing, they slithered up the building, leaving chaos in their wake. But it didn't end there. Simultaneously, a massive shadow gathered above the spirit martial hall. Upon closer inspection, it was a countless swarm of mutant flying ants. Common in the soul-breaking forest, these ants were each the size of a bull, appearing in swarms with devastating destructive power. The spirit martial hall was located in the busiest area of the outer city. This scene terrified many passers-by. Those farther away began pulling out their phones to take pictures. But Jiang Yin didn't look back, sprinting toward the inner city. At that moment, no one had fully reacted yet, and the inner city hadn't restricted entry. If the outer city fell into chaos, the inner city would undoubtedly be the safest. After running some distance, he hailed a taxi and gave an address in the inner city. What's happening at the spirit martial hall in the outer city? Such a commotion, the taxi driver remarked, glancing curiously in the rearview mirror while driving. All he saw were several massive black serpents twisting the spirit martial hall like a twisted rope, while a vast dark cloud hovered above the building. Brother, don't stare, just head to the inner city while we can still get in, Jiang Yin advised kindly. The driver gasped, sharply, snapping to realization. So many beasts horde into the outer city. This could be a disaster. With that thought, he floored the accelerator. The inner and outer cities were both circular with entrances at 8 directions. If they went straight, it wouldn't take long. As they neared the inner city, the driver turned back and said, "My wife and kids live just ahead. Can they ride with us into the inner city? No big deal, right?" The driver was merely being courteous by asking. In such a critical moment, he could have simply abandoned Jiang Yin and taken his family into the inner city alone. While business ethics demanded integrity that only applied when self-interest was secure, compared to a stranger, passenger family was far more important. "Of course, no problem," Jiang Yin replied, then pulled out his phone to text Wang Xiaoming and the others. He hadn't forgotten, they had pre-ordered the Qingyu pills from him. Since the money was already spent and non-refundable, warning them was a good deed, and it proved he hadn't run off. They would have to meet by fate in the inner city. The driver had notified his wife and kids in advance. When they arrived at the apartment building, they picked them up without delay. But when they reached the inner city entrance, a long queue had already formed. Whenever chaos struck the outer city, similar scenes always unfolded. The inner city allowed outsiders to take refuge, but it cost a 5-figure tax per day. Only a handful could afford such an expense. And it wasn't just during emergencies. Even normally, outer city residents couldn't stay overnight in the inner city without a residence permit. Every breath of air in the inner city came at a price. Such was reality. But Jiang Yin knew this time was different. The title of the Misfortune Sea Demon wasn't just for show. As long as it remained in Spring City, disasters would keep coming. Now it was beast attacks on the city, a later who knew what would follow. Once inside, they might not emerge for 10 days or half a month. By then, many would likely be bankrupt. Meanwhile, the auction hall on the top floor of the Spirit Martial Hall was in complete chaos. The little fish in the tank on the display stand had vanished without a trace. Staff members were contacting rescue services while trying to calm the guests. "Everyone, please remain calm. 7 earth dragons have appeared outside the Spirit Martial Hall along with a swarm of mutant flying ants spanning over 2 kilometers. But rest assured, we have an inner city-level defensive array set up in the auction hall. As long as you stay here, we guarantee your safety." Despite the staff's assurances, many still clamored to leave. Among those present were several influential figures from other regions. With their connections, they could summon help at any time. But being trapped here meant surrendering control to the Spirit Martial Hall. Relying solely on a defensive array was far from reassuring. Amid the chaos, Su Qing held her phone tripod huddled alone in a corner, her face filled with despair. This was the price of her love for excitement. After too many spectacles, accidents were bound to happen. Yet ironically, only such moments made for great live streams. Now her live stream donations were going wild, but she was trapped in this small hall with no idea when she'd be rescued. She had been curious when Jiang Yin left before the final auction item was even fully presented. Reflecting on it, his expression had seemed off. Maybe he had known something in advance. The strangest part was that during the chaos, the little blue fish with a starting bid of 50 million had simply vanished into thin air. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. It was utterly eerie. Su Qing took a deep breath to steady herself. My goodness, too many things had happened today, as she needed time to process. But before she could even exhale, the live stream comments began flooding in like a frenzy. Little Rainbow, we're doomed. I just saw the news. A beast tide has appeared outside Spring City, and ITLL reached the city walls in 5 minutes at most. What's going on with Spring City today? First, a few earth dragons burst out of the outer city, and before that, even settled, a beast tide hits. What kind of bad luck is this? According to expert analysis, this beast tide is a onsen several decades event. Neighboring cities have already started mobilizing reinforcements, otherwise Spring City won't hold. Looks like the streamer will be trapped for a while. After reading the comments, Su Qing felt terrible. A beast tide. She had only come to attend an auction, and now she was caught in a beast tide that only happened once every few decades. And it didn't end there. The live chat discovered something new. Just now, geological experts used instruments to detect massive cavities beneath Spring City. If it's not a coincidence, it might be an earth dragon nest. A large-scale emergence of earth dragons could trigger at least a magnitude 9 earthquake. Damn, earth dragons are 7th-ranked demon beasts. If there's an earth dragon nest under Spring City, why wasn't it discovered before? What have these experts been doing? Before anything happened, they kept their mouths shut. Now that there's an earth dragon disaster, suddenly they've got all these new discoveries. Brilliant. Latest update, I heard there are quite a few flying demon beasts in this beast tide. The city walls alone might not be enough to stop them. After reading the comments, Su Qing nearly fainted from shock. Were all these bad news piling up? Let her go. She would never dare to blindly join the excitement again. Jiang Yin was among the last group to finally enter the inner city. The situation in the outer city must have been dire. This time the inner city only opened its gates for a little over half an hour before closing all entry passages. At the same time he received replies from Wang Xiaoming and the others. Su Li lived close to the inner city and had successfully entered for shelter. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang didn't make it in time, but with tight defenses around the inner city, they were barely within the safe zone. As for Su Mingran, she lived in the inner city, so there was no need to worry. After getting off the vehicle, Jiang Yin first went to a nearby tech mall and bought a new smartphone. With such a major incident happening in the outer city, he still needed to keep an eye on the news. After inserting the SIM card and turning on the phone, he immediately received several news app notifications. Aeons in several decades, Beast Tide has appeared in Spring City. Reinforcements from all sides will arrive within 2 hours. Experts have discovered a massive earth dragon swarm beneath Spring City. It is speculated that they may originate from deep underground or have wandered from elsewhere. Frequent earthquakes are expected. Please take protective measures. Dr. Shun, an expert in formation, stated that the inner city's defensive formation can withstand all natural disasters, and the earthquakes will not affect the inner city. Jiang Yin hadn't expected so many changes in the outer city in just over half an hour. Others might think it was just a coincidence, but he knew it had to be related to the Doom Siren. That creature should have stayed in the Forbidden Sea, not wandered around everywhere. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Forget it. The inner city should be safe for now. I'd better find a place to stay first. Jiang Yin searched several hotels nearby, but they were all fully booked. During the time he was buying his phone, people with experience in seeking shelter had already found accommodations. Outer city residents entering the inner city were not allowed to stay out past midnight. Otherwise, if caught, they would not only be fined, but also expelled from the city. Normally that would be fine, but being expelled at a time like this was no different from seeking death. Left with no choice, Jiang Yin finally entered a love hotel. Are you alone? The receptionist asked, looking at him. Yes, just me. Jiang Yin rubbed his nose. There was no rule saying single people couldn't stay in a love hotel, was there? Please show me your ID. The receptionist didn't ask any further questions and continued. Jiang Yin handed over his ID. The receptionist immediately recognized it as an outer city ID number and said, Sir, since you are from the outer city, you need to pay a 100 room fee, plus 100 in taxes. We'll handle the tax payment for you. If that's acceptable, please pay first. We accept cards or cash. They'll pay by card. Jiang Yin handed over his bank card. Just then a couple nearby was also checking in. They glanced at Jiang Yin and started whispering to each other. This guy's from the outer city, right? Definitely. Dressed like a beggar. These outer city hicks are so annoying. You can smell their poverty from a mile away, and they've driven up hotel prices here. Exactly. When we came yesterday, it was only 500. Since becoming a martial artist, Jiang Yan's eyesight and hearing had greatly improved. He naturally overheard the couple's conversation. They complained about a $1,000 hotel fee, yet had the nerve to call others poor. Anyone who could afford to take shelter in the inner city during such times had some financial means. As for the inner city, not everyone was wealthy. Many people had ancestors with money and connections giving them inner city household registration, but no ability to earn a living. Yet they were used to looking down on others, used to the idea that inner city registration was a cut above the outer city. So they could say such things without any psychological burden. They even thought it was perfectly normal. But it was often these mediocre people who used their inner city registration as a badge of honor. Truly capable people wouldn't care about a mere piece of paper. Wherever they went, they could live a brilliant life. As for the couple's remarks about him, Jiang Yin just smiled and let it go. After completing the check-in, he took the elevator to the 8th floor. Finding his room, Jiang Yin walked in. He had to admit it was indeed a love hotel. The small room was filled with an intimate ambience in every detail. The bed was heart-shaped, covered with rose petals. On the bedside table, there was even a pink fish tank with colorful ornamental fish. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's expression froze. He almost felt like cursing. How did this thing end up here? He had fled from the outer city to the inner city. He had thought it was just bad luck to encounter it at the auction. But now it seemed more like it was coming after him. Jiang Yin stood still for a few seconds, observing that the sea demon in the pink fish tank had no intention of attacking. Instead, it swam back and forth with a school of small fish, seemingly trying to blend in. It was putting on quite an act. But what could he do now? Running was certainly useless. He had taken a car into the inner city, yet this creature had arrived even faster than him. It even knew in advance which room he would be staying in. But if he stayed, he felt he would drop dead at any moment. Was there any way to resolve this trouble? A direct confrontation was out of the question. Although he had obtained quite a few good items these past few days, compared to the boss of the Forbidden Sea in the myriad worlds, they were utterly insignificant. Was he going to meet his end here today? And the worst part was he didn't even know why he was doomed. He had only transmigrated here for less than a week. There was no reason for him to have made enemies from the myriad worlds. After all, what he used to play was just a game, but this was a real world. Jiang Yan's mind raced, and suddenly a possibility occurred to him. The universal synthesis table could even synthesize living beings. Could he seize the moment when the sea demon wasn't paying attention and directly absorb it into the table? This creature seemed to be thoroughly enjoying its act as an ornamental fish. It probably wouldn't expect him to make a sudden move. It might actually work. Jiang Yin opened the synthesis table, and seeing that the sea demon still didn't react, he swaggered over. Pretending to examine the room's decor, he walked to the bedside. This $1,000 was well spent. Jiang Yin sat down on the bed with a relaxed posture, casually placing his arm on the nightstand, naturally touching the fish tank. At that instant, the sea demon in the tank paused its movements. Jiang Yin wouldn't miss this chance and immediately used the universal synthesis table, intending to absorb the sea demon directly. However, things took a slight turn from what he had imagined. In the universal synthesis table was a complete fish tank. Damn, how did the whole tank get absorbed? Jiang Yan's heart nearly leaped into his throat. After a closer look, he saw the sea demon was still safe inside the tank, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The fish tank inside the synthesis table seemed frozen in time, with even the swaying of the aquatic plants still holding their previous motion. Although the sea demon looked like just a fish on the outside, Jiang Yin could still detect a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. This creature probably never expected he had such a trump card. Jiang Yin was in high spirits. After synthesis, he had gradually discovered the appraisal function of the synthesis table, and now he found it could also be used to trap powerful enemies. It was incredibly powerful, but soon his mood soured. The fish tank was now stuck in the synthesis table, so what was he going to do when he needed to synthesize things? A miscalculation. His rapid progress in strength was entirely due to the elixirs synthesized by the table. He had promised to give Su Li and the others the Azure Jade pills tomorrow. Now he couldn't produce the pills, nor could he get the money. He would be taken for a fraud. Let me first check the properties of the fish tank. What if this thing just looks like a sea demon? Jiang Yin still clung to a sliver of hope. He opened the item's attributes. Eerie ornamental fish tank. Though just an ordinary ornamental fish tank, it contains a trace of ominous aura. Indeed, with that ominous aura, it was definitely the doomed sea demon, no mistaking it. What if I just synthesized the whole tank along with it? Jiang Yin was completely uncertain. A beast of the doomed sea demon's level was definitely beyond his current spiritual energy limit to synthesize. But the synthesis table didn't say it was a sea demon. He was just synthesizing a fish tank. Surely there wouldn't be a limit on spiritual energy. He would test it with something and find out. Jiang Yin turned the hotel room upside down. He found a desk lamp, a box of tissues, a box of condoms, a crystal ball ornament, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 pairs of disposable slippers, and 2 sets of toiletries. He set aside the odd items, finally keeping the crystal ball ornament and the mineral water. He had tried synthesizing different items before. Although the characteristics of both would be retained, one item would inevitably dominate. For example, when the black iron fruit knife was synthesized with the blood-sucking vine, the knife retained its original form but gained some of the vine's properties. So he had to ensure that the fish tank was the one being synthesized away. Only then would he be safe. After much thought, Jiang Yin chose the crystal ball. Mineral water had a single attribute and was less prone to errors, but it was also hard to preserve. An ornamental fish tank and an ornamental crystal ball both were decorative objects. Which one would survive in the end was a matter of luck. With that thought, Jiang Yin added the crystal ball to the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize the eerie ornamental fish tank with the ordinary ornamental crystal ball? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yin knew he had guessed right. The synthesis table judged the fish tank as just an ordinary item. Synthesize. Jiang Yin made a decisive choice. Eerie ornamental fish tank, ordinary ornamental crystal ball, synthesized. Congratulations, you have obtained the eerie divination crystal ball. It worked. Jiang Yin clenched his fist and couldn't help but jump up. He quickly checked the attributes. Eerie divination crystal ball can perform a divination for someone once per day with a cooldown of exactly 24 hours. The target of the divination is fated to encounter great misfortune. After reading the description, Jiang Yin almost burst out laughing. He never expected that a series of random moves would actually synthesize a usable special item. It had 0 attack power, yet its lethality was immense. This was an item synthesized from the Doom Sea Demon, so one could only imagine how terrifying its power was. From now on, if anyone dared to provoke him, he would just perform a divination. Any problem could be solved. Jiang Yin took out the divination crystal ball. Originally, it showed a snowy landscape with pines, a cottage, and a deer-drawn sleigh, but now it was shrouded in a black mist with occasional flashes of lightning visible within the fog. This was quite reminiscent of the scenery of the Forbidden Sea. The sky over the Forbidden Sea was perpetually covered in dark clouds with thunder and lightning. That place was practically a concentration camp for monsters with thousands of bosses alone, and the Sea Demon was just one of the more famous great bosses. But no matter what was inside the crystal ball, it was now Jiang Yan's possession. He couldn't wait to find someone to test the effects of the divination crystal ball. He wondered if the object of divination was limited to humans. In the myriad worlds, beneath a multicolored crystal suspended in midair, many bizarre creatures had gathered. Among them, a serpent-bodied creature with a human head slithered forward. "My lord, the Sea Demon's aura has vanished," it said respectfully. "The prophecy stone is never wrong. It seems the Sea Demon has found the location of the divine-grade treasure," said a woman in a purple dress facing the direction of the multicolored crystal. Her figure was ethereal and elusive, seemingly right before their eyes, yet just a phantom impossible to grasp. The prophecy stone had informed her that a divine-grade treasure was emerging, and it pointed to a small planet outside the myriad worlds. She hadn't held much hope initially, but now that the Sea Demon's aura had vanished, it made things interesting. Send someone to investigate the last location where the Sea Demon disappeared. The divine-grade treasure must not fall into human hands, the woman in purple commanded. "Yes, my lord," the serpent-bodied creature responded promptly. When it looked up again, the woman in purple had already vanished from the spot. Gazing at the divination crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Yin felt nothing but satisfaction. No wonder it came from a divine-grade treasure chest. The universal synthesis table is ridiculously overpowered. This was not the first time he marveled at the might of the universal synthesis table. Crucially, this time it had helped him eliminate a major threat. He had been at his wits' end prepared to face death. Unexpectedly, fortune had turned, and not only was the trouble resolved, but he had also synthesized a new piece of equipment. However, luck was on his side today, as the sea demon had not revealed its true form. Had the sea demon shown the slightest vigilance, it would not have allowed him to succeed so easily. Fearing further mishaps, Jiang Yin quickly recovered his internal spiritual energy and prepared to synthesize the 20 bottles of pills in his possession. This way he would not lack pills for a long time to come. He could even sell the surplus for money. He also planned to find time to deal with those few advanced-grade, second-grade blood chi pills. With many wealthy individuals in the inner city, such special function pills would surely find buyers. Just then a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Jiang Yin had no choice but to put his things away and walk over to open the door. Outside stood the front desk attendant and a flamboyantly dressed man who had his arms around two young women. He shot Jiang Yin a provocative glance. "Hurry up and explain it to him," the man said, kicking the attendant's heel with impatience evident in his tone. "Sir, it's like this. Due to my oversight, I forgot that this room was already reserved. Now I must ask you to vacate it. We will refund the full tax and room charge," the attendant said with an apologetic expression. "Can't you give me another room?" Jiang Yin did not want to waste time on such trivial matters. He was busy. Besides, it was almost midnight. Finding another hotel now would be impossible. "I'm truly sorry, but this is the last room," the attendant said, his tone dry and devoid of sincerity. "Why bother talking to him? Just find someone to kick him out. He's just a country bumpkin from the outer city. What are you afraid of?" Lu Junhai was eager to get on with his business. If Jiang Yin weren't blocking the door, he would have already been with the women. The attendant was about to speak when he saw Jiang Yin pull out a black crystal ball from somewhere and stare at Lu Junhai with a strange expression. "Handsome, I see a dark aura between your brows. You're about to have some serious bad luck." Lu Junhai was baffled. "What the hell?" "To be honest, my family has practiced divination for generations. I rarely do readings for others, but your fortune today is so ominous that I can't in good conscience remain silent." Jiang Yin rambled, knowing that fortune-telling was all about making things up. "Damn it, are you cursing me?" Lu Junhai glared. If fighting weren't forbidden in the city, he would have beaten the brat to a pulp. The attendant was also taken aback. How did divination come into this? And isn't divination different from fortune-telling? None of this made sense. "Handsome, I have no reason to lie to you. I just wanted to give you a kind warning before I leave," Jiang Yin said earnestly. "Rest assured, I don't charge for my readings. Our profession values virtue and good deeds. Money is but a worldly thing to us." "You're getting carried away, aren't you? Just wait, I'll deal with you today." Lu Junhai rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to throw a punch. Seeing this, the two women beside him and the attendant quickly grabbed hold of him. "Young Master Lu, calm down. They'll call security to throw him out. The city has been strict lately. If you start a fight, you'll definitely be held accountable," the attendant said with a bitter expression. If Lu Junhai started a fight here and got arrested, his job would certainly be lost. Just then a phone rang. "Let go, I need to take this call." Lu Junhai broke free, shot Jiang Yin a warning glare, and pulled out his phone. "Mom, what is it?" "I'm busy." "Busy with what? Get home now. Your father was in a car accident. I heard he broke 3 ribs and has been taken to the hospital." A woman's voice came through the phone. "What?" Lu Junhai wondered if he had misheard. His father was a martial artist. How could a car accident break 3 ribs? "Oh my God." Before Lu Junhai could react, a startled cry came from the phone. "Mom, what's wrong?" he asked urgently. "I was on my way to the garage when a beam suddenly fell from the ceiling. Luckily, the bodyguard pulled me away in time, or it would have been a disaster." "Thank goodness you're safe," Lu Junhai sighed in relief. "Wait, the hospital is calling. Let me take this." While Lu Junhai was on the phone, Jiang Yin kept an eye on the time. The effect was fast, 3 minutes to take effect. But wasn't the crystal ball's divination supposed to target the person directly? That was disappointing. Just as Jiang Yin thought this, Lu Junhai's face suddenly turned pale. "Young Master Lu, what's wrong?" one of his companions asked with concern. Lu Junhai started to speak, but felt his stomach churn violently, and he let out an uncontrollable loud fart. The stench instantly filled the air. The 3 people around him immediately stepped back. "Where's the bathroom? Where is it?" Lu Junhai gritted his teeth and demanded of the attendant. "Go straight ahead, then turn left. It's right there," the attendant said, struggling to resist, covering his nose as he pointed. Lu Junhai, forgetting everything else, dashed toward the restroom. Finding a stall, he dropped his pants and let loose. Lu Junhai let out a long breath, finally feeling relieved. "What the hell? I booked a high-end restaurant. How could the food upset my stomach?" Remembering the humiliating moment, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. If those guys dared to spread this story, they would face his wrath. But soon he discovered something even more terrifying. There was no toilet paper in the stall. Lu Junhai's vision went black. How could he possibly encounter something like this? This was just too unlucky. Wait. Lu Junhai suddenly recalled what Jiang Yin had said earlier, and then thought about everything that had happened in just a few short minutes. Could that kid actually not be talking nonsense? First, his father was in a car accident, breaking 3 ribs. Then his mother was nearly crushed by a falling beam. Shortly after, he inexplicably started suffering from an upset stomach, and to make matters worse, when he was halfway through, he discovered there was no toilet paper. No one could be this unlucky, could they? Just then, Lu Junhai received another phone call from home. "Son, your father's in trouble again. The ambulance carrying him crashed into a guardrail halfway there." Thankfully, everyone inside is fine, but your father's ribs, another one broke. Since Lu Junhai hadn't returned and hadn't mentioned whether he still wanted the room, the few people present could only stand there staring blankly at each other. After waiting about 10 minutes, Lu Junhai rushed out of the restroom, still carrying a lingering odor. The two young women subtly shifted back a step. But Lu Junhai's attention wasn't on them. He quickly walked up to Jiang Yin, his face full of remorse, and said, "Master, I spoke arrogantly just now. I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive my impertinence. You must help me." Lu Junhai was on the verge of tears. When he came out of the restroom, he had checked every stall. Not a single one had any paper. The events of these mere 10-odd minutes had shattered his psychological defenses. If he didn't seek Jiang Yan's help now, he felt that the moment he stepped out of the hotel, his life would be in danger. Jiang Yan hadn't expected Lu Junhai's attitude to change so drastically. It seemed he must have encountered something else in the restroom. The items synthesized from the misfortune siren were truly terrifying. Alas, Jiang Yan let out a long, slow sigh. "I cannot help you with what's happening to you. After all, I'm just an ordinary fortune teller. But if you wish to get through this ordeal, it's best to go home and stay indoors. Just endure these few days, and you'll be fine." "It'll be fine if I endure a few days." Hope flickered back into Lu Junhai's eyes. "Yes, for these few days, don't run around. It's best not to keep anything in your room, and don't have any contact with anyone. Ideally, don't even eat, you just drink some water. After 3 days, you should be free from this state of bad luck." Jiang Yin maintained a serious expression, but it was taking all his effort not to laugh. He had been wondering where he could test the effects of the divination crystal ball, and now a test subject had come to him. And he was so arrogant. How could he let this opportunity to teach him a lesson slip by? "Thank you for your guidance, Master. He'll go home and stay put right away." Lu Junhai was almost ready to kowtow in gratitude. As he was about to leave, the two young women hurriedly tried to follow. But Lu Junhai recoiled from them as if they were venomous snakes. "Stay away from me." He hadn't forgotten what Jiang Yin said. It was best not to have any contact with anyone. The two women were utterly speechless, as if they wanted to follow him. Lu Junhai smelled as if he had just rolled in a cesspool. Besides, he hadn't paid them yet. Even though the job wasn't done, they couldn't be shortchanged. "Young Master Lu, you haven't settled the bill yet," one of the women reminded him. "Do you think I'd shortchange you? He'll transfer the money to you later." Lu Junhai said irritably. "Handsome, it's best not to linger outside too long. Every extra minute you spend out there is another minute of danger," Jiang Yin said in a low, eerie tone. Right. Lu Junhai snapped back to reality and promptly made his escape. "So we don't need to check out of the room, now do we?" Jiang Yin asked the stunned waiter beside him. No need," the waiter quickly waved his hand. Even Lu Junhai was chasing after someone calling him master. How could he dare to offend him? Just as Jiang Yin was about to close the door, the two women Lu Junhai had brought suddenly gathered around. "Master, would you like to place an order? Tonight my sister and I can give you a 50% discount." The older of the two women winked at Jiang Yin. Compared to an oily man like Lu Junhai, Jiang Yin was truly handsome. They'd be willing to serve him for free, let alone at half price. "No thanks." Jiang Yin closed the door expressionlessly. Even if it was a bit pathetic for a single guy to stay in a couple's hotel, not just any woman could catch his eye. From their conversation with Lu Junhai, he knew exactly what kind of women they were. A 50% discount. He wouldn't take them even if they paid him. Back in his room, Jiang Yin finally felt the peace and quiet return. He carefully stowed the divination crystal ball into his inventory. This thing was too dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't even feel safe holding it. But it was undeniably useful. The best part was that others would be grateful to you even after they'd been struck by misfortune. That was truly interesting. From now on, he would avoid using force whenever possible. Solving problems through civilized means was the highest form of the gentleman's principle of using words, not fists. Better get to work first. Jiang Yin took out 4 low-grade spirit stones along with 10 bottles of yellow jade pills and 10 bottles of green jade pills he had bought earlier. If he synthesized all of them, he would obtain 25 third-grade yellow jade pills and 25 third-grade green jade pills. But after some thought, Jiang Yin only synthesized 20 of each, leaving the rest to create 10 second-grade yellow jade pills and 10 second-grade green jade pills. He would keep the third-grade ones for himself and sell the second-grade ones for money. That was the plan. The next day, the first thing Jiang Yin did upon waking was to check on the situation in the outer city. Late last night, reinforcements from various regions had arrived in Spring City and successfully repelled the beast tide before dawn. Because everyone was experienced in taking shelter and aside from the earth dragon flying ants, not many beasts had breached the outer city. Casualties remained within a manageable range. Additionally, the earth dragon's rampage had caused a magnitude 9 earthquake in Spring City, destroying most of the buildings. Post-disaster recovery wouldn't be completed anytime soon. Many former civilians of the outer city had become refugees, and naturally, they couldn't attend school. But the college entrance exam was a major life event that couldn't be delayed. So the school gave everyone a month-long break. When it was time for the exam, they could directly take it at schools in the inner city. This was also a mandatory requirement set by the state. Even if the inner city students were unhappy, they could only grumble about it. Jiang Yin did a quick calculation of his expenses before the exam. With just over 3 weeks until the college entrance exam, rounding up, it was about a month. Besides the daily 4-figure room fee, he also had to pay $10,000 in taxes. That came to $300,000. Of course, there were no longer any movement restrictions. He could also choose to leave the inner city and sleep in a shack in the outer city. But he could only imagine how awful the conditions there would be. No. He still needed to make money. During the day, Jiang Yin wandered around the inner city and found a proper hotel. He then asked Wang Xiaoming and the others for the address, requesting the delivery company to send the pills to them. He was too lazy to make the trip himself. After all, as long as he bought insurance, if anything was lost, the insurance company would compensate tenfold. For the next period, Jiang Yin led a laid-back life. Every day, he took 1 3rd-grade Huangyu pill and 1 3rd-grade Qingyu pill. When he had nothing to do, he roamed around the inner city. Eventually, the effects of these 2 types of pills had become negligible for him. Therefore, after consuming the ones in hand, he stopped synthesizing more. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. Fearing it would affect the exam, many students had moved into the inner city early. Due to special circumstances, the inner city waived taxes for a few days before and after the examination, easing the financial pressure on students from the outer city who moved into the inner city. That day, as soon as Jiang Yin got out of bed, he received a phone call from Wang Xiaoming. He said their school teacher asked them to gather at Inner City No. 1 middle school to familiarize themselves with the examination venue in advance. Jiang Yin had only bought his smartphone after entering the inner city. Therefore, he had not joined the class group and had naturally not received any notifications. After receiving the call, he took a taxi to the north gate of Inner City No. 1 middle school, following the address given by Wang Xiaoming. When Jiang Yin arrived, many students from No. 9 middle school had already gathered at the north gate. He immediately spotted the strikingly radiant Su Mingran among the crowd. Her slightly curled long hair was much lighter than the last time he saw her, indicating that her ice-type spiritual energy had improved significantly. Her perfect figure, even clad in a school uniform, could not hide her exquisite curves. Moreover, her stunning features made it hard not to steal a glance or two. Yet curiously, she was standing only with 1 or 2 others. This woman seemed to have an aura that naturally shielded her from all surrounding noise. Only a select few could approach her within 2 meters. Just as Jiang Yin was about to walk over, he suddenly overheard 2 students from No. 1 middle school whispering nearby. So many people, all of them are students from the outer city. They look like they're from a completely different world. My mom told me to take the day off today and not go to school. I've heard the outer city is dirty and chaotic. They probably carry some kind of virus, right? Very likely. We should suggest to the school that they should be disinfected before entering. If they actually bring something dirty in, it will be us who suffers. That's reasonable. But that girl with blue hair is truly beautiful. This must be a manifestation of ice-type spiritual veins, right? Such a great talent. It's a pity she was born in the outer city. If she had an inner city household registration, she would surely receive a better education. My dad said that no matter how beautiful a girl from the outer city is, she is not worth pursuing. These people are inherently lowly and unworthy of us. That's true, but she is really stunning, even more so than our school flower. Just as these 2 students were chatting animatedly, they suddenly noticed a man approaching them with a black crystal ball. Hey, would you two like a free divination? Jiang Yin said with an air of mystery. Free divination. One of the bespectacled boys adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with skepticism as he stared at Jiang Yin. You look like a student too. Can you really perform divination? Don't believe him, or just take a good look at the school uniform underneath his coat. It's clearly from No. 9 middle school, exuding a vibe of poverty. He must be trying to scam us for money. Another boy in a checkered shirt quickly added. I already said it's a free divination. If you don't pay him, I'm going to rob you. People in my profession do this simply to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, never for worldly fame or profit. I always offer free divination. Jiang Yin declared earnestly. Then he added in his heart, however, those he divined for never had a good outcome. Well then, what can you tell me in the divination? The bespectacled boy seemed quite interested in the divination and thought Jiang Yin made a good point. It was free, so listening wouldn't cost him anything. First, I must declare that I am only here to kindly remind you that it seems your fortunes today are not looking good. You appear to be in for some serious misfortune. Jiang Yin said in an exaggerated tone. Misfortune? The bespectacled boy was immediately startled. The boy in the checkered shirt, however, was not easily fooled. I told you not to listen to him. Now he says we're going to be unlucky. The next moment he'll definitely start digging a pit for us to jump into. I've seen this kind of trickery online many times. The checkered boy snorted lightly, looking at Jiang Yin with disdain. Poverty-stricken people should just stay in the outer city. Coming to the inner city to scam money, be careful or I'll report you to the authorities. After saying that, the boy in the checkered shirt turned to leave, but stumbled over his untied shoelaces and fell flat on his face. Crack. Oh. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, followed by a shrill scream. The boy in the checkered shirt ended up with a fracture. Are you all right? Seeing this, the bespectacled boy rushed over to help the checkered shirt boy. However, the checkered shirt boy was overweight, and just as he helped him halfway up, the bespectacled boy suddenly felt something was off, hastily let go, and the checkered shirt boy fell back down heavily. Ouch! This fall only added to his injuries. The boy in the checkered shirt complained, What's wrong with you? I might break my other leg too. The bespectacled boy held his lower back, not daring to move. I think I hurt my back. The boy in the checkered shirt was left utterly speechless. The bespectacled boy was also growing increasingly uneasy, and a look of panic gradually appeared on his face. They simultaneously looked toward Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was holding the crystal ball with a helpless expression, looking at them. I told you your fortunes today are not good, and you are definitely going to face serious misfortune. I've said all I can, you'd better take care of yourselves. Just as Jiang Yin was about to leave, the bespectacled boy became anxious. Master, please don't go, you must help us. The boy in the checkered shirt, however, gritted his teeth and refused to soften his stance. He would rather let his leg stay broken than plead for help from a bumpkin from the outer city. Jiang Yin shrugged. I'm powerless. Perhaps calling an ambulance would be more suitable for you. The bespectacled boy, filled with despair, had no choice but to take out his phone to call for emergency services, but found that his phone was out of battery. You should call him. My phone is dead. The bespectacled boy said dejectedly. When one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. He had never known what this feeling was before. Today he finally experienced it. The boy in the checkered shirt pulled out his phone and fell silent as well. Why aren't you calling? The bespectacled boy asked in confusion. The screen is broken. In the end, the bespectacled man still sought help from a passerby to call an ambulance. Jiang Yin arrived alone at the north gate of No. 1 high school. Seeing Jiang Yin, Wang Xiaoming immediately waved at him and shouted, We're over here. Apart from Su Mengran, Gao Yang and Su Li were also there. As Jiang Yin walked over, Wang Xiaoming's mouth started chattering away again. Jiang Yin, you have no idea. We came early today and ran into some students from No. 1 high school. They were utterly disgusting, talking with their noses in the air and calling us plebeians left and right. If Gao Yang hadn't held me back, I'd have gone straight at them. Wang Xiaoming said with great agitation. The people from the inner city are quite annoying. Although I've been staying at Mengran's place recently, I've encountered many unfriendly folks from there. Su Li also sighed. Gao Yang shrugged, his face full of helplessness. There's no helping it. That's just how things are. The people in the inner city have lived in comfort all their lives, never knowing hardship. Many have never even left the city in their entire lives. To them, the outer city is just based on photos and videos online. In their minds, it's dirty, chaotic, and the people living there are no different from beggars. In big cities, this phenomenon is a bit better. Strength is what everyone values. Su Mengran suddenly spoke up. See, school beauty Su's words make a lot of sense. We're not in the old world of 300 years ago. We should let strength speak. Wang Xiaoming, relying on the pills he bought from Jiang Yin, now had a single-hand strength exceeding 2,000 kilograms, making him incredibly confident. In the past, faced with such a situation, he wouldn't have even thought about fighting. Now he was always eager to show off his power. By the way, Jiang Yin, what did you say to those 2 No. 1 high school students just now? Why do they look half dead now? You didn't beat them up, did you? Wang Xiaoming suddenly lowered his voice and asked. He had only just noticed the scene. He was about to go over and check out the commotion when Jiang Yin had already come over. Nonsense. I just had a friendly exchange with them, Jiang Yin said seriously. We're all civilized people here. Why talk about fighting? It's not appropriate at the school gate. He had only wanted to teach those 2 insolent students a small lesson. Besides, he had already figured out the rules of the divination crystal ball. If his divination result was just bad luck, then it wouldn't lead to loss of life. But some broken bones and injuries were certainly unavoidable. These brainless youths who had never been tempered by reality needed some physical torment to experience the hardships of life. Friendly exchange. Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. Those 2 guys were already lying on the ground. Could that still be called a friendly exchange? If just talking had such power, he wanted to have more exchanges with these No. 1 high school students too. Before long, an ambulance stopped by the roadside at the north gate. Several medical staff got out and moved the bespectacled man and the plaid-shirted boy onto stretchers. But as they were loading them into the ambulance, one of the stretchers broke right in the middle. The plaid-shirted boy unfortunately fell to the ground again. A sharp scream rang out. My leg, my leg. The plaid-shirted boy wailed in despair. Why did he have to get hurt again and again? Why did it have to be him? As the plaid-shirted boy's accident happened, the medical staff attending to the bespectacled man hurried over to help, but unfortunately tripped over a stone. The stretcher tilted, and the bespectacled man crashed directly onto the plaid-shirted boy. This time the plaid-shirted boy's other leg was truly broken. Alas, those 2 fellows are really unlucky. Jiang Yin shook his head. Whoa, is that even possible? Wang Xiaoming watched with amusement. Haha, that's hilarious. Su Li laughed heartily, slapping her thigh, completely forgetting her Leda-like image. A barely perceptible smile also tugged at the corner of Su Mengran's mouth. Just then, the head teacher of class 6, grade 12, walked over. We've finished negotiating with the No. 1 high school teachers. You can all go in now to familiarize yourselves with the exam venues, but remember not to wander off. We have to be out in half an hour, the head teacher said, his expression far from pleasant, clearly indicating the negotiation hadn't gone smoothly. No one dared to disobey orders from above. But the inner city's tradition of looking down on others had been crooked from the top down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised such ill-mannered students. Even the students from class 1, grade 12 of No. 9 high school didn't dare to hold their heads high and speak boldly on someone else's turf. It showed how much this place could crush one's confidence. The students followed the teacher into No. 1 high school through the north gate. To be honest, the scale of inner city No. 1 high school wasn't as large as outer city No. 9 high school. But after all, their land was valuable. In a city protected by a defensive barrier, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. They first went to see the written exam venues, then turned toward the No. 1 high school gymnasium. However, at the gymnasium gate, they were stopped by a security guard. There are students in class inside. No entry for outsiders, the guard said lazily. Brother security, we've discussed this with Director Lee. We're just taking the students in to see the exam venue. We'll leave as soon as we're done and won't disturb the other students, a teacher from No. 9 high school stepped forward to negotiate. No means no. Today our school's grade 12 class A has a pre-exam test. Come back when they're done, the guard said impatiently. Hearing this many No. 9 high school students grew angry. Just a mere security guard, and he dares to give us attitude. Ridiculous. Is Director Lee higher up, or is this security guard? Doesn't know? 1 high school, no hierarchy. Does the security guard get the same salary as the director? I've realized most people in the inner city have a screw loose. They just can't feel comfortable without picking a fight with us outer city folks. This guard clearly doesn't understand human speech. We've told him director Lee sent us, and we promised to leave in half an hour. But the guard won't let us into the gym. So who are we supposed to listen to? Oh, of course we listen to brother security. No. One high school is so unique. A prestigious school run entirely by a security guard's word. Haha, then let's wait. Who's afraid of who? I've already recorded a video. They'll upload it online later and let everyone judge. It had to be said many students had sharp tongues. Hearing these remarks, the security guard felt terrible. He had only wanted to make things difficult for these outer city plebeians. He never expected them to invoke director Lee's name. And someone had even recorded a video. If that really got posted, wouldn't he lose his job? Forget it. The security guard didn't dare to go too far. He waved his hand and said, if you want to go in, go ahead. But if anything happens, don't come crying to me. The elites of Class A in the senior year of No. 1 high school were not as easy to deal with as he was. Although fighting was prohibited within the city limits, those little brats had no shortage of ways to torment people. Even the teachers couldn't control them, let alone these lowlifes from the outer city. Once they went in, they'd definitely be in for a rough time. The students from No. 9 high school, however, remained unconcerned. What kind of trouble could happen in the inner city? Could the students in the gymnasium beat them up? They'd just call the police immediately. Whoever dared to lay a hand on them would end up in jail. Surely no one would be foolish enough to jump into a fire pit willingly. As they stepped through the gymnasium doors before the No. 9 students could even take in the full view of the examination hall, they found countless pairs of eyes staring straight at them. An eerie silence fell over the scene. At that moment, a female teacher with an excellent figure smiled and walked toward them. You must be friends from No. 9 high school. The female teacher tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smile, I heard you were coming today to familiarize yourselves with the exam venue. But my students happen to have a small test today, so we've taken over the gymnasium ahead of time. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. This is your school's venue. We're already embarrassed to have intruded suddenly. We certainly can't interfere with your student's test. The lead teacher from No. 9 high school replied politely. Then feel free to look around. After saying that, the female teacher suddenly added a few more words. By the way, the testing equipment used by our school might be a bit different from what you have in the outer city. It would be best for your students to get familiar with it, so they don't have trouble using it during the exam and affect their performance. That would be too much trouble. The lead teacher from No. 9 high school quickly said, and we've already arranged with Director Lee to leave your school in half an hour to avoid disturbing your students' classes. What trouble? He'll just call Director Lee and let him know. The female teacher immediately took out her phone and dialed Director Lee. 2 minutes later, she hung up. It's all settled. The female teacher pointed to the several machines outside. You can use these strength testers. We just need the 2 inside. Then thank you very much. The lead teacher from No. 9 high school could only express his gratitude helplessly. Was this a display of friendliness from No. 1 high school? Not necessarily. Testing alongside the Class A students of No. 1 high school would only lead to their students being ruthlessly humiliated. Having their confidence shattered just before the college entrance exam was hardly a good thing. But what she said wasn't wrong either. If they weren't familiar with the new equipment, it could easily affect their performance. And to make matters worse, they were right next to the Class A students. Whether this was a coincidence or just bad luck was anyone's guess. However, most of the No. 9 students didn't think that far ahead. Some were even praising the female teacher for her beauty and kindness. Some students had already started queuing up to try the new equipment on their own. Everyone was excited at first, but soon their smiles faded. Tian Tao 1 arm strength, 5342 kilograms. Not bad for a newly advanced martial artist. Chao Huedong 1 arm strength, 11659 kilograms. Excellent. As expected of someone who ranked in the top 5 of the last monthly exam. You're sure to achieve even better results in this college entrance exam. Lu Wen 1 arm strength, 8720 kilograms. Another improvement from your last test. It seems you've been working hard in private, Lu. Ren Hongkai 1 arm strength, 9540 kilograms. 10 students from Class A had been tested consecutively, and 8 of them possessed the strength of a first-rank martial artist, with 3 even exceeding 0 kilograms in 1 arm strength. What did that mean? In the entire top class of No. 9 high school, there were only a few first-rank martial artists, and none of them had a 1 arm strength exceeding 600 kilograms. Any one of these students could obliterate them. As for the other classes, over 95% of the students had a 1 arm strength of only a few hundred kilograms. That was less than a tenth of their opponent's strength. Tragic wasn't even the word for it. To make matters worse, Class A of No. 1 high school with its small number of students finished testing and came over to watch them. Unfortunately, most of the top students from No. 9 high school's top class had already been tested. The remaining students all had results in the triple digits. Haha, is this for real? So this is the level of No. 9 high school. You're overestimating the students from the outer city. This is their average level. I heard they set off firecrackers and celebrate for 3 days and nights whenever they produce a single martial artist. A trash school like this being allowed to take exams at our school is like them having accumulated 8 lifetimes of good karma. I was thinking about sparring with their students, but forget it. I'm afraid one punch from me would send them straight to meet the king of hell. That would be a huge loss for me. The students from Class A of No. 1 high school spoke without any restraint. They even commented on each student being tested. The No. 9 students were furious. But unlike their confrontation with the security guard at the gate, they dared not retort, nor could they. Their opponents were simply stronger. any random student from their school was a martial artist. From an extreme perspective, what they said wasn't entirely wrong. They were weak, so they had to accept it. Faced with this situation, the teachers from No. 9 High School were also helpless. If these were their own students, they would have intervened long ago. But since the other school's teachers remained silent, they had no authority to discipline them. At that moment, it was Class 6 of the senior year from No. 9 High School's turn. Wang Xiaoming couldn't wait any longer. Let me go first. Watching the other classes produce results in the triple digits, Wang Xiaoming was getting anxious. Their school also had plenty of students with a one-arm strength in the thousands of kilograms. Okay. It just wasn't as exaggerated as No. 1 High School. He had to correct these people's misconceptions. Wang Xiaoming strode proudly up to the strength tester, his internal spiritual energy swirling wildly as he threw a powerful punch. Boom. Unlike the outdated strength testers at No. 9 High School, the ones at No. 1 High School displayed the result instantly. Wang Xiaoming's result was 2349 kilograms. Seeing this, the students of Class 6 were stunned. What's up with our class lately? First Jiang Yin, now Wang Xiaoming. Is it the new trend to suddenly increase one's one-arm strength tenfold? Fatty's awesome. He's brought glory to Class 6. This is the first time I've thought Wang Xiaoming was handsome. Even his round pancake-like face seems a little cute now. Having not seen a 4-digit result for a long time, Wang Xiaoming's performance immediately earned him everyone's praise. And since it was the first time he had ever been called handsome, he was practically floating on cloud 9. Those 2 million were well spent. But just then Wang Xiaoming's expression suddenly changed. As if struck by something, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Wang Xiaoming clutching his chest and spitting blood, everyone finally realized what had happened. Someone had actually dared to start a fight here. Wang Xiaoming, are you alright? The homeroom teacher hurried over and helped Wang Xiaoming to his feet. Jiang Yin and Gao Yang also went over to lend a hand. I'm fine, probably won't die. Wang Xiaoming staggered up, then suddenly roared, damn it, which coward pulled a sneak attack? If you've got the guts, step out. As soon as Wang Xiaoming's words left his mouth, they provoked a burst of laughter from many students in Class A of No. 1 High School. In their eyes, Wang Xiaoming was merely venting his impotent rage. Since someone dared to make a move, they naturally had the confidence not to be caught. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoming's shouting and yelling made him look like a fool. The faces of the teachers and students from No. 9 High School were extremely grim. They had accepted being thoroughly outdone in the test results, as it was simply a matter of their inferior strength. But to launch a sneak attack on a student of No. 9 High School in front of so many people was a blatant slap in the face to their entire school, and these guys were laughing so arrogantly. This was an outrageous insult. Jiang Yin swept his gaze around the crowd, but it was impossible to identify the culprit among so many people. Yet the residual spiritual energy fluctuations in the air emanated from the direction of Class A of No. 1 High School. The teachers from No. 9 High School had clearly noticed this as well. Whoever did it, please step forward, the leading teacher of No. 9 High School said, his expression dark as he looked at the surrounding students of Class A No. 1 High School. Teacher, what do you mean by saying that to my students? The pretty female teacher from Class A walked out from the crowd, a trace of displeasure on her face. The spiritual energy fluctuation just now spread from your class as crowd, the leading teacher from No. 9 High School said in a deep voice. Huh. The pretty female teacher widened her eyes in surprise. Spiritual energy fluctuation. What's spiritual energy fluctuation? I didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation from Class A over here. I meant just now. The leading teacher from No. 9 High School was already gnashing his teeth. This woman was blatantly lying through her teeth. Although only martial artists could perceive these subtle spiritual energy fluctuations, so many teachers from No. 9 High School were all martial artists. Did she really think they were just decorations? Did any of you notice any spiritual energy fluctuations around? The pretty female teacher asked, turning around. No, the students of Class A shook their heads in unison. See, the pretty female teacher spread her hands helplessly. 80% of the students in my class are martial artists, and none of them detected any spiritual energy fluctuation. It seems it was just a misunderstanding. The students of Class A No. 1 High School chimed in one after another. Exactly, that fat guy should think about whether he's offended anyone instead of randomly shifting the blame onto us. Getting all cocky over a 2,000 kilogram one-handed score, it's normal for someone to take a dislike to him. The way he flew out was really hilarious. Without evidence, you dare to make false accusations. Be careful, we'll sue you for defamation. The inner city is a society governed by law, not your dirty and chaotic outer city slums. Hearing this, the teachers and students from No. 9 High School were nearly exploding with rage. Even the teachers were so unreasonable, let alone the students. What kind of world was this? They even called the place they lived dirty and chaotic. This place was the one rotten to the core. Forget it, we're done testing. The leading teacher walked over to Wang Xiaoming and patted him on the shoulder. He'll apply for a blood-dissolving pill from the school later. It will ensure your body fully recovers and won't affect the college entrance exam. We're just leaving like this. I haven't settled the score with these bastards yet. Wang Xiaoming's eyes were already red with fury. If not for his homeroom teacher holding him back, he would have likely rushed over to fight them. Even though he knew he couldn't when they had completely humiliated him. If he didn't fight for this dignity, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. So according to your logic, as long as there's no evidence, it's fine to make a move. At that moment, a voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of coldness, rang out. Everyone turned to look. A stunning figure walked out from the crowd of Class 6, Grade 12. Is this person a student of No. 9 High School? Wow, No. 9 High School actually has such a gem. How did I not notice her earlier? This is Su Mingran, the school beauty of No. 9 High School. I've seen her photos online before. Her talent is quite good, but it's a pity she goes to an outer city school. Her background is probably average too. If only she were our school's beauty, I'd be the first to pursue her. Shouldn't be too hard. Outer city girls are easily won over with a bit of money. Haha, who's going to give it a try? Seeing Su Mingran, many boys from Class A of No. 1 High School started shooting their mouths off. Su Mingran's expression turned cold, but she didn't immediately lose her temper. Instead, she looked at the pretty female teacher from Class A and asked, "Teacher, am I right about what I said?" "Without evidence, we certainly can't go around falsely accusing people," the female teacher said with a smile. But as soon as she finished speaking, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The pretty female teacher's head twisted unnaturally to the side, and a huge red handprint gradually appeared on her face, half of which began to swell. There was a moment of silence. Everyone looked towards Su Mingran, only to see her standing still with her arms crossed, having made no move whatsoever, with not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on her. "How dare you hit me?" The pretty female teacher took a few seconds to recover, then looked at Su Mingran in utter disbelief. "Teacher, how can you wrongly accuse me? I'm standing right here. Who saw me make a move? I was just curious and asked a question. Surely asking a question isn't a crime, is it?" Su Mingran said, her face full of innocence. "You..." The female teacher choked on her words, almost fainting from anger. "Instead of suspecting me, teacher, you should think about whether you've offended someone. With you being so beautiful, there must be plenty of people jealous of you, right?" Su Mingran blinked her big eyes and continued, "But it definitely isn't me, because I'm prettier than you." Watching Su Mingran's little expression, Jiang Yin felt for the first time that this girl was actually a bit cute. And she had done what he wanted to do. If his guess was correct, Su Mingran had used the Death Soul token. Slapping someone just once wouldn't cause much loss to the sealed souls within the token. But the effect was quite good. Just look at the female teacher opposite. Her face was livid with rage. Su Mingran was simply giving the pretty female teacher a taste of her own medicine. According to the female teacher's own logic, as long as there was no evidence, even if she was slapped, she had to endure it. Su Mingran's words rendered Class A of No. 1 High School utterly speechless. For there she stood before them. Yet no matter how wide they strained their eyes, they could not discern how she had made her move. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Su Mingran was merely a diversion, while someone else pulled strings from the shadows. But with so many present, even if they wished to identify the culprit, they had no starting point. In an instant, No. 9 High School's confidence was restored. They had only one student beaten, whereas No. 1 High School had a teacher humiliated and slapped across the face, no less. A direct slap in front of everyone. What could be more satisfying than that? At that moment, the leading teacher procured a blood-transforming pill and fed it to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, whose face had been pale, instantly sprang back to life. "Haha, I'm alive again," he exclaimed, flexing his limbs, feeling better than ever. Although the blood-transforming pill primarily treated internal injuries, its ingredients partially overlapped with those of the Qi blood pill. After his recovery, he sensed a slight enhancement in his physique. This beating was worth it. "Teacher, should we still proceed with the test?" someone suddenly asked. "Don't leave yet." Chao Huidong, who had earlier achieved a single-arm strength of 11659 kilograms in Class A, stepped forward with a provocative tone. "Aren't you here to familiarize yourselves with the exam venue? After a trivial scuffle, you want to flee? Could it be that your school has no students worth showcasing and you're seeking an excuse to slip away?" The leading teacher from No. 9 High School darkened his gaze, gritted his teeth, and said, "Test, continue testing." They had already reached Class 6 of senior year. Class 6 had Su Mingran, who might salvage some of the school's dignity. An ice element spiritual root was rare, and Su Mingran's cultivation talent was of the 6th rank. No one present could match her, not even Class A of No. 1 High School. "Director, should we let our class retest?" The teacher of Class 1 from No. 9 High School stepped forward and lowered his voice. Their class had at least a few first-rank martial artists, with over a dozen surpassing Wang Xiaoming in single-arm strength. That would save face. "It won't work," the leading teacher shook his head. "Do you think they don't know which classes we've already tested? They deliberately waited until we finished testing our best performers before coming to watch. If we retest Class 1 now, they'll only find more excuses to mock us." "True," the Class 1 teacher sighed. His top students, usually so proud, now huddled like quails, too crushed to utter a word. Even if they retested, their scores would never surpass those of the others. "We'll have to take it step by step. Su Mingran, you're up." The leading teacher called out directly. "Yes," Su Mingran nodded, slightly turning to walk toward the strength testing device. Before the device, she pondered briefly, gathered ice element spiritual power into her palm, and struck the target with a forceful slap. In an instant, waves of chill radiated outward. A layer of frost formed on the surface of the testing device. On its screen appeared a number beyond anyone's imagination. 28960 kilograms. What? Am I seeing things or hallucinating? School Beauty Su is a spirit master. A spirit master. A spirit master's physical strength is far inferior to a martial artist's. So she's been hiding her true strength all along. What is her real cultivation level? Could she already be a second-rank spirit master? I don't know if there's too little data on spirit masters, but a martial artist with a single-arm strength of 50000 is a second-rank standard. With a spirit master's weaker physique, nearly 300 means she's probably close to second rank. Buzzing discussions erupted. Jiang Yin, however, knew Su Mingran had not used her full power. Second-rank spirit master. Doubling that number might be closer to the truth. But even this result was more than enough for Su Mingran to gain admission to a top university. At that moment, Class A of No. 1 high school was utterly dumbfounded. 30,000. An ice element spirit master achieving nearly 300 in single-arm strength, surpassing their class top performer. What kind of freak was this? Thinking back, if Su Mingran had struck their teacher personally, that slap might have sent his head flying. Having intended to humiliate these rivals, they ended up slapping their own faces instead. The bitterness in the Class A students' hearts was palpable. Yet some remained unconvinced. An exception. No. 9 high school got lucky to recruit such a prodigy, but one case doesn't reflect the school's overall level. If they produce another with 300 single-arm strength, they'll run naked on the field. Chao Huidong declared confidently. Hearing this, Su Mingran approached Jiang Yin and whispered, "Did you hear that? He said he'd run naked. Won't you grant him that wish?" Jiang Yin was baffled. Why was Su Mingran suddenly dragging him into this? Was she trying to involve him? He had planned to unleash his true strength during the college entrance exam to make a stunning debut. If he showed off now, what suspense would be left? "I've already asked Su Li to record it. He can't deny it," Su Mingran added. "All right." Jiang Yin agreed immediately. Today he must run naked. Soon it was Jiang Yan's turn. The atmosphere in Class 6 of senior year grew lively again. Finally, Jiang Yan's up. His single-arm strength was over 300 kilograms, right? It's been over a month. It might have reached 400. Remember last time his strength surged more than tenfold. Handsome and strong. I wonder if he's still single. You're a guy, why do you care if he's single? Wait, don't tell me I've got a gay friend beside me. What are you thinking? I'm planning to introduce my sister to him. Hearing the chatter from No. 9 high school, Class A of No. 1 high school seized the chance to mock. Bragging about 300 kilograms of single-arm strength. In our class, that's bottom-of-the-barrel stuff. Chao Huidong is right, No. 9 high school only has Su Mingran to show off. Such a genius appears once in decades. Getting excited over 300 kilograms. How embarrassing. Jiang Yin ignored the surrounding noise. He approached the strength testing device, flexed his wrist, and slowly channeled his internal spiritual energy. He himself wasn't sure what his single-arm strength had reached. This month, he had consumed 23rd grade yellow jade pills and 23rd grade green jade pills. Though their effects diminished over time, the improvement was still significant. He estimated it would be at least 300. The result would soon be known. Jiang Yin focused his gaze and slammed his fist into the testing device's target. With a thunderous boom, a string of numbers appeared on the screen, 39465 kilograms. It stunned the entire crowd. For a martial artist, each tier of advancement presents a vast chasm. Increasing one-handed strength from 5,000 to 10,000 might not be a difficult feat. One could simply bombard it with copious amounts of pills and eventually achieve that result. However, progressing from 10,000 to 50,000 was no longer a matter of pills. If one's innate talent for cultivation was lacking, even consuming countless pills would be futile, unless one could fundamentally improve their constitution. Take Jiang Yin, for instance. His initial cultivation talent was only of the 2nd grade. Yet under the enhancement of the advanced yellow jade pill combined with a large number of 3rd grade pills, his one-handed strength skyrocketed in a short period. Nevertheless, even so, he encountered a bottleneck when his strength approached 40,000 kilograms. At such a juncture, only by elevating his talent or consuming higher quality pills could the issue be resolved. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Yan's results, many found it hard to believe. Are they sure the 9th high isn't pulling our legs? A month ago, his one-handed strength was 3,000 kilograms, and now it's increased tenfold. Even if he ate pills like meals, it couldn't be this insane. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've at least heard of Su Mingran's name, but where did this brat Jiang Yin come from? He's not even graduated from high school, yet his strength is nearly that of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Does that make any sense? The 9th high is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Su Mingran's results already shocked me, but now hey, race another with one-handed strength nearing 40,000 kilograms. With just these two, they can fully uphold the 9th high's reputation. As for the students of the 9th high, they were utterly speechless, stunned by Jiang Yan's results. Even the teachers from several classes wore expressions as if choked, their faces flushed red. Yet they weren't truly choked, rather they were too excited. Their school had produced a student this incredible, with one-handed strength approaching 40,000 kilograms. This directly shattered the 9th high's highest historical record. 20 years ago, the 9th high had also produced a prodigy. Like Jiang Yin, that prodigy came from an ordinary background. But through astonishing talent and opportunities, his one-handed strength exceeded 30,000 kilograms before the college entrance exam. Yet that was decades ago. No one expected that the 9th high could produce another genius like Jiang Yin. This was certainly a momentous occasion worth celebrating. Of course, while some rejoiced, others grieved. For instance, Wang Peng and Zhao Xiyu wore grim expressions. Wang Peng had previously issued harsh threats to teach Jiang Yin a lesson. But now with Jiang Yan's test results revealed, it was uncertain who would be teaching whom. Zhao Xiyu was consumed by regret, her intestines turning green. She finally understood the meaning of one wrong step leads to a cascade of errors. If only she had adopted a humbler attitude when she last approached Jiang Yan. Now looking at his test results, she lacked even the courage to speak to him. She had thought that Jiang Yan's anger would eventually subside, and he would come back to her. With the college entrance exam approaching, she had focused her mind on the tests. Who would have thought that in just one short month Jiang Yin had become someone she could never again aspire to reach? His one-handed strength was nearly 40,000. At this rate, by his freshman year, he would be a 2nd-tier martial artist. By then, what woman couldn't he find? Even with Su Mingran, it wasn't entirely impossible. Who was it that said they'd run naked? Suddenly a shout rang out from the ninth high crowd. Right, so many of us heard it as surely someone won't try to weasel out. Wang Xiaoming immediately chimed in loudly. Most of the ninth high students joined in the jeering. Run naked. Run naked. Run naked. They hadn't forgotten how these guys had humiliated them earlier. Besides, it wasn't them who suggested running naked. One who makes their own bed must lie in it. Did they really think that the outer city schools could be easily fooled? Yet no matter how much the ninth high taunted class, they remained silent. How I despise these cowards. Wang Xiaoming snatched the freshly opened drink from Gao Yang's hand and precisely threw it at Qiao Huidong's feet. Hey, are you dead? Can't you speak? Gao Yang. Insults were one thing, but why throw his drink? Wang Xiaoming patted Gao Yang on the chest. Bro, we'll buy you 10 bottles later, I promise you'll drink your fill. Gao Yang. Qiao Huidong stared at the splattered water stains on his pants, his expression dark and terrifying. He had only spoken casually. There was no way he would actually run naked. And they dared to publicly provoke him. Had that fat kid noticed his earlier actions? Impossible. That was a special piece of equipment he had just obtained, never used openly before. Unless someone possessed extremely powerful mental strength, it was impossible to detect his interference solely through spiritual energy fluctuations. Qiao Huidong, don't stay silent. Say something, don't let those plebeians make a joke of us. Seeing Qiao Huidong remain quiet, a nearby student reminded him. This matter was also a disgrace to them. But the trouble was Qiao Huidong's doing so, he had to resolve it himself. Just as Qiao Huidong was about to speak, the female teacher of class A stepped forward. These are just childish remarks. How can they be taken seriously? Let's consider this our fault. I apologize on behalf of everyone. Would that be acceptable? Childish. Wang Xiaoming burst into laughter. You call this guy who's nearly 2 meters tall a child? Then shouldn't you call him your grandson? If that's the generation gap, I can understand. Hearing this, the ninth high crowd erupted in laughter. I never knew Wang Xiaoming had such a sharp tongue. Jiang Yin was both amused and exasperated. This insult had encompassed both of them. Just look at how twisted their faces had become with rage. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. Why is the gym so lively today? A male student in a gaudy floral shirt looking somewhat nonchalant walked over. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Running into an acquaintance here. The students of First High's Class A also grew excited. Whoa, Lu Junhai is here. He's been on leave for a month, finally decided to show up at school. Now that Lu Junhai is here to back Qiao Huidong, even the entire ninth high combined can't do anything to him. When Lu Junhai loses his temper, even the principal dares not cross him, let alone these small fries. If they really provoke Lu Junhai, these guys might find their exam venue moved from the gym to the outdoor track. Just wait and see, the real show is just beginning. Qiao Huidong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went to greet him. Brother Junior here. Qiao Huidong approached Lu Junhai with a beaming smile. What's all this about? Lu Junhai pointed at the ninth high students. Who are these guys? They don't look like they're from our school. Qiao Huidong then embellished the story of what had happened. Are you kidding me? Lu Junhai looked at Qiao Huidong with disbelief. Their Class A gathering of prodigies had been outshone by 2 students from the outer city ninth high, and now Qiao Huidong was being threatened to run naked. Did they think the first high had no one to stand up for them? Who is that person over there? He seems to have quite a high status. Wang Xiaoming crossed his arms and tilted his chin as he asked. I just looked it up. Suli glanced at her phone. Lu Junhai. His uncle is the richest man in Spring City. His family controls 80% of the medicinal herb trade in the inner city. They're incredibly wealthy, I've heard. They even funded the construction of this gymnasium at First High. The nephew of the richest man. Wang Xiaoming pursed his lips. That's quite a connection. Reluctant as he was to admit it, anyone associated with the city's wealthiest figure wielded immense power and influence. How could ordinary folks from the outer city ever stand a chance against that? If Qiao Huidong really had Lu Junhai backing him, there was little they could do. Even if they posted the video, the other side could have it taken down immediately. Jiang Yin hadn't expected Lu Junhai to be so wealthy either. With an uncle who was the richest man in the city, and he still went to a cheap couple's hotel for a few hundred yuan. Who would have guessed he was so frugal? Huidong, we've been friends for 2 or 3 years now. If you're being bullied, I want you to stand by. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe today. Lu Junhai patted Qiao Huidong on the shoulder, then turned to look at the students from ninth high. Who was it that scored over 30,000 kilograms on the single-arm strength test just now? Step forward and let me get to know you. He knew exactly where the crux of the matter lay. The school faculty couldn't, and wouldn't, intervene in such affairs. So he had to deal directly with the person in question. As Lu Junhai's words faded, a slender figure emerged from the ninth high crowd. This guy is finished. Haha, he has no idea what's coming for him. So what if he's a genius? In the face of absolute power, even geniuses have to grovel. The students from First High's Class A buzzed with excited chatter. A cold sneer spread across Qiao Huidong's face. But Lu Junhai stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Just as everyone wondered why Lu Junhai hadn't moved, he suddenly rushed over to Jiang Yin, grabbed his hand excitedly, and said, Master, it's wonderful. I never thought I'd see you again. You really saved my life. Everyone was bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Lu Junhai here to back Qiao Huidong? Why was he looking at Jiang Yin like he was some kind of savior, and calling him master? Qiao Huidong's mind went completely blank. He had never seen Lu Junhai treat anyone this way. Could it be that this guy had some hidden identity? If even Lu Junhai dared not provoke him, then he was doomed. Handsome, let's talk nicely. No need to get physical. Jiang Yin struggled for a while before pulling his hand free. This showed that Lu Junhai was no pushover either. He must at least be a martial artist. Master, you have no idea how dangerous my situation was a while back, especially on the way home. I nearly lost my life several times. Luckily, I followed your advice and locked myself in my room, seeing no one. After surviving the first 3 days, things got better, but I still wasn't at ease. I stayed home playing video games for an entire month before I dared come back to school. Lu Junhai had found a perfectly legitimate excuse to indulge in gaming. Of course, he was genuinely terrified. What happened that day defied all scientific explanation. He couldn't feel safe unless he stayed locked up at home for a while longer. How I'm glad you're okay. Jiang Yin gave a dry chuckle and quickly changed the subject. By the way, it's best you don't meddle in your friend's affairs. Everything has its karmic retribution. He broke his promise, which means he deceived everyone here. The backlash will be serious. Don't wade into this muddy water. Hearing this, Lu Junhai shuddered. Could his recent streak of bad luck be because he had done too many wrong things? No, he had to start doing good deeds. He still had billions in inheritance to claim. How could he die young? No wonder his uncle was always involved in charity, donating left and right. From now on, he would take that as a lesson. With that thought, Lu Junhai turned back to look at Xiao Huidong. Since you made a bet, you have to honor it. A real man stands by his word. Strip down and run a couple of laps outside, or else I'll have to reconsider the job I got your father last month. At those words, Xiao Huidong's face turned deathly pale. His worst fear had come true. This Jiang Yin was definitely some hidden big shot. Otherwise, given his relationship with Lu Junhai, he wouldn't have abandoned him, let alone threatened his father's job. The onlookers were even more baffled. How in just a few words had Xiao Huidong's boss become so subservient to Jiang Yin? This was too surreal. What are you waiting for? Lu Junhai frowned. Yes, sir. Xiao Huidong gritted his teeth and began stripping in front of everyone. The girls present quickly turned away or covered their eyes. This was a sight they had never witnessed. Too intense. Su Mingran also shielded her eyes, afraid of what she might see. Lu Junhai stripped down to his underwear before Jiang Yin stopped him. That's enough. Even if you're running naked, we mustn't offend public decency, Jiang Yin said with great understanding. Xiao Huidong breathed a sigh of relief, afraid Jiang Yin might change his mind, and dashed out of the gymnasium as fast as he could. Master, could we have a word in private? Lu Junhai suddenly lowered his voice. Sure. Jiang Yin nodded and followed Lu Junhai out of the crowd to a corner of the gymnasium. Go ahead, what's on your mind? Master, you may have heard that my uncle is the richest man in Spring City. He's run into some trouble recently, and the whole thing seems really strange to me. I was hoping you could take a look. With your level of cultivation, you're definitely better than those charlatans my uncle has hired. Lu Junhai now had unconditional faith in Jiang Yin, mainly because he had witnessed Jiang Yan's abilities firsthand. When he said disaster was coming, it came true almost immediately. He had rarely respected anyone in his life, but Jiang Yin definitely earned that respect. Handsome, it's not that I don't want to help, but I don't know the specifics yet, so I can't promise you anything. Besides, the college entrance exam is in 3 days, and I can't afford to be distracted. Before Jiang Yin could finish, Lu Junhai interrupted. My uncle has offered a spatial artifact as a reward. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. There are plenty of people trying every day. Upon hearing the words spatial treasure, Jiang Yin admitted that his heart was stirred, wildly stirred. A spatial treasure, also known as a minor cave heaven. Its internal area was usually not vast. A few hundred square meters was already considered quite impressive. The greatest difference from storage pouches or storage rings was that spatial treasures could contain living beings. Didn't this perfectly compensate for his shortcomings? He was never a genuine diviner anyway. He was merely putting on a show with a crystal ball. So when Lu Junhai asked for his help, he was actually quite uneasy. But if the reward truly was a spatial treasure, then he would gladly play the part of a charlatan. After all, Lu Junhai had said that everyone going to his uncle's place was a charlatan. One more wouldn't make a difference. Then shall I accompany you to take a look? Jiang Yin asked tentatively. Great. Lu Junhai immediately beamed with joy. With Lu Junhai's appearance and Xiao Huidong's concession, this farce finally came to an end. Yet Jiang Yan's identity became a mystery in everyone's mind. Originally, Jiang Yin was just an obscure nobody. Not long ago, gossip about him and Zhao Xiu had made him known to many at the school. But when he reappeared before everyone, it was in such a stunning manner. Not only did his single-arm strength approach 40,000 kilograms, but he also knew a big shot from the inner city, and with just a few words, he could make the arrogant Xiao Huidong obediently strip and run naked on the playground. Who else could achieve such a feat? Jiang Yin knew he had stolen the spotlight a bit too much today. However, the college entrance exam was in 3 days. Once the exams were over, he would just vanish. Why would he care about others' opinions? He believed Su Mingran felt the same way. That was why she had revealed a bit of her strength during the test. Jiang Yin exchanged a few words with Wang Xiaoming, and the others then followed Lu Junhai out of one high school. This time they exited through the main south gate. A flashy red sports car was parked by the roadside with an extremely conspicuous parking ticket on its hood. Lu Junhai walked over, deftly removed the ticket, and patted the car's body, saying, my uncle gave me this as an adult gift. 8 million. Pretty good, huh? I'm not bad. The color suits you, Jiang Yin commented objectively. Master, you have an eye for this. My parents think the color is too gaudy, but they don't understand what fashion is. As Lu Junhai spoke, he observed Jiang Yan's reaction. Seeing that Jiang Yin didn't even blink at an 8 million yuan sports car, he wondered if such a price range was beneath Jiang Yin's notice. When he himself had received this gift, he had been ecstatic for days. It seemed Jiang Yin was indeed a man of profound skill. If he could successfully resolve his uncle's troubles, then he would have rendered a great service to the family. Master, let's set off then, Lu Junhai said impatiently. Half an hour later, Lu Junhai's sports car stopped in front of a villa. This villa was located in the most upscale district of the inner city, yet its footprint was larger than any surrounding villa. The small garden at the entrance alone rivaled the size of one high school's gymnasium. At the gate, 7 or 8 security guards were patrolling back and forth. There was also a servant waiting by the roadside. Young Master Lu, the master is waiting for you in the living room, the servant said respectfully upon seeing Lu Junhai's car. Park my car. After getting out, Lu Junhai tossed the keys to the servant and turned to Jiang Yin saying, Master, let's go inside. Jiang Yin got out and surveyed his surroundings. It was as expected the residence of the wealthiest man. From the decorations at the entrance to the flowers and plants in the garden, all he saw was gleaming silver. No wonder Lu Junhai, merely a nephew, could thrive so smoothly at one high school. This was truly a case of when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Jiang Yin followed Lu Junhai through the gate. Along the way, Lu Junhai enthusiastically introduced the various plants in the garden. Did you see those blue plants just now? I heard their varieties from the myriad worlds, each worth over 100,000, and they even glow at night. And that fruit tree on the left, it consumes a spirit pearl every day to cultivate. The fruit it bears is incredibly delicious. Our family only gets 1 or 2 a year. Oh, and that small flower bed ahead, it's planted with spirit-gathering herbs. Cultivating near them doubles the efficiency. Lu Junhai chattered on enthusiastically, but Jiang Yin showed little reaction. He could name most of the plants in this small garden. If there were any he didn't recognize, they were certainly beneath his level. In his past life, he had mastered 8 life professions and was particularly specialized in herbalism. With his knowledge of various plants, Lu Junhai was merely showing off before an expert. Finally, they crossed the small garden and arrived at the villa. Several servants stood respectfully at the entrance bowing. Greetings, young Master Lu. Lu Junhai ignored them and strode quickly into the living room. Uncle, do you remember the master I told you about last time? I brought him today. As Lu Junhai rounded the entrance partition, his expression froze. In the living room, 5 people were already seated. Besides a sharply dressed man in the center, there was a mother-daughter pair and an elderly man and a young boy in gray robes. Why are they here? Lu Junhai frowned. Who? Jiang Yin asked from behind him. Those 2 women on the sofa. They're relatives on my aunt's side. They have no skills whatsoever, just here to squeeze money out of my uncle. Lu Junhai sneered. Now that troubles hit my uncle's house, they've rushed over with 2 charlatan priests hoping to snag that spatial artifact. Oh, Jiang Yin nodded. He had no interest in these family feuds. Still, having a few more competitors wasn't a bad thing. If he encountered an insurmountable problem, at least he wouldn't be the only one to lose face. Just then the people on the sofa noticed Lu Junhai's presence. Junhai here to visit your uncle again. Take your classmate upstairs, we have some serious matters to discuss with your uncle, said the middle-aged woman on the sofa with a smile. I'm here to introduce a friend to my uncle, not to play. Lu Junhai curled his lips in disdain at the mother-daughter pair, then stepped forward with Jiang Yin. Uncle, this is the master I told you about. He's incredibly skilled, his divinations are spot on. Thanks to him I escaped death. Oh, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Yin. The master you found is so young. He had heard about what happened to Lu Junhai some time ago. It was said that only thanks to a master's guidance had Lu Junhai narrowly avoided disaster. So when Lu Junhai mentioned bringing the master today, he had held some expectations. But he never expected the master to be a kid about the same age as Lu Junhai. Needless to say, his nephew had definitely been duped. A true master cannot be judged by appearances, uncle. I never boast in front of you. Just trust me this once. Lu Junhai had long known that Jiang Yan's age would be hard to convince. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan trusted him deeply, and as long as he vouched for it, Jiang Yin would surely have a chance to try. Who knew? It might just work out. He had high hopes for Jiang Yin. Hearing this before Zhou Yuan could speak, the young woman beside the middle-aged beauty suddenly said, Junhai, this young gentleman looks more like your classmate. Don't joke about such matters. Your uncle is troubled enough as it is. I'm talking to my uncle. Why are you butting in? Are we that close? Lu Junhai retorted without restraint. You, Feng Shui glared, but was held back by the middle-aged beauty beside her. She knew well how much Lu Junhai meant to Zhou Yuan. Though Zhou Yuan had been kind to mother and daughter over the years, it paled in comparison to the Lu family, who managed several pharmaceutical branches. Yet this was a golden opportunity. If they could help Zhou Yuan resolve his troubles, mother and daughter would surely soar to the upper echelons of Spring City's high society. Let Lu Junhai have his moment of pride for now. Just wait and see how arrogant he'd remain. Fine, let him stay and give it a try. Zhou Yuan pondered and ultimately chose to indulge Lu Junhai's wish. After all, one more person wouldn't make a difference. Thank you, uncle. Lu Junhai chuckled. He knew that with his involvement, there would be no issues. Come, I'll take you to see it. Zhou Yuan stood up. He led the group to the deepest part of the villa, then took out a key to unlock a door. Behind the door lay a staircase descending downward. Everyone be careful. Below is the basement where the object is stored. Zhou Yuan warned, then stepped down. The middle-aged beauty, fearing Jiang Yin might get ahead, quickly followed with the 2 Taoists. Lu Junhai, not to be outdone, grabbed Jiang Yin and hurried after them. As soon as they entered the basement, a chill, eerie aura swept over them. The air carried a faint, sweetish metallic scent. Feng Shui immediately leaned into the middle-aged bowtie's arms, her eyes filled with fear as she glanced around. Though she had long known this villa was problematic, the sensation was utterly terrifying. So Zhou Yuan hadn't exaggerated after all. The moment they stepped into the basement, it felt like descending from the mortal world into hell. Zhou Yuan switched on the basement wall lights. They flickered a few times, but only two lit up, casting a faint wavering glow that seemed ready to die out at any moment. Ever since trouble started at home, the basement has grown colder and damper by the day. Many circuits have failed. I called people to fix them, but you know what happened. Zhou Yuan sighed helplessly. Lu Junhai had heard about this from his parents. He lowered his voice to explain to Jiang Yin, the electricians who came to fix the wiring all died. Horribly. From then on, my uncle's household has been plagued by misfortune. Someone dies every few days, all linked to the basement. Oh, I see. Jiang Yin nodded. Since he wasn't an expert, he could only take Lu Junhai's words as a horror story, unable to analyze much. In contrast, the two Taoists brought by Feng Shui had already taken out a compass as soon as they entered the basement, inspecting the area with an air of professionalism. We need to go a bit further in. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat softly as he saw the two Taoists nearly on their hands and knees. No matter, we're just surveying the surroundings. The elder Taoist rose calmly, brushing dust off his robe. The younger Taoist mimicked his master's movements. Seeing this, Feng Shui tugged at the middle-aged beauty and whispered, "Mom, are these two reliable? Don't worry, they have real skills and are meticulous. They'll surely help your Uncle Zhou solve his troubles." The middle-aged beauty patted Feng Shui's hand reassuringly. The basement corridor stretched on endlessly. Jiang Yin estimated it to be at least 100 or 200 meters long. Toward the end, the corridor was completely devoid of light. Everyone had to pull out their phones and use the flashlights to see the path. Meanwhile, the chilling sensation grew more pronounced. Jiang Yin felt goosebumps rising on his arms. He should have brought a jacket. Lu Junhai wasn't faring much better. He had already blown his nose several times. Jiang Yin silently edged away, not wanting to be too close to Lu Junhai's snot-covered hands. The risk of collateral damage was too high. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan stopped without warning. "We're here." Only then did the group realize that before them a pitch-black double door had materialized. It blended seamlessly into the darkness. If not for coming close, its presence would have been nearly impossible to detect. Zhou Yuan gave it a gentle push, and the door seemed to sense their approach, swinging open automatically. Then everyone saw what lay beyond. A flower pot and a lotus. The lotus was black, its dim light making it strikingly visible in the gloom. The pot wasn't filled with soil, but a red liquid. A faint Swedish metallic scent hung in the air, making it hard not to wonder what it contained. "Everyone, do you know what this is?" Zhou Yuan turned to look at Jiang Yin and the two Taoists. "I know. This is surely a malevolent object." The elder Taoist pointed his wooden sword at the pot beyond the door, speaking with conviction, "And it is nurtured by blood addicted to it. Every so often it feeds on fresh blood, which is why Mr. Zhou's household has suffered so many calamities." Hearing this, Lu Junhai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Anyone with eyes could see that. Did he need to spell it out? Feng Shui and her mother, however, were terrified, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan didn't respond, but looked at Jiang Yin instead. "Young man, what do you think?" "Hold on." Jiang Yin used his backpack as cover to retrieve his divination crystal ball. After all those Taoists had come fully equipped, he had to put on a show too. Jiang Yin held the crystal ball in his hand and strode boldly into the room. Seeing Jiang Yin step into the room without any preparation, a flicker of mockery gleamed in the old Taoist's eyes. In their line of work, insight and experience were paramount. He refused to believe that a beardless brat could discern anything. After all, even he had never encountered such an extraordinary plant. As for Jiang Yin, there was even less to say. Yet no one stepped forward to stop him. They too were curious to see what would happen if someone approached that black lotus. Once inside the room, Jiang Yin felt the temperature drop even further. There was also a faint oppressive force that made even breathing feel heavy. The source of it all was the black lotus in the center of the room. It seemed to have bloomed not long ago, its petals not yet fully unfurled. The light from the flashlight struck the black lotus, revealing faint wisps of dark vapor rising from its stamen. Jiang Yin did not approach recklessly. Instead, he circled the black lotus once before returning to Lu Junhai's side. Lu Junhai gave Jiang Yin a thumbs up. Even standing at the threshold, he could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the black lotus, a force that even the old Taoist dared not approach lightly. Yet Jiang Yin had casually strolled in and taken a look around. Wasn't this far more impressive than the old Taoist waving his broken sword around? "Oomph." The old Taoist snorted coldly. "Youngsters are always so reckless. If your actions provoke this evil entity, you'll only disturb Mr. Zhou." "Exactly," echoed the middle-aged beautiful woman. "If you don't understand, don't go wandering about. The master we hired only dares to observe from the doorway. This is about being responsible for everyone's safety, young man. You should learn from that." Holding his divination crystal ball in hand, Jiang Yin asked with a sardonic smile, "So has this master here observed anything from the doorway?" "As I said before, this is an evil entity that must be eradicated using a special method." The old Taoist stroked his beard with an air of profound mystery. "Master, it seems you already have a solution." Feng Shui's face lit up with joy. "I can give it a try," said the old Taoist. "Hold on, we haven't even had our say yet, and you're already moving to the next step." Lu Junhai, sensing the intentions of Feng Shui and her mother, quickly interjected. In this situation, whoever acted first clearly held the advantage. If that old Taoist actually succeeded, then today's trip would have been for nothing. Just as Feng Shui was about to retort, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Let this young man share his views first." "Did you hear that?" Lu Junhai shot a defiant glance at Feng Shui and her mother. Of course, the middle-aged beautiful woman said, forcing a smile as she realized they had been too hasty. Having watched the drama unfold from the sidelines, Jiang Yin finally had his chance to speak. This black lotus, if I'm not mistaken, was planted by Mr. Zhou himself, wasn't it? Jiang Yin looked at Zhou Yuan. That's correct, Zhou Yuan nodded. The old Taoist sneered inwardly. Wasn't it obvious? The thing was in the owner's basement. If the owner hadn't planted it, could it have sprung up out of thin air? The person who told you to plant this black lotus, did they say that feeding it with fresh blood every day would draw out the foul energy from your body and bring peace and protection to your home? Jiang Yin continued. Exactly. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Of all the charlatans, Taoists, and sorcerers he had hired recently, Jiang Yin was the first to hit the mark. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Feng Shui and her mother sensed trouble. The old Taoist expression also shifted slightly. Could this kid have actually guessed correctly? Zhou Yuan briefly recounted the origin of the Black Lotus. 15 years ago, at the peak of my career, I had acquired several rival companies and even developed cultivation methods for some rare herbs, earning me several awards. But around that time, I suddenly became listless. At night, I would have bloody nightmares. It felt like I was possessed. I went to many hospitals, but none could find the cause. As my condition worsened, I had no choice but to spend a fortune to hire a highly respected master. The first thing he saw was that I had been cursed. It was an extremely insidious technique. The cursed person would involuntarily absorb all the resentment around them. In time, the only outcome would be suicide or madness. Then the master gave me a seed. He told me to water it with a drop of my blood every day. Over time, the resentment in my body would transfer to the plant and the curse would be lifted. The master also told me that this plant could protect the home and bring peace, so I was to keep it in the house. Who knew? It would turn out like this. Zhou Yuan sighed, his face full of distress and helplessness. Uncle, you've definitely been set up by some rival company. After hearing Zhou Yuan's story, Lu Junhai slapped his thigh in excitement. These business tactics are getting more and more despicable. The middle-aged beautiful woman quickly chimed in. Uncle Zhou, you seem to be in good health now. The curse might have already vanished. The key now is to figure out how to deal with this black lotus, Feng Shui said, casting a meaningful glance at the old Taoist. The old Taoist, taking the hint, stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, leave this evil entity to me. It has absorbed too much resentment and has fully demonized. The longer it stays in your home, the greater the danger. Then, they'll leave it to you, master. Zhou Yuan hesitated, but did not stop him. Lu Junhai grew anxious. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin stood by, looking utterly indifferent. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. Because Zhou Yuan was lying. And out of every 10 words he spoke, 9 were probably false. This man was far from the decent person he appeared to be. The moment Jiang Yin laid eyes on the black lotus, he recognized it. Black blood, a vessel for curses. It required human blood to nourish it, and that blood had to come from those who had endured immense suffering, even death. Only such blood would be effective. The curse would take shape once the black blood bloomed. Jiang Yin wasn't sure if Zhou Yuan had been tricked into planting this black lotus in his home. But judging by his behavior, it was likely he had been duped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been searching for someone to get rid of the black lotus. Yet now that the black lotus had bloomed, it meant that the number of people who had died at Zhou Yuan's hands was far from small, and all of them must have suffered violent, unjust deaths. For 15 years straight. It was chilling to think how many wronged souls lay buried in this dark basement. In this world, covert and overt conflicts occurred daily, claiming countless lives. Yet this does not mean that human life holds no value. Regardless of Zhou Yuan's initial intentions, he had committed heinous acts for 15 consecutive years, most likely targeting ordinary people with whom he bore no grudge. For that alone, he could never be absolved. Jiang Yin did not find killing inherently wrong, but what Zhou Yuan did he deemed utterly unacceptable. The old Taoist, accompanied by his young apprentice, cautiously entered the room where the Black Lotus resided. As they approached within 5 meters of the Black Lotus, an intense suffocation overwhelmed them. The old Taoist quickly retrieved a bell, raising it above his head and shaking it vigorously. The young Taoist, on the verge of collapse, found his complexion easing considerably as the old Taoist's bell rang out. Mom, the master you invited does have some skill. Witnessing this, Feng Shui remarked cheerfully. Have I ever made a mistake in my dealings? The middle-aged beauty replied with a smug smile. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At last, these were not the fools who wet themselves upon entering the room. He had been willing to hear Jiang Yan's opinion solely because Jiang Yan had remained composed even within this chamber. As for these two Taoists, he had initially assumed they were yet another pair of charlatans. Yet judging by their recent performance, they seemed to possess some genuine ability. Minutes later, the two Taoists finally traversed the short distance to the flower pot housing the Black Lotus. Sensing their approach, the Black Lotus branches swayed gently, as if imbued with a living, sentient quality. Simultaneously, the red liquid within the pot began to bubble. The seasoned old Taoist managed to remain steady, but the young apprentice recoiled in fear. Do not panic. The old Taoist shot a displeased glance at his apprentice before cautiously stepping forward half a pace. It was then that the old Taoist realized the liquid in the pot was not blood, but a crimson secretion from the Black Lotus roots. It smelled cloyingly sweet and could easily be mistaken for blood without careful observation. Master, should we use the Thunderfire talisman? The young apprentice asked, swallowing nervously as he looked up at the old Taoist. All Yin and evil entities fear the Thunderfire talisman, the old Taoist declared, straightening up as he reached into his satchel and withdrew a bright yellow talisman paper. He had no desire to investigate the nature of this plant. Since it was a convergence of resentment, conventional methods would suffice. The young apprentice also produced a low-grade Thunderfire talisman. Strike. With the old Taoist command, their Thunderfire talismans transformed into arcs of fire hurtling toward the Black Lotus with such speed that only a blur of light was visible. Two resounding booms echoed as the talismans detonated above the Black Lotus. The intertwined light of thunder and fire engulfed the entire bloom, illuminating the room as if it were broad daylight. We succeeded. Feng Shui clapped her hands in excitement. That was too easy. Lu Junhai muttered in dissatisfaction. Zhou Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Only Jiang Yin frowned, already contemplating whether to flee, though preserving his life would not be difficult for him. But revealing his trump card in such a place would be far too costly. As the smoke in the room gradually dissipated, the smiles of Feng Shui and her mother vanished in the next instant. They discovered that the Black Lotus at the center of the room remained completely unscathed. Within the shattered flower pot lay a fleshy mass resembling a heart. As it pulsed with a rhythmic thump, tendrils began sprouting from the fleshy mass. Sensing the danger, the old Taoist bellowed, "Run!" Yet before he and the young apprentice could move, the tendrils shot forth, riddling them with holes like sieves. Blood splattered, instantly staining the floor crimson. Feng Shui and her mother shrieked in terror, scrambling back in panic. Lu Junhai's legs trembled uncontrollably from fear. Only Zhou Yuan seemed unsurprised by the turn of events. He felt no fear of the tendrils, for they only harmed others. Having such a weapon by his side was not initially a drawback. However, the Black Lotus had recently grown increasingly uncontrollable. Not only did it attack indiscriminately, but it would also venture out on its own to harm people in his absence. He estimated that the tendrils at the Black Lotus roots could easily envelop the entire villa. It was no exaggeration to say that someone died in his home every day. That alone was tolerable, as he had never cared about the lives of others. But as the wealthiest man in Spring City, countless eyes were fixed upon him. Within days, the matter had become public knowledge through the media. He could only claim that something was wrong with his house and began inviting numerous Taoists and sorcerers to perform exorcisms. Who would have thought this thing could not be destroyed? It was then that Zhou Yuan realized the severity of the situation and understood the adage, "Easy to summon a deity, hard to send it away." After killing the two Taoists, the tendrils detected living beings at the door and slithered along the ground like venomous snakes. "Young friend, do you have a solution?" Zhou Yuan turned to Jiang Yin. His expectations for Jiang Yin far exceeded those for the two Taoists. Seeing that Jiang Yin had not fled, Zhou Yuan's suspicions were further confirmed. Jiang Yin contemplated the spatial artifact and glanced at the tendrils on the ground. He weighed whether these things were worth deploying his blood-sucking vine. The spatial artifact tempted him greatly, but he was reluctant to reveal his hand. Moreover, given Zhou Yuan's deep concealment, it was uncertain whether the spatial artifact even existed. Forget it, better to just flee. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that the nearest tendrils, instead of advancing, recoiled. Jiang Yin paused, his gaze falling on the crystal ball in his hand, and his eyes gradually brightened. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? When it came to dark arts, who could surpass the siren of misfortune? It was the progenitor of dark sorcery. Though what he held was not the original, its mere aura could send these lesser entities scurrying. With this in mind, Jiang Yin raised the crystal ball. As expected, the tendrils recoiled, as if seeing a ghost retreating in a frantic scramble. Witnessing this, Lu Junhai and Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Yuan in particular knew well how troublesome these tendrils were. Yet they seemed to fear Jiang Yin. Confirming his suspicion, Jiang Yin cast aside all hesitation and strode into the room, holding the crystal ball aloft. The tendrils retreated frantically, eventually withdrawing entirely into the fleshy mass at the Black Lotus roots. Even the ever-swaying Black Lotus fell into sudden stillness. Jiang Yin stepped forward slowly. When he raised the divination crystal ball above the Black Lotus, it fell completely still. Lu Junhai, standing by the door, suddenly rubbed his arms. "It doesn't feel so cold anymore." Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. Who exactly was this young man? He had imagined countless possibilities, whether through violent elimination or trapping it with instruments. Yet he had never considered that someone could simply approach and calm the Black Lotus. This was precisely what he had always wanted to do, but had never achieved. If he could have fully controlled the Black Lotus, why would he have abandoned such a useful weapon? It was immensely powerful and nurtured by his own hands. Now before an outsider, it was as docile as a quail. This irked him somewhat. After repeated tests, Jiang Yin confirmed that the siren's crystal ball indeed suppressed the Black Lotus, so he brought it even closer. Just as the crystal ball was about to touch the Black Lotus, its fully bloomed petals rapidly closed. Then with a whoosh, it retracted entirely into the fleshy mass. Jiang Yin, was it this afraid of him? No, it should be afraid of the siren. It had even scurried back into its womb. It wouldn't be easy for it to grow back. "Damn, Master, you're incredible. That monster doesn't dare come out." Lu Junhai exclaimed, utterly astonished. Everyone had witnessed how terrifying this evil entity was. Under the attack of the fleshy mass tentacles, the two Taoists had no resistance at all. But now the situation had completely reversed. When the Black Lotus saw Jiang Yin approaching, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, even retreating into the fleshy mass. This contrast was almost unbelievable. Jiang Yin observed the fleshy mass for a moment, then took a low-grade Thunderfire talisman from the old Taoist's bag and tossed it onto the mass. But even as the fleshy mass was blasted and scarred, the Black Lotus did not re-emerge, and the tentacles did not attack. A cursed vessel that had absorbed 15 years of resentment could not be killed with just a few low-grade Thunderfire talismans. Yet under such an assault it offered no resistance, indicating it had entered a sealed state. It no longer reacted to external stimuli. Moreover, this state would persist for a while. In other words, this was the best time to deal with it. However, the finishing work should be left to Zhou Yuan himself. To completely eradicate the 15-year-old Black Blood one would need at least a 4th or 5th rank strength. Even if he wanted to act, he lacked the capability. Mr. Zhou, this thing should be safe for now. As for how to handle it, it's up to you to decide. Jiang Yin looked up at Zhou Yuan. Of course I will annihilate it completely, Zhou Yuan said without hesitation. A weapon that was uncontrollable, even submitting to an outsider, was not worth keeping by his side. Then it's simple. Mr. Zhou just needs to hire a few 4th or 5th rank martial artists to violently eliminate it. It shouldn't resist for a short while, so speed is crucial. Jiang Yin explained the method. Whether Zhou Yuan would follow his advice was no longer his concern. Now his mind was on that spatial artifact. Alright, I'll arrange it soon. Zhou Yuan nodded. Now shouldn't we talk about the reward? Jiang Yin said with a grin. Zhou Yuan paused briefly, then smiled. Little brother, since you've helped me solve the problem, I'll naturally offer the promised reward with both hands. After speaking, Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Junhai. Take this little brother to rest for a while. Once I've handled things here, I'll come find you. Jiang Yin and Lu Junhai left the basement and returned to the living room. Before they got close, they saw Feng Shui and her mother at the entrance loudly arguing with Zhou Yuan's assistant. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Mr. Zhou is in danger, and you won't let me call the police. Then at least send someone to check on him, the middle-aged beautiful woman said anxiously. Madam, you need not concern yourself with this. Mr. Zhou will handle it, the assistant said, standing straight-faced at the door. Are you sure you're not joking? They'll say it again. 2 people have already died down there. Mr. Zhou is an ordinary man, and with such a monster in the basement, you say he'll handle it, the middle-aged beautiful woman glared. What exactly are you plotting by completely disregarding Uncle Zhou's safety? I warn you, if Uncle Zhou comes out alive, I'll tell him everything and you'll be fired. So you'd better do as we say right now. Either call the police or go down to the basement to save him. Feng Shui was also furious at the assistant. If anything happened to Zhou Yuan, she and her mother would be finished. Without Zhou Yuan as their pillar, how could they enjoy wealth and luxury or continue their former lavish life? I've said it, Mr. Zhou will be fine. Go back to the living room and wait. The assistant was unwilling to engage further with Feng Shui and her mother. Having worked with Zhou Yuan for 7 or 8 years, he had dealt with such matters many times. He was well aware of what was in the basement. No matter what accident occurred, Zhou Yuan would not be the one to suffer. But Feng Shui and her mother being so ignorant and troublesome was a first for him. They couldn't even read the room. He wondered how they had managed to stay by Zhou Yuan's side. Fine, you're ruthless. Just wait and see. Seeing that the assistant was impervious to reason, Feng Shui could only utter a threat before taking her mother's arm. Mom, let's go back. Ladies, please hand over your phones. The assistant, still worried that Feng Shui and her mother might recklessly call the police and escalate the situation, spoke up. Feng Shui was about to explode when she heard footsteps behind her. Don't worry, Uncle is fine. Everything downstairs has been handled. Stop clamoring about calling the police. This is Uncle's household matter. Don't make a mess here. Lu Junhai, with one hand in his pocket, walked out of the living room with Jiang Yin. Seeing the two of them, Feng Shui and her mother were stunned. You came out alive? And Mr. Zhou, the middle-aged beautiful woman asked, snapping back to reality. Uncle still has some things to take care of. Just go back peacefully. There's nothing for you here. Lu Junhai waved his hand impatiently. Why do you sound just like that assistant? Feng Shui frowned at Lu Junhai. And since you're both out, why isn't Uncle Zhou coming out? She strongly suspected that these people had conspired in advance to set up this scenario, causing Zhou Yuan to die in obscurity so they could seize his assets. I find that women can be really hard to communicate with sometimes. Lu Junhai let out a helpless sigh at Feng Shui's reaction, then turned to Jiang Yin and said, This is why I don't want a girlfriend. A lot of women really have screws loose in their heads. Jiang Yin nodded with a semblance of understanding. No wonder Lu Junhai, despite being from a wealthy family, preferred to spend money on women outside. So this was the real reason. Lu Junhai, are you even listening to me? Feng Shui was furious to see that Lu Junhai was completely ignoring her. Pretend I didn't say anything just now. Lu Junhai turned to his assistant and said, Get someone to take these 2 women to the side hall. Don't let them wander around before Uncle comes out. After speaking, Lu Junhai added, Oh, and remember to take their phones. Hearing this, Feng Shui's pupils suddenly constricted. Lu Junhai, you're all in on this together. Where did this madwoman come from? Take her away, take her away. Lu Junhai had completely lost his patience. Now, every word he spoke to this mother and daughter made him want to hit someone. He believed his uncle would understand him too. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Junhai's order, he felt at ease. Men, take them away. The assistant immediately gave the order. After Feng Shui and her daughter were taken away, the surroundings finally quieted down. These 2 crazy women, if they stay here with Uncle, they're bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Lu Junhai returned to the living room, picked a fragrant pear from the fruit basket, and said while eating, Classmate Jiang, I want to ask the spatial treasure you mentioned earlier, it's real, right? Jiang Yin confirmed, once more feeling uneasy. After all, he had only heard about it from Lu Junhai. Whether the reward Zhou Yuan mentioned was the same as what Lu Junhai described was still hard to say. Before coming, he hadn't worried about anything. But after witnessing the situation in this family, he felt that obtaining the spatial treasure wouldn't be so easy. They say all businessmen are cunning. especially someone like Zhou Yuan who started from scratch and climbed all the way to the position of richest man. He had no trust in this man. When have I ever lied? My uncle has encountered too many con artists and had no choice but to offer this condition, and it attracted a true master like you. Lu Junhai chuckled. Jiang Yin was the one he had brought. This time he had made a great contribution. That's good. Jiang Yin nodded. A few hours later, as the sky began to darken, Zhou Yuan finally emerged from the basement. Young friend, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Yuan adjusted his glasses and sat down across from Jiang Yin and Lu Junhai. Uncle, is the thing downstairs taken care of? Lu Junhai asked in a low voice. It's already been handled as this young friend instructed. Zhou Yuan smiled with relief. That's great. Lu Junhai's face lit up with joy. By the way, I need to clarify the reward promised to the young friend. Zhou Yuan suddenly turned serious. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. It was just as he had thought. Zhou Yuan, with decades of business experience and vast knowledge, surely knew the value of a spatial treasure. Even so, he still offered the spatial treasure as a reward. There was clearly a catch. However, Jiang Yin's mentality was still good as he had mentally prepared himself. He raised his hand and said, please go ahead, Mr. Zhou. This spatial treasure I obtained by chance a few years ago. It was already damaged when I got it. Originally, it had a space of 10 square meters, but now it's less than half a square meter. Zhou Yuan paused before continuing. Of course, if you mind, I can replace the reward with something else, something that will surely satisfy you. Only half a square meter. Jiang Yin was speechless. Such a small area couldn't even hide a person, let alone a massive beast. It could only fit some small animals. No wonder Zhou Yuan was so generous. He wasn't stupid either. But a broken item wasn't beyond repair. He had the universal synthesis platform. As long as he found the right materials, fixing the spatial treasure shouldn't be difficult. As long as the spatial treasure was genuine, then he'll still take the spatial treasure. After all, that was what was agreed upon initially. I can't take advantage of Mr. Zhou, Jiang Yin said humbly. Zhou Yuan was momentarily speechless. According to Jiang Yin, it was as if he was being generous by reluctantly accepting this reward. Although this spatial treasure was damaged, its value was still there. Many people would be willing to pay a high price for it. If it weren't to attract truly capable people, he wouldn't have been willing to offer it as a reward. Yet Jiang Yin made it sound as if he was the one at a loss. The words just didn't sit right. But he couldn't argue. After all, when he set the reward, he hadn't specified the exact condition of the spatial treasure. Forget it, why was he arguing with a kid? Zhou Yuan flipped his hand and took out a leaf-shaped jade carving from his storage ring, placing it on the table. This is the spatial treasure. Young friend, you can inspect it. Jiang Yan's heart stirred as he reached out and picked up the jade carving. He hadn't expected the space within this treasure to be housed in such high-quality spiritual jade. Just the quality of this spiritual jade alone was worth a fortune. Jiang Yin covered the jade with his spiritual sense, and a dilapidated scene appeared in his mind. It looked like a collapsed wooden hut with only a small corner of space barely able to hold anything. The internal state of this spatial treasure was indeed, as Zhou Yuan had said, with only about half a square meter of space still intact. Upon closer inspection, it was even less than half a square meter. Could he ask Zhou Yuan to compensate for the missing part? But Jiang Yin only thought about it. The spatial treasure wasn't fake, so this trip wasn't a loss. He'll take it. Jiang Yin used his backpack as cover to put the spatial treasure into his inventory. Once it was in his pocket, there was no way he was taking it out. Even if Zhou Yuan regretted it now, it was too late. Young friend, it's getting late. Would you like to stay for dinner? Zhou Yuan said politely. Jiang Yin understood the hint of dismissal and stood up. No need, I have other matters to attend to. He'll take my leave now. Leaving Zhou Yuan's villa, Jiang Yin felt the air outside was much fresher. Thinking about how many people had died in that villa and that Zhou Yuan could still live there, he was indeed a ruthless person. Jiang Yin took out his phone and checked the map. Are you kidding me? It takes over half an hour to walk out. Damn rich people, why did they have to build such a huge compound? Just as he was about to ask a security guard if a taxi could come in, a graceful figure suddenly blocked his path. Handsome, name your price. He'll buy that spatial treasure from you. Feng Shui said, lifting her chin. Jiang Yin was convinced he must have forgotten to consult the almanac before leaving home. Otherwise, how could he possibly have attracted the attention of this exasperating woman? All he wanted now was to leave the place immediately. With no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Feng Shui, he flatly refused. I'm not selling it. I'm in a hurry. Please step aside. No way. Feng Shui stepped forward, nearly pressing herself against Jiang Yin. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yin asked calmly, observing her unmistakable suggestive gestures. Handsome young man, just sell me the spatial artifact. Uncle Zhou must have told you. It's already so badly damaged it's unusable. Keeping it would serve no purpose but as a mere ornament. But if you sell it to me, you'll receive a substantial sum. And my contact information too. Feng Shui flashed him a flirtatious glance, her voice soft and honeyed. And if that's still not enough. She pressed a finger lightly against his chest, her tone dripping with seduction. I'll even grant you one chance to ask me out. She leaned close to his ear and added, tonight, if you'd like. Jiang Yin blinked, utterly bewildered. Was he being seduced? Objectively speaking, Feng Shui was quite lovely. Cultivated with evident care, she carried herself with the refined poise of a well-bred lady dressed with impeccable taste. Yet that elegance remained strictly superficial. Among the few women Jiang Yin had encountered since his transmigration, only Zhao Siren might rival her, in appearance alone. While having a beautiful woman throw herself at him wasn't inherently undesirable, Jiang Yin felt no attraction toward Feng Shui. More importantly, he suspected she sought not merely to purchase the spatial artifact, but to sleep with him as well. After all, he was exceptionally handsome and formidable. Such was the burden of excellence. So what do you say, handsome? I've already made such generous concessions. Just hand over the spatial artifact. Tonight I promise you unparalleled satisfaction. Feng Shui left no room for ambiguity. Her entire upper body pressed against him. No sale, Jiang Yin replied, his answer unchanged. You're terribly disobedient. Feng Shui seized his hand and guided it firmly against her chest. I've pleaded with you like this. Won't you reconsider just once more? In truth, she'd already secured another buyer. The moment that buyer laid eyes on the artifact, he instantly recognized its core material, a flawless spirit jade, a treasure coveted even at top-tier auction houses in first-tier metropolises. Moreover, it was a spatial artifact, one whose internal space, though diminished, remained partially functional. Such premium spirit jade held extraordinary value, both as a collector's item and as a practical tool. Yet Jiang Yin seemed wholly unaware of its worth, giving Feng Shui every reason to believe her chances were excellent. The moment she received word, she rushed straight to intercept him. I truly won't sell it, he repeated. Jiang Yin sighed helplessly. If you insist on knowing why, I'll tell you. But please don't get angry. Go ahead. I swear I won't, she assured him. A faint smile curved her lips. So the young man cared about her feelings. She knew no man could resist her gentle, irresistible charm. Well, I prefer women with fuller figures. With that, Jiang Yin gave the modest swell beneath his palm a light, deliberate squeeze, then withdrew his hand with lightning speed before Feng Shui could react. Feng Shui froze stunned. Had she heard correctly? She, rejected. Granted, her figure wasn't voluptuous, but surely a virgin on be warranted some respect. I'm truly sorry, but you'd best seek someone else. We simply aren't compatible, Jiang Yin said, feigning deep regret, then turned and strode resolutely toward the residential complex gate, leaving Feng Shui utterly flustered in his wake. Incompatible. Incompatible. Wasn't that her stock phrase, the one she'd used countless times when discarding others? Now she stood on the receiving end. How unbearable this feeling truly was. Wait, Feng Shui suddenly snapped back to reality. She hadn't come here to negotiate compatibility. She'd come to buy a spatial artifact. Incompatible, what nonsense. She'd nearly been derailed by Jiang Yan's deflection, but when she spun around to chase him, he'd vanished without a trace. Jiang Yan's current constitution bore little resemblance to his former self. At full sprint, he could match the speed of an automobile, effortlessly. He couldn't sustain it for long, but after clearing the villa district and confirming Feng Shui hadn't pursued him, he finally exhaled in relief. It wasn't fear that drove him. He simply found Feng Shui insufferably persistent. He feared that if he lingered any longer, his resolve might falter. After all, he was a normal man. When a woman of exceptional beauty threw herself at him, even if his heart remained unmoved, his body proved far less obedient. He had no desire to leave behind leverage for that woman to wield. He hailed a taxi and returned to his hotel. There he washed away the lingering scent of perfume and the metallic tang of blood clinging from the basement, before collapsing onto the bed utterly at ease. Let's see if any materials can repair the spatial artifact. Jiang Yin retrieved his phone and opened the official website of Lingwu Hall. Living within the inner city afforded many conveniences, one being Lingwu Hall's door-to-door delivery service. As long as inventory showed availability, online orders arrived within 2 hours. Jiang Yin had tested it once before, with outstanding results. An order placed 30 minutes prior had arrived at his hotel precisely half an hour later. A true blessing for the chronically lazy. He searched the site for keywords related to spatial. Hundreds of entries flooded the results: spatial-grade crystal, ores, remains of spatial-aligned demonic beasts, rare flora. None came cheap, and supplies were scarce. Especially spatial crystal ores across all varieties, total stock barely exceeded 100 units. The crystal, the primary material for crafting storage rings, was among the rarest spatial gemstones. Other spatial crystals, while unsuitable for direct use in storage artifacts, served admirably as repair or auxiliary components. With just over 1 million spirit coins remaining, Jiang Yin couldn't afford costly experiments. His focus shifted instead to skeletal remains of spatial-aligned demonic beasts. Such beasts were exceedingly rare, except for one species, the snowlight worm. These creatures lived exclusively in vast swarms. Their collective presence generated unique magnetic fields in sufficient numbers they could even manifest an independent spatial domain. Thus, spotting a single snowlight worm meant discovering thousands, or millions, of them. Jiang Yin checked the listed price for dried specimens. 100,000 spirit coins per worm, within reasonable range. He decided to begin with a single specimen for testing. Without hesitation, he placed the order. The moment payment cleared, his phone rang. The screen displayed Jiang Yingxue. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Yin drew in a sharp breath. It was his sister's call. A flicker of panic and guilt stirred within him. He held a favorable impression of Jiang Yingxue, yet the bond between the original owner and her had never been close. From childhood, she had been stern with him, and he regarded her more with awe than affection. The emotions that had surged within Jiang Yin were remnants of the original owner's memories. After a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. Sis, Jiang Yin said, clearing his throat. Xiao Yin, I've been training in the wilds and only learned about the incident in Spring City today. Are you all right? A concerned voice came through the phone. Imperfectly fine, eating and sleeping well. Jiang Yin chuckled. Hearing that you're safe puts my mind at ease. Jiang Yingxue sighed in relief. The college entrance exam is in 3 days. I heard Ninth High was hit hard by the disaster. Has the school made any arrangements? She asked. We'll take the exam in the inner city. I just visited the test site today, Jiang Yin replied. The inner city. Jiang Yingxue paused, then spoke with a hint of worry. The fees there must be steep. I recall the daily tax is 10,000. She had spent nearly all her savings on spirit pearls and pills for Jiang Yin, leaving her with almost nothing. But with Jiang Yan's exam looming, she was determined to gather the funds no matter what. Would she have to borrow from classmates again? She had only just cleared her debts. Sis, don't worry about that. The government has policies. All extra fees are waived during the exam period. Even staying in the inner city won't cost much, Jiang Yin quickly assured her. Really? The weight in Jiang Yingxue's heart lifted. They'll transfer 5,000 to you then. Use it well. This is no time to skimp on expenses. Jiang Yin was about to tell her not to send the money when he heard another woman's voice on the line. Yingxue, you can barely afford your own meals, and you're still sending money to your brother. A high schooler can't need that much. Don't wear yourself out. Keep your voice down, Jiang Yingxue murmured, moving the phone away. My brother's exams are crucial. I can't let him worry about trivial matters. It's just 5,000. I can earn it as a sparring partner at the Martial Hall for a few days. That Martial Hall again. Last time you ended up with broken bones. Those rich folks treat sparring partners like dirt. Forget it, I'll talk to you later, Jiang Yingxue said, pushing her companion aside. She picked up the phone again. Xiaoyan, I can't come back to see you since I haven't had a break yet. Don't be nervous during the exam, okay? After she spoke, an unusual silence fell on the other end. Xiaoyan, she called again. Sis, you don't need to send me money, Jiang Yin said solemnly. He had overheard everything she said. The thought of him using the spirit pearls and pills without a second thought, even staying in a 1,000 yuan a night hotel, while she endured beatings as a sparring partner. A bitter ache filled Jiang Yan's heart. If he had known how she earned that money, he would never have accepted those gifts. With the universal synthesis table, making money was effortless for him. But for Jiang Yingxue, every cent was earned through blood and sweat. One thought now consumed him: he must treat her well from now on and never let her suffer again. For the sake of her kindness, breaking bones just to send him pills, he owed her that much. Xiaoyan, really don't worry about the money. I'm a martial artist, injuries are inevitable. Look at college students returning from wilderness training. They're never unscathed. Once you're in university, you'll see this is all normal. Jiang Yingxue explained, knowing he had likely heard her conversation with her roommate. Is that the same as being a sparring partner at a martial hall? Jiang Yin countered. Forget it, don't go back there. Check your bank account later. Bank account? Confused, Jiang Yingxue was about to ask what he meant when a bank message arrived. She glanced at it, and her pupils dilated. Her account had received a deposit of 500,000. The sender was Jiang Yan. Xiaoyan, where did you get so much money? She exclaimed, grabbing the phone. Sis, don't worry about the money. I made some good gains during the school's field test and placed in the rankings. The rewards alone were worth millions. I've spent some on pills, but there's plenty left. Use this for now, Jiang Yan said. Test rewards worth millions. Jiang Yingxue's mind reeled. Ninth High was just an ordinary school in the outer city. How could it offer such prizes? And that was after splitting 5 ways. This time the school broke tradition by offering secret realm slots as rewards. Each slot is worth 7 or 8 million, Jiang Yin explained earnestly. So sis, your brother really has money. No need to worry. Please don't work at that martial hall anymore. Use that time to cultivate and strengthen yourself instead. Jiang Yingxue was speechless for a long moment. Finally, she said, you're right. I should focus on improving my strength. But I can't take your money. I earn enough from wilderness training to cover my daily needs. Why are you being so formal with me? Do you even see me as your brother? You never hesitated when sending me money and pills. Jiang Yin retorted, exasperated. Well, all right then. Jiang Yingxue agreed hesitantly. After the exams, he'll probably head to Magic City. He'll contact you then. Jiang Yin mentioned his upcoming plans. Okay, I'll be waiting. Jiang Yingxue replied with a smile. As the call ended, the delivery from the spiritual martial hall arrived. Jiang Yin opened the package to reveal a wrinkled ginseng-like insect lying quietly inside. It had been dehydrated to ensure long-term preservation. The contents within its body were perfectly intact. Using a fruit knife, he split open the snow-white worm and extracted a translucent crystalline core. This was the worm's core, the key to forming a spatial domain when they gathered. Jiang Yin took out his spatial artifact and added it along with the core into the synthesis table. At that moment, a new option appeared on the table. An unknown space discovered. It can be upgraded consuming Snowlight Bug Core X1. Upgrade. Jiang Yin was astonished by the system prompt. His original intention was to use the Snowlight Bug Core to repair the spatial artifact. Who would have thought the universal synthesis platform could directly upgrade the space? This was incredibly overpowered. Spaces also had their own hierarchy: mortal, spiritual, saint, and divine. This ranking applied not only to spatial artifacts, but to all spaces in the external world. For instance, Earth was currently evolving from mortal to spiritual level. This transformation began slowly because Earth had connected to a higher level space, the Myriad Realms. The Myriad Realms was not a single world, but a composition of numerous planes. Among them, spaces ranging from mortal to divine levels all existed. The space that had connected to Earth was a high-level spiritual space. A mortal-level space was what Earth had been 300 years ago. After connecting to the spiritual space, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into Earth, gradually giving rise to low-level demonic beasts, spiritual flowers, exotic herbs, and other heavenly treasures. This marked the beginning of the transition to a spiritual-level space. Following this trend, in about 100 years, Earth would fully transform into a spiritual space. All of this was normal. However, upgrading a spatial artifact was something Jiang Yin had never heard of before. This was because the materials used to refine spatial artifacts were fixed from the very beginning. It wasn't possible to start with mortal-level spatial materials and later add a few other components hoping to elevate it to spiritual level. Such a possibility simply did not exist. The two were entirely separate tiers that could not be bridged. Yet the universal synthesis platform had shattered this rule. As long as the materials were space-related, it seemed possible to upgrade the spatial artifact. If he were still playing a game, this would be no different from a hacked version. Of course, in reality, this was even more absurd. Let me first see how far I can upgrade this spatial artifact. If it can only be upgraded but not repaired, such a tiny area would be useless to me. Jiang Yin knew exactly what he needed. At present, he required a space that could accommodate living beings. If the spatial artifact couldn't be repaired, what use would upgrading it to spiritual level be? That minuscule area could barely fit a person. Jiang Yin turned his attention back to the synthesis platform. The system continued to prompt, upgrade the unknown space. Yes. Upgrade successful. Unknown space, upgrade progress 001. Jiang Yin quickly retrieved the artifact to inspect it. The collapsed hut within the space had completely vanished, replaced by an area shrouded in white mist. This space was roughly 1 cubic meter in size, and a faint trace of spiritual energy could be seen flowing within it. The area has expanded. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. And with just 001 progress, spiritual energy was already visible. Upgrading to a spiritual level space was within reach. But how much would this cost? Jiang Yin did a simple multiplication and found the result was 1 billion. How many zeros was that? 1 billion. Damn, where was he supposed to get that much money? But on second thought, exchanging 1 billion for a spiritual level space was an incredible deal. Anyone capable would likely be willing to trade their entire fortune for it. So the universal synthesis platform wasn't wrong. The fault lay in his poverty. Forget it, I won't dwell on the spiritual level space for now. Jiang Yin categorized the spatial artifact and the divine meridian pill as similar items. Both were difficult to synthesize for various reasons. The spatial artifact was held back by a lack of funds. The divine meridian pill was constrained by insufficient spiritual energy capacity. But these were only temporary obstacles. Money could be earned and spiritual energy capacity could be increased through diligent cultivation. One day these would no longer be issues. For now, he still had about 700,000 or 800,000. Jiang Yin planned to spend it all on snowlight bugs to expand the space's area at least enough to store items so it wouldn't remain a mere ornament. The next day, Jiang Yin took the initiative to call Lu Junhai. The previous night, using 8 snowlight bugs, he had upgraded the spatial artifact to about 5 square meters. Now his wallet was completely empty, but Jiang Yin wasn't worried. Though his wallet was empty, he still had 5 advanced second-grade blood chi pills, 10 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills, and 10 advanced second-grade green jade pills. Selling them to the Spirit Marshal Hall would undoubtedly result in a lowball offer. Without a trial, the Spirit Marshal Hall couldn't possibly know the pill's effects. So he had to find buyers himself. Lu Junhai was a ready-made customer. He was wealthy, trusted. Jiang Yin implicitly had a need for such items and was approaching the college entrance exams, urgently requiring a power boost. With luck, he might sell the entire batch in one go. That way, after graduation, when he went to the magic capital, he would have at least 8 figures in cash. By then, upgrading the spatial artifact and buying an apartment in the magic capital would be more than sufficient. Jiang Yin didn't have to wait long before Lu Junhai arrived at his hotel. Master, you said you had something good. Let me see it quickly. The moment he entered the room, Lu Junhai asked eagerly. Having witnessed Jiang Yan's skills the day before, he was filled with utmost admiration. Since Jiang Yin claimed it was something good, it certainly wouldn't be disappointing. Jiang Yin produced 3 pills he had prepared in advance. This formula has been passed down through my family and is rarely sold to outsiders. Young Master Lu, if you're interested, you can give them a try. Pills. Lu Junhai felt a slight disappointment. His family was wealthy, and he had grown up consuming pills like candy. Otherwise, despite his third-rate cultivation talent, he wouldn't have reached the martial artist level by his sophomore year of high school. But since Jiang Yin had specifically invited him, he didn't want to be rude. Master, just name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy them. Lu Junhai spoke generously without even asking about the pill's effects. This time, Jiang Yin had resolved his uncle's troubles, and Lu Junhai had reaped considerable benefits. A few pills were nothing. He would buy them as a token of gratitude to Jiang Yin. Young Master Lu, don't rush. You can try these 3 pills first. If you're not satisfied with the results, I won't charge you a single cent. Jiang Yin said calmly. Master, doing business like this won't work. If you encounter someone who likes to take advantage, they might eat your pills and default on payment. Then you'd end up with nothing. Lu Junhai disagreed strongly. Even if Jiang Yan's pills were genuinely effective, the buyer could simply deny it. They could consume the pills and walk away, leaving Jiang Yin powerless. Others might, but young Master Lu certainly wouldn't, Jiang Yin said with a faint smile. He knew exactly how effective these pills were. Once Lu Junhai tried them, he would only wish Jiang Yin had more, especially the advanced blood chi pills. After Lu Junhai tried them once, quitting would be absolutely impossible. Very well, for your words, Master, I'll take this pill. Lu Junhai slapped the table. So, young Master Lu, would you like to try it at home or here? Jiang Yin inquired. He mainly considered the effects of the blood chi pill. It might be somewhat embarrassing for Lu Junhai to take it here, so he offered a subtle reminder. I'll take it home. You know how many pills work. I won't embarrass myself in front of you, Master. Lu Junhai recalled his first time taking a third-grade blood chi pill when the potent effects had made him cry from the pain. If anyone had been present, he would have wished for a hole to crawl into. All right, I'll be waiting for your news. Jiang Yin slid the 3 individually wrapped pills across the table to Lu Junhai. Lu Junhai took the pills and left. Jiang Yin rested for a while, then decided to step out for a stroll and grab some lunch. As he reached the hotel lobby, he spotted a familiar figure. "It's you," Su Qing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. "What a coincidence." Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow and waved in greeting. Today, Su Qing wore a ladylike dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders with only light makeup. She looked completely different from the last time. "You sure slipped away fast last time," Su Qing said lazily, one hand resting on her luggage handle. "Last time?" Jiang Yin thought for a moment, then quickly realized she meant the auction that day. He hadn't expected her to notice his early departure. Could it be that Su Qing had been watching him all along? Jiang Yin rubbed his nose, sheepishly surprised at how popular he seemed to be with these beautiful older women. Yesterday, it was Feng Shui, today, it was Su Qing. If he ever fell on hard times, maybe he could find a wealthy woman to support him. Of course, Jiang Yin was just thinking. A man's dignity would never allow such a thing. A friend called that day with an urgent matter, so I had to leave early. I didn't realize I'd dodged a disaster. Lucky me. Jiang Yin fabricated an excuse on the spot. He couldn't very well tell Su Qing that everything that happened that day was caused by that little blue fish. Such things were too incredible. He knew the truth, and that was enough. "I thought you knew something was about to happen, and that's why you slipped away early." Su Qing pouted. It seemed she had been overthinking, just a coincidence. If Jiang Yin could really foresee misfortune, he wouldn't be an obscure nobody. "Forget it, let's drop it." Su Qing suddenly stepped forward and put her arm around Jiang Yin's shoulder. "Come on, let me treat you to lunch." Cough. Jiang Yin nearly choked on his own saliva. "What's wrong, little brother? Are you blushing?" Su Qing teased. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Yin pointed down. "You're stepping on my foot." "Aunt." Su Qing quickly let go and stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, I didn't notice. I was planning to grab some street skewers for lunch. If you don't mind, it'll give you the chance to treat." Jiang Yin pried Su Qing off his shoulder. "No problem. I love skewers too. Give me a few minutes to drop off my luggage upstairs." With that, Su Qing grabbed her suitcase and ran to wait for the elevator. Compared to Feng Shui, Su Qing was far better in every aspect, so Jiang Yin didn't mind interacting with her. Besides, Su Qing was a streamer, she might help him promote products later. Finding buyers on his own every time was just too much trouble. Su Qing was quick. She said a few minutes, and it was exactly that. She went upstairs, dropped off her luggage, and even changed clothes. "Let's go." Su Qing tucked a strand of hair behind her ears, slightly out of breath. It was clear she had been running. Just one trip upstairs, was that necessary? Jiang Yin glanced at Su Qing's new dress. "Don't you think this dress makes me look like a schoolgirl?" Su Qing twirled, holding the hem of her skirt, and blinked playfully. "The dress does, but you don't." Jiang Yin gave his honest opinion. It wasn't that Su Qing looked old, it was that her figure was too alluring. No matter what she wore, she couldn't pass for a schoolgirl. That's a bit harsh. Su Qing pouted. "I just thought since you're still in high school, I'd try to dress younger. You're the youngest, you're the prettiest. Let's hurry, or we'll lose our spot." Jiang Yin didn't want to waste time on this pointless topic. All he wanted now was to eat. "That's more like it." Su Qing snorted lightly. Jiang Yin and Su Qing arrived at the street behind the hotel. The entire street was lined with various food stalls. In the month he had lived in the inner city, Jiang Yin had tried almost everything on this street before finally settling on a very tasty skewer shop. This shop was always packed. Even though it was just past 11, the ground floor was nearly full. "Do you have any private rooms?" Jiang Yin asked at the counter. "Yes, how many?" The cashier girl behind the counter looked up, then her eyes widened in shock. Are you Rainbow Rabbit?" "Shoo." Su Qing put her finger to her lips and lowered her voice. "Keep it down. I'm just here to eat." Su Qing was a top streamer with nearly 10 million followers. She often got recognized on the street and was used to this. Of course. The cashier girl nodded quickly, then pulled out a pen and paper from the drawer. "Rainbow Rabbit, I'm a huge fan. Can I have your autograph?" "Sure, no problem." Su Qing took the pen and paper and quickly signed her name. "Also, your boyfriend is very handsome," the cashier girl suddenly added. "Boyfriend?" Su Qing was taken aback, then blushed furiously. "Don't talk nonsense. He's just a friend. I'm still single." "Don't worry, I understand." The cashier girl wore an expression as if she knew more than the parties involved. Jiang Yin stood by, utterly bewildered. Just going out to eat together, and suddenly he was her boyfriend. Did these young girls have such vivid imaginations? "Just get us a room, please." Su Qing, afraid that more talk would only muddy the waters, quickly changed the subject. Once they reached the private room on the second floor, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was rare for her to go out to eat with a guy, and now this misunderstanding had to happen. Would Jiang Yin overthink it? She quickly glanced at him, only to find him already studying the menu. "Do you eat spicy food?" Jiang Yin looked up and asked. Su Qing felt deflated. After all that she had been overthinking. Just then Jiang Yin's phone rang. He pressed the answer button and heard Lu Junhai's voice. "Master, where are you? I've been knocking on your hotel door for ages. You didn't suddenly change your mind and decide not to sell, did you?" After returning home to test the effects of the pills, Lu Junhai rushed back to Jiang Yin's hotel without a moment's delay. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. This immediately threw him into a panic. Lu Junhai now deeply regretted his initial thought that the pills Jiang Yin had presented were not sufficiently attractive. How foolish. After witnessing Jiang Yin's prowess, how could he have entertained such a stupid notion? Even the grandmaster had praised them as fine goods. He should have bought them outright without asking any questions. Now Jiang Yan had vanished. After sulking outside the door for a while, Lu Junhai suddenly remembered he had Jiang Yan's phone number. He hastily dialed Jiang Yan's number. Only when the call connected did he heave a deep sigh of relief. "Master, where are you? I've been knocking at your hotel door for ages. You're not having second thoughts and refusing to sell, are you?" Lu Junhai asked anxiously. "I'm having dinner with a friend. Find somewhere to wait, he'll be back in about an hour." Jiang Yan handed the menu to Su Qing, signaling her to order. All right, I'll wait for you at the door." Only when Lu Junhai realized Jiang Yan wasn't planning to bolt did the heavy stone in his heart finally settle. He wondered how many pills Jiang Yan actually had. Before leaving, he had his family transfer 2 million yuan over. Should be enough, right? His monthly allowance was usually only a few 100,000. But that was just pocket money, excluding his regular cultivation expenses. Whenever it came to improving his strength, his family never stinted. Moreover, after merely consuming 2 pills, his single-arm strength had increased by nearly 800 kilograms. What did that even mean? His innate talent was what it was. After becoming a first-tier martial artist, gaining even 10 gene in single-arm strength was exceedingly difficult. Most pills were already of little use to him. Yet this time he had gained 800 kilograms at once. It felt like a dream. And so Lu Junhai never moved an inch. After guarding Jiang Yan's door for over an hour, he finally saw 2 figures emerge from the elevator. "My room's up ahead. Call me if anything comes up." Su Qing waved at Jiang Yan, then turned and walked off in the opposite direction down the corridor. Lu Junhai glanced at her retreating figure. Why did that woman look vaguely familiar? Never mind, it didn't matter. He was here for serious business. "Master, you're finally back. I was afraid you'd found another buyer and decided not to sell me the pills." Lu Junhai braced himself against the floor and struggled to his feet. Damn, his legs had gone completely numb. He was used to others waiting for him, but today he had tasted what it was like to be the one waiting. And he was waiting for a grown man no less. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Yet he was rather willing. "Young Master Lu overestimates me. If I were selling the pills to someone else, wouldn't I lose the profit from the 3 I gave you this morning?" Jiang Yan walked over and opened the door. "That's true." Seeing Jiang Yan enter the room, Lu Junhai quickly followed. "Master, how many pills do you have left, and how do you intend to sell them?" "Including the 3 you tried, there are 10 yellow and cyan pills and 5 red pills. The cyan and red ones cost 500,000 each, the yellow ones 1 million. How many does young Master Lu need?" Jiang Yan walked over to the sofa and took out 3 bottles of pills from his backpack. 1 million. Lu Junhai sucked in a sharp breath. He had taken the pills back to an appraiser for verification. All were second grade. Could second-grade pills really fetch 1 million these days? That was almost the price of a first-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Depending on rarity, even first-grade pills could vary wildly in price. But without a doubt, pills that directly boosted strength were the cheapest of all. Such pills were only noticeably effective the first time they were taken. Some could even cause bodily harm. This kept the price of similar pills perpetually low unless they were of a sufficiently high grade. Yet in the end, Jiang Yan was only selling second-grade pills. He had prepared 2 million yuan, assuming Jiang Yan had at least a few hundred pills in stock, enough to last a few months. Who knew there were only 25 pills? His 2 million would just barely cover it. "Young Master Lu, didn't you notice anything special when you took the yellow pill?" Jiang Yan asked patiently without any rush. "The yellow one." Lu Junhai thought for a moment. "My strength increased quite noticeably, and a lot of gray sweat came out of my body." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. "Holy crap, this isn't a marrow-cleansing pill, is it?" Lu Junhai's breathing quickened. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. How else could he explain feeling so much lighter after taking that yellow pill? Wasn't that exactly the effect of a marrow-cleansing pill? Besides, a marrow-cleansing pill only purified the marrow and strengthened the tendons with no significant boost to strength. The pill Jiang Yan gave him did both. It was like a marrow-cleansing pill on steroids. He had just thought Jiang Yan's price was steep, but now he instantly felt that 1 million was an absolute steal. Bye. Only a fool wouldn't. "The 3 pills I sold you aren't any known variety on the market, but the yellow one does have the effect of cleansing the marrow and strengthening the tendons, while the cyan one purely enhances strength. So the best order is to take the yellow pill first, then the cyan one." After a pause, Jiang Yan continued. "As for the red pill, it triples your strength for an hour and has some additional effects. I trust you've already experienced that." Hearing this, Lu Junhai cleared his throat. That additional effect. It's far from just not bad. To be honest, he had been after the red pill all along. The other 2 pills were just an excuse to squeeze more money out of his parents. He knew his talent was limited and had already planned to spend the rest of his life managing the family business. He had no grand ambitions left for martial arts. But his parents still harbored hope for him, so when they heard about pills that could boost his single-arm strength by hundreds of kilograms, they transferred the money without a second thought. Now it seemed his cultivation potential still had room for improvement. This rekindled a flicker of ambition in Lu Junhai, who had long given up on the martial path. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. If there was a chance, who wouldn't want to become a powerhouse? Lu Junhai suddenly felt that Jiang Yan was nothing short of a lucky star. Not only had he kindly warned him about his darkening brow during their first encounter, helping him avert a destined calamity, but he had also resolved the trouble in his uncle's basement afterward. Now he was selling him such remarkably potent pills. It turned out that in this world, good people still existed in abundance. Before, he had never understood what it meant to return good for evil, but now he witnessed this virtue in Jiang Yan. From this day forward, he would never question anything Jiang Yan said. That would be an insult to the master. Jiang Yin was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Lu Junhai's mind. Yet if Lu Junhai ever learned the truth, he would likely deeply regret his current epiphany. After all his misfortunes stemmed from Jiang Yan's divination that day. It was not a well-intentioned warning, but a curse from a siren of misfortune. Of course, this secret was something Lu Junhai would most likely never discover. Master these 3 bottles of pills plus the one I tried earlier, total 17,500,000. I've transferred the money to you. Please check if the amount is correct. Lu Junhai stowed away the pills with immense satisfaction, then lifted his head to address Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin checked the balance in his bank card and nodded with approval. Young Master Lu, if you have further needs, feel free to contact me again. I have new stock every month. With your word, Master, I am at ease. Lu Junhai laughed heartily. I was worried that if I wanted to buy more pills later, you might not have any on hand. You are always welcome to reach out, young Master Lu. Jiang Yin smiled, then opened his phone's contacts and added Lu Junhai to a newly created group labeled Small Goals. This was his future steady client. Once he arrived in mode, the clients in this group would undoubtedly become more prestigious and wealthier. Achieving a small goal of 1 billion was entirely within reach. By the way, Lu Junhai suddenly realized, wasn't that girl who was with you earlier a pretty famous internet celebrity? I suppose so, Jiang Yin replied. Master, you're incredible. A top-tier influencer like that worth tens of millions can't be won over with money alone. And she's stunningly beautiful. None of the women I've been with can compare. Lu Junhai said, his voice thick with envy. Jiang Yin was at a loss for how to respond to Lu Junhai. With all his family's wealth, why did he waste his time in brothels? Did he really expect to find a decent woman in a place like that? It was no different from searching for food in a cesspool. Oh. Lu Junhai glanced at the time and quickly stood up. Master, I have to go now. I just spent 20 million on goods and my parents are waiting to inspect them. If I'm too late, they'll start nagging. Alright, I'll see you out. I was planning to go downstairs to buy something anyway. Jiang Yin also rose to his feet. The two of them stepped into the hotel corridor. Just as they were about to head for the elevator, Jiang Yin spotted a furtive man loitering outside Su Qing's room. The man glanced around, confirmed he was in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, and then knocked on the door pretending to be a hotel staff member. Soon the door opened. Who are you? Su Qing frowned at the stranger before her. Bunny, don't you recognize me? I'm Zhanhuan Wushuang, the one who tipped you 30,000 last month. The man said, his eyes burning with obsession. I happened to be nearby when you checked in today, so I followed you to see which room you were in. Su Qing's frown deepened. Was this guy out of his mind? It was the first time she had encountered someone who could justify stalking so blatantly. And he even pretended to be a staff member to knock on her door. What good intentions could he possibly have? You really don't remember me. Seeing Su Qing's expression, Zhanhuan Wushuang grew visibly irritated. You even said my name back then, Zhanhuan Wushuang. It's such an easy name to remember, how could you forget? I appreciate your tip. Is there anything else? Su Qing's tone was icy. With so many people tipping her every day, she couldn't possibly remember every single ID. Moreover, she always urged her fans not to waste their money. She earned her living through brand collaborations. Tips were never her main source of income. And even if she set that aside, what normal fan would sneakily follow her like a pervert and knock on her door pretending to be staff? Who could possibly have a good impression of someone like that? Zhanhuan Wushuang seemed provoked by Su Qing's attitude, and his voice suddenly turned sharp. You female streamers are all the same, putting on one face in the live stream and another behind the scenes. I tipped you 30,000 and I can't even get a few words out of you. If you want to chat, you're welcome to find me in my live stream. This is not my working hours. Su Qing had lost her patience. How dare you speak to me like that? Believe me, you'll expose your true colors tomorrow. Zhanhuan Wushuang's eyes reddened, and he ground his teeth. Go ahead and expose me. With that, Su Qing tried to close the door. But Zhanhuan Wushuang pulled out a steel pipe and wedged it into the gap. Su Qing nearly got hurt and had to step back. Now where do you think you're going? Zhanhuan Wushuang let out a lecherous chuckle. Just as he was about to force his way into the room, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Zhanhuan Wushuang froze and turned around. A young man about 18 or 19 years old was holding a crystal ball and staring at him. Big brother, I see a dark aura over your brow. You're in danger of a bloody calamity, Jiang Yin said with a grave expression. Beside him, Lu Junhai was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Weren't they here to be heroes and save the damsel? Why had Jiang Yin suddenly started doing divinations? And the result was a bloody calamity. Was he planning to fight here? That wouldn't be wise. If they got caught, they'd be in serious trouble. Su Qing was also full of questions. She had initially thought Jiang Yin had come to help. But instead, he was holding a crystal ball and playing the part of a street fortune teller. What kind of act was this? I remember you. You're the one who went out to dinner with Little Rainbow earlier. Zhanhuan Wushuang looked Jiang Yin up and down, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A pretty boy like you thinks you can play the hero. Big brother, I'm just giving you a sincere warning. Not only is your brow darkened, but there's also a red glow over your head. It's unlucky, extremely unlucky. Jiang Yin shook his head. You're insane. Zhanhuan Wushuang cursed. Seeing that there were now 2 more people present, and he couldn't act today, he left a threat. They'll let you off this time. But if I run into you again, it'll make you pay. With that, Zhanhuan Wushuang picked up his steel pipe and prepared to leave. Just then a loud bang erupted from a nearby room. The door was blasted open by a tremendous force, slamming directly into Zhanhuan Wushuang. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The war soul, invincible, struck by the door, lay on the ground in a grotesque posture. The steel pipe he had been holding was now impaled in his chest. Blood flowed down the pipe onto the corridor carpet, quickly staining a large area crimson. Su Qing's eyes widened. Could this be the blood disaster Jiang Yin had spoken of? Or was it merely a coincidence? Yet it was too uncanny. After his initial shock, Lu Junhai looked at Jiang Yin with admiration. The master's divination was as accurate as ever. Just then a small old man rushed out from a nearby room. He appeared disheveled with singed hair and tattered clothes. Oh dear, what a mess. The old man panicked at the sight of War Soul Invincible on the ground. He had only caused a minor accident while refining artifacts. How could it have hit someone? This had never happened before. Is he your friend? The old man asked Jiang Yin and the others. All three shook their heads simultaneously. Oh. The old man nodded. That's a relief. Call an ambulance first, get him to the hospital. I wonder if he's still breathing. There was a surveillance camera right where War Soul Invincible was struck. The old man wasn't worried about being blamed. It was purely an accident. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were left speechless by the sudden appearance of this old man. What did he mean by a relief? In a busy place like a hotel, doing something so dangerous, blasting a door off its hinges, even if it didn't hit a person, hitting a stray cat or dog would be wrong. But ultimately, it was War Soul Invincible's misfortune. With all of them present, why did the door have to hit him? Why was he holding a steel pipe that ended up piercing him through? It could only be fate. Jiang Yin had warned him, but he didn't take it seriously. Who could he blame? Jiang Yin gazed at the fallen War Soul Invincible, lost in thought. He had only wanted to test if the divination crystal ball had consequences beyond bad luck. Who knew the effect would be beyond imagination? It seemed he needed to be more cautious when using the divination crystal ball in the future. Clearly it wasn't just for tormenting others. It could also be used to kill. 10 minutes later, medics arrived and carried War Soul Invincible away. He was barely breathing. Whether he would survive was up to fate. The old man watched as the war god Invincible was taken away, his face full of melancholy. Had his new weapon failed again? It nearly killed someone. But he had checked all the data. It shouldn't have gone wrong. This was too bizarre. He would surely face a reprimand from the association. Excuse me, are you Master Nielin? Su Qing suddenly asked the old man. His face was covered in soot, making him unrecognizable. Only after he wiped his face with his sleeve did she barely identify him. Nielin was one of the 8 renowned chief artificers of the Artificer Association. His weapons were known for their bizarre and unique designs. Those unaccustomed found them difficult to use, but those who mastered them often achieved unexpected results in battle. Su Qing had once tried to commission a weapon from Nielin, but never got an appointment. She never expected to meet him in person today. Young lady, you have sharp eyes. Nielin glanced at the 3 of them, then waved his hand. Come, I feel a connection with you today. Let me give you some weapons. With that, he turned and entered his room. Lu Junhai looked as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Holy crap, is this for real? This is Nielin. His weapons are worth at least 7 or 8 figures. Jiang Yin had also heard of Nielin's reputation, yet he felt such good fortune shouldn't fall upon them. They followed Nielin into the room. Jiang Yin immediately spotted the waist-high artifact furnace and the bed and furniture ravaged by the explosion. There was even a large crater in the floor. If the explosion had been any stronger, the guests downstairs would have been in danger. Nielin scurried to a corner of the room, dug out a few weapons from a pile of scrap materials, and returned to them. Here, one for each of you. Don't be shy. Looking at what Nielin had brought, the 3 fell silent. They were 3 bricks. Yes, bricks. Exactly like the ones on a construction site. Huh. Nielin laughed smugly at their reaction. See, even you were fooled by their appearance. Master Nia, are these really weapons? Su Qing asked hesitantly. They looked like red bricks picked up from a construction site. Of course they're weapons. Nielin declared proudly. They hurt like hell when you hit someone. See that door that got blasted off? The force of this brick is about the same as that door. Lu Junhai. Su Qing. Jiang Yin stroked his chin. These weapons are quite deceptive. In a fight, while others wield swords, spears, or clubs, pull out a brick. Anyone's first reaction would be confusion and awe. Just like their reaction. Even though the master artificer Nielin had explained they were weapons, Lu Junhai and Su Qing still found it hard to believe, let alone an enemy who knew nothing. It was similar in concept to his synthesized fruit knife. Young man, you have good taste. Nielin's eyes lit up at Jiang Yan's words. He had been working on this weapon for nearly half a year, yet no one had understood his design philosophy until now. Jiang Yin saw its essence at a glance. He was a natural talent. With that thought, Nielin immediately asked, young man, I see you have remarkable potential. You're definitely cut out for artifact refining. No, you have a gift for learning the craft. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Su Qing and Lu Junhai were stunned speechless. This turn of events was too fast. First, Nielin offered them weapons only to give them 3 bricks. Then with one comment from Jiang Yin, Nielin wanted to take him as an apprentice. Lu Junhai felt he couldn't keep up with their train of thought. Was this the common language between masters? After listening to Nielin's words, Jiang Yin shook his head. Sorry, I have no intention of learning any other professions. If he didn't possess the universal synthesis table, he would never let such a golden opportunity slip by. After all, alchemy and artifact forging were highly lucrative professions. Moreover, becoming the closed-door disciple of one of the 8 chief masters of the Artificer Association would elevate his status several-fold. Unfortunately, he had no need for such abilities. Why bother laboring over something when he could simply toss materials into the synthesis table and instantly produce superior results? Why waste time and effort on manual work? With that time, wouldn't it be better to cultivate or enjoy life? Moi. Nielin was taken aback. Was he being rejected? In the past, countless people had vied to become his disciple, yet he had never deemed any worthy. Now that he had a sudden impulse to take on a closed-door disciple, the other party was unwilling. Did being his apprentice bring shame? Jiang Yin, think carefully. This is Niao Lin. Though his style is eccentric, he's still one of the 8 chief masters of the Artificer Association. Becoming his closed-door disciple means you'll never have to worry about the rest of your life. Su Qing hurried over, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "To each their own." Jiang Yin offered no further explanation. Besides, this old man seemed highly questionable. Who takes on a disciple at first sight? Such a master was hardly reliable. No, that reason won't do. Niao Lin persisted. What's wrong with being my disciple? You haven't entered university, yet have Il write you a letter of recommendation to the best school. After graduation, Il secure you a job. If you can't find a wife, Il arrange that too. A car and a house. All taken care of. Niao Lin recalled the disciples of his fellow elders. All graduates from prestigious schools with cars, houses, and women. Naturally, his own disciple couldn't be inferior. You can even arrange a wife. Lu Junhai's interest peaked. Master Niao, what about me? I think my bones are quite extraordinary. You... Niao Lin studied Lu Junhai for a moment, then shook his head. No, you lack the aura. What aura? The aura that matches mine, of course. Niao Lin lifted his chin. Matches yours. Lu Junhai looked from Jiang Yin to the balding Niao Lin. How could a handsome man like Jiang Yin share any aura with this old man? As Niao Lin grew more absurd, Jiang Yin hastily interrupted. Sir, I truly have no plans to learn artifact forging. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll wait. Niao Lin's gaze suddenly fell on Jiang Yin's trousers. Young man, show me the weapon in your pocket. Jiang Yin patted his pocket and realized Niao Lin meant the alloy fruit knife. The knife was small, always kept in his pocket. Only Niao Lin had noticed it. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yin placed the knife on the table. Lu Junhai and Su Qing stared baffled. Niao Lin called this a weapon. It looked like a common fruit knife from any street stall. Probably 10 yuan or a few yuan. Definitely cheap. Yet Niao Lin carefully picked up the knife, caressing the blade with fascination as if admiring a work of art. This design. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Lu Junhai. Su Qing. Were they in the same world, looking at the same object? This weapon is entirely forged from grade alloy, right? Niao Lin looked at Jiang Yin, puzzled. But what alloy is the handle made of? I can't identify it. Creating such a cheap texture with alloy. This is a problem I've never been able to solve. Lu Junhai and Su Qing craned their necks, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't see how this fruit knife related to alloy. And these details the craftsmanship. The one who forged this is truly a master. Niao Lin turned the knife over and over, growing more astonished with each look. How could such a perfect weapon be made by human hands? Every detail was handled nearly flawlessly. Among grade alloy weapons, Jiang Yin's fruit knife would undoubtedly be far more powerful. The adage that details determine success or failure was evident here. Now it was Jiang Yin's turn to be speechless. He had simply tossed a 2-yuan fruit knife into the synthesis table and processed it a few times. His original plan was to have Niao Lin confirm the knife's alloy identity, then pitch his new products to Su Qing and Lu Junhai. Who would have thought Niao Lin's eyes were so sharp, immediately spotting the weapon's anomaly? Young man, do you have this master's contact information? Or could you contact him for me? Niao Lin suddenly grabbed Jiang Yan's arm. What do you want? Jiang Yan eyed him warily. Just ask him if he'd be willing to take on a slightly older disciple. Niao Lin said earnestly. A slightly older disciple. Jiang Yan was momentarily confused. What about me? Am I suitable? Niao Lin pointed at himself. Jiang Yan's head swarmed with questions. Was this old man joking? Become a disciple of the synthesis table, and was slightly older accurate. He was clearly in his 70s or 80s. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were also dumbfounded. Earlier, Niao Lin wanted Jiang Yan as his disciple. Now he wanted to become a disciple himself. What was going on? Jiang Yan took a deep breath, striving to stay calm. Sir, this weapon was made by a blacksmith for me, but the outer city was in chaos recently, and that shop has disappeared. I can't help you with contact information. Off. Niao Lin deflated. What a pity. Next time you see that master, be sure to get his contact info. Listening to their exchange, Lu Junhai suddenly understood. He finally realized why Niao Lin said Jiang Yan shared his aura. What normal person would commission a fruit knife made from alloy? This was even more absurd than when Niao Lin had pulled out 3 bricks. Do you still want these weapons? If not, I'll sell them to the scrapyard. Niao Lin looked at his own creations with disdain. After witnessing the master's craftsmanship, he felt his own skills were lacking. These failures were too embarrassing to display. Master Niao, may I ask what material these bricks are made of? Su Qing suddenly spoke. A grade alloy. Didn't I mention that? The moment Niao Lin finished speaking, the 3 bricks on the table were snatched up instantly. Oh, Master Niao, how could you sell a grade alloy weapon to a scrapyard? Just look at how creative this weapon's design is. If you entered it in a competition, it would surely win a grand prize. Lu Junhai said as he clutched the brick tightly against his chest. What a close call. He had nearly let a grade alloy weapon slip through his fingers. If he had known earlier that this was a grade alloy weapon, would he have scorned it for being just a brick? He would have treasured it like a precious gem. This brick has a nice heft to it. It must hurt a lot when it hits someone. Master Niao, how did you ever come up with such a weapon? You're so brilliant. Su Qing, having taken the brick, also held it with fondness, showering it with praise. Jiang Yan silently scorned these two in his heart. Just moments ago they were so disdainful, but upon hearing it was a grade alloy weapon, they immediately changed their tune. They had no principles. Unlike him, though he took the brick, he would never speak insincerely. This thing was clumsy and heavy and inconvenient to carry. Anyone who actually used this to hit someone would surely be taken for a lunatic. Haha, you two have good taste too. Nielin beamed with pride, his beard nearly curling up to the sky. This is my masterpiece in its ideal state. A single brick could kill a third-rank beast. Oh, it can kill a third-rank beast with one brick. Hearing this, Jiang Yan paused. Young man, what's your take on it? Nielin glanced at Jiang Yan. This is truly a work of art. Jiang Yan immediately gave a thumbs up. He felt deeply sorry for his earlier childish thoughts. If a single brick could kill a third-rank beast, what more could one ask for? In the face of absolute power, appearances were mere illusions. Could those flashy, exquisitely crafted weapons ever be as practical as a brick? Just like him, wasn't he still using a fruit knife as his main weapon? He had initially thought of following Nielin's example and selling the brick directly to the scrapyard. Even selling in a grade alloy as scrap would fetch a decent sum. But now it was clear this thing had great use. Universities often held field training exercises. With this brick in hand, wouldn't he be blessed like a god? Could any ordinary grade alloy weapon guarantee a direct kill on a third-rank beast? Unless the weapon's owner had strength far surpassing the third rank, then there was nothing more to say. Even without a weapon, such a person would still be formidable. One could only say that he deserved to be one of the 8 chief artificers of the Artificer Association. Nielin truly had some real skill. Weapons of the same grade could yield far greater effects in his hands. That was true ability. Just then a man in a business suit suddenly walked in from outside. Hello, I'm the hotel manager. May I ask who is the guest in room 4133? We need to discuss the compensation for the room damages, the young man said, looking at those present. Jiang Yan and the other two pointed at Nielin in unison. You little rascals, you've just taken my weapons, and now you're turning your backs on me. Nielin glared. Master Nia, we are honest children. Jiang Yan said with a straight face. Right. Su Qing and Lu Junhai nodded in agreement. Nielin. Honest children, my foot. Just tell me how much I need to pay. Nielin was long used to this kind of thing. Furnace explosions were inevitable when experimenting with new formulas, though the damage today was indeed a bit extensive. The damaged items include 1 set of tables and chairs, 1 bed, 1 chandelier, and various other items. The floor is severely damaged. Additionally, the hotel's internal defensive array has been compromised, which must be calculated separately using spirit pearls. The manager, calculator in hand, quickly tapped a few numbers and then looked up. Sir, you need to pay a total of 1,700,000 in cash, plus 5,000 spirit pearls. How many spirit pearls? Nielin wondered if he had heard correctly. Sir, it's 5,000 spirit pearls. Our hotel uses a 4th-grade defensive array, though it's on a smaller scale. The cost is still very high. What the hell does a tiny hotel like yours need a 4th-grade defensive array for? And this is the inner city. Setting up a defensive array here is just asking for trouble. It's precisely to prevent situations like today's. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Sir, please calm down. During their conversation, Jiang Yan quietly slipped out of the room. This had nothing to do with him. It was all the fault of the Doom Siren. But he would remember Nielin's kindness in giving him the brick. If Nielin ever ran into trouble, he would help if he could. But today, he was out of there. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the college entrance exam. Jiang Yan arrived at No. 1 high school and took the speed test, agility test, reaction test, and strength test in sequence. Then he went to test his talent. The final result was 5th grade. This score had already met the basic admission threshold for all prestigious schools. Of course, this was just the baseline. In other words, regardless of one's physical test results, a talent grade of 5 or above was considered passing. But most of the time, the overall composite score was what mattered. After all, those with cultivation talent above the 5th grade were already exceedingly rare. Jiang Yan had only reached this level after consuming large quantities of 2nd and 3rd grade yellow jade pills. In the afternoon, he took 2 more cultural subject exams. After handing in his papers, he directly used his phone to book a flight to Magic City that very night. He could check his exam results online later. Anyway, his location didn't matter. As for what major to choose, he would wait until the results came out. At that moment, the gates of No. 1 high school were already surrounded by reporters. They had heard that a student from No. 1 high school had a single-hand strength close to 40,000 kilograms. This was undoubtedly the martial arts champion of Spring City this year. If they could get an interview, it would surely be tomorrow's headline. But while interviewing the champion, they would also talk to some other students. That way the content would be richer. The situation at the inner city schools is complicated this year. They've all mixed in students from the outer city, making it inconvenient for us to interview. If we catch an outer city student and ask about their single-hand strength only to hear it's 200 kilograms, wouldn't that be a waste of our time? Said a male reporter in a peaked cap, his tone full of complaint. What can we do? With such chaos in the outer city, we can't exactly stop their students from taking the exam. Another female reporter shrugged. Looks like we'll have to tell them apart by their uniforms, the male reporter said. How about we try interviewing a few outer city students? The female reporter suddenly pointed at a student who had just come out of the school gate wearing the uniform of No. 9 high school. That guy is really handsome. He'd definitely make our report eye-catching. Humph, the male reporter scoffed. If you want to go ahead, I'm not interviewing anyone from No. 9 high school. Who cares about those lowlifes' exam results? Ignoring the male reporter, the female reporter eagerly rushed forward. Excuse me, would you be available for a quick interview? She asked with a very pleasant tone. What kind of interview? Jiang Yan, seeing that the area around him was completely blocked, turned back to ask. Don't be nervous, classmate. Just casually talk about your college entrance exam performance insights or scores. Anything is fine. the female reporter said warmly, holding a microphone. Some nearby reporters sneered. A student from No. 9 high school. I don't get it, what's there to interview? I heard most students from the outer city have a single hand strength of only 200 to 300 kilograms, not even as strong as my 10-year-old nephew. Look at this guy's arms and legs, hardly any muscle. I bet his single hand strength doesn't exceed 200 kilograms. Come on, he's a senior in high school. He must have at least 200 kilograms. Jiang Yin, with one hand in his pocket, scanned the crowd for an opening. With so many people, he wondered if he could even hail a cab. Classmate. Seeing Jiang Yin distracted, the female reporter shook the microphone impatiently. Oh, glancing at the microphone, Jiang Yin replied casually. I'm not nervous, but there's nothing much to say. Just say a few words, it won't take much of your time, the female reporter insisted. Well, Jiang Yin thought seriously. As for my performance, it was probably decent. Single hand strength, 39472. A few hundred kilograms higher than usual. Huh. The female reporter's mind went blank for a moment. What kind of number was that? A few more digits, and it could be a phone number. Sorry, I have things to do. Gotta go. With that, Jiang Yin spotted a gap and slipped through the crowd. The nearby reporters were stunned. Finally, the female reporter snapped out of it. Did he say single hand strength, 39472? That's nearly 40,000 kilograms, and he's an outer city student. The surrounding reporters were all shocked. Impossible. He must be bragging. Are you kidding me? This year's top scorer in Spring City couldn't possibly come from the outer city. No need to guess. If that kid's telling the truth, he'll twist my head off and let you all kick it around. Just then, a female teacher in a white blouse and black skirt walked out of the school. Seeing so many reporters outside the gate, she looked troubled. As she turned to go back, a few reporters spotted her. Isn't that teacher Zhou from Class A of the senior year? Quick, she must know about the top scorer. Hearing this, the reporters all crowded around. Teacher Zhou, I've seen your interviews. I heard you've produced 2 consecutive top scorers. This year's top scorer must be from your class, right? I heard there's a student in your class with a single hand strength close to 40,000 kilograms. Is that true? Can you reveal any information about the top scorer? Would like to do an exclusive interview with him. Once his name gets out, it'll be beneficial for his school choices. Listening to the reporters, the teacher's face turned pale and red. Finally, she forced out, there's no student in my class with a single hand strength of 40,000 kilograms. Teacher Zhou, we didn't say exactly 40,000. Just close to it is impressive. Spring City hasn't seen such results in years. It's an honor for the whole city. A reporter immediately chimed in. We don't have any student close to 40,000 either. I suggest you interview the outer city students, the teacher said, tightly, knowing the truth would eventually come out. It was better to be honest than leave a handle for others. What? Outer city students? Teacher Zhou, do you mean this student with nearly 40,000 kilograms of strength is from the outer city? Wait, where's that No. 9 high school student? He said his strength was 39472. Could he really be the top scorer? Damn, after all that talk, where is he? Jiang Yin returned to the hotel, packed his luggage, and took a cab to the airport. Though he kept important items in his inventory, he still needed some luggage. Otherwise, showing up empty-handed everywhere would be too suspicious. Seeing it was still early, Jiang Yin took out his phone and called Jiang Yingxue. But the call didn't go through. That puzzled Jiang Yin. Normally, after the exam ended today, Jiang Yingxue would have called him immediately. Yet he hadn't received a single call, and now her phone was off. Could something have happened? Fortunately, after a few minutes of worry, Jiang Yingxue called him back. Xiaoyan, I had something come up, so I didn't turn on my phone. Your exam should be over now, right? Jiang Yingshue's concerned voice came through the phone. It's over. I'm at the airport now, arriving in Magic City in about 2 hours. Relieved that Jiang Yingxue was fine, Jiang Yin relaxed. Okay, call me when you arrive, Jiang Yingxue said with a smile. They chatted briefly before ending the call. Magic City University. Jiang Yingxue sat in her dorm, staring blankly at her phone screen. Yingxue, don't worry. The teacher is willing to believe you. It's just Tian Li's one-sided accusation with no real evidence. A tall, short-haired girl came over to Jiang Yingxue and patted her shoulder comfortingly. But her things appeared in my bag, and there's no surveillance there. Even if the teacher believes me, what will other students think? Jiang Yingxue hadn't expected this to happen. She had only left the classroom for a few minutes, and when she returned, she was labeled a thief. Worse, what Tian Li lost was a cultivation manual worth millions. Now she was demanding the school punish Jiang Yingxue. If the accusation stuck, compensation would be the least of it. She'd likely be expelled. This would become a stain on her life. Everywhere she went, she'd be branded a thief. During the last field training, you took a prey from her. Could she be holding a grudge and using this method to get back at you? The short-haired girl analyzed. I don't know, Jiang Yingxue shook her head. Competing for resources and prey during field training is normal. If she resents me over something so trivial, she's really petty. She's not petty, she's just malicious at heart. Before the short-haired girl could finish, 2 girls walked into the dorm together. Jiang Yingxue, Tang Yu, we've applied to the dorm manager to switch rooms. Remember to settle last month's utility bills, one of them said. Why switch rooms all of a sudden? Tang Yu frowned. How we wouldn't dare live with a thief, the other girl sneered. What nonsense are you talking? There's not even a shred of evidence. How can you wrongfully accuse someone? Besides, we've been roommates for over a year, living together day and night. Don't you know Yingshue's character by now? Tang Ya's face was flushed with anger. I may not know Jiang Yingshue's character well, but I'm quite clear about her always borrowing money from others. The girl who had spoken earlier stepped forward, a sneer curling on her lips. Tang Ya, I advise you too. Don't get too close to someone like her. It's Tian Li who lost something today. Oh, tomorrow it might be you. Exactly. I lost a phone last semester and didn't think much of it at the time, but now it seems the culprit is right here among us. Another girl chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Bullshit. Tang Ya's eyes reddened with fury. Your phone was clearly pickpocketed while you were shopping outside. How can you pin that on Yingxue? Do you even have a brain? I can't be bothered with you. Let's pack up quickly. Staying in the same dorm as such scum feels like the air itself is polluted. The girl let out a light snort. Tanya wanted to say more, but Jiang Yingxue stopped her. Forget it. Come take a walk with me. My brother should be arriving soon anyway. I'll introduce you to. Jiang Yingxue forced a faint smile onto her face. All right. Tanya could see that Jiang Yingxue was hurting inside, so she had no choice but to go along with her. The two left the school and headed to the nearby snack street. Tanya bought a pile of food and shoved it into Jiang Yingxue's hands. All this is for you. If you don't finish it, you're not going back today. Jiang Yingxue knew Tanya was trying to cheer her up and didn't want to bring the negative energy from school out here, so she smiled and said, Are you trying to fatten me up like a pig? We still have dinner later. We'll worry about dinner then. Tanya suddenly remembered and asked, Oh, by the way, your brother should be taking the college entrance exam today, right? How did he do? Oh no. Jiang Yingxue abruptly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tanya asked, puzzled. I forgot to ask. Jiang Yingxue's face fell. I actually forgot something so important. I wonder if Xiao Yin will think I don't care about him. What does it matter? You'll see him later anyway, you can ask then. Tanya said. I suppose that's all I can do. Jiang Yingxue sighed. 2 hours later, Jiang Yin got off the plane and took a car to the location Jiang Yingxue had sent. The place was very close to Moda University with all kinds of facilities available. Of course, the foot traffic was also heavy. There were shopping districts, snack streets, entertainment complexes, and the Lingwu Hall building. All clustered in this area. Jiang Yin carried his luggage and followed the map for a long time before finally spotting Jiang Yingxue's figure beside a coffee shop. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking clean and fresh. Beside her was a short-haired girl. Both of them were strikingly beautiful. Standing there casually, they formed a picturesque scene. Xiao Yin. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue also saw Jiang Yin and immediately walked over with Tanya. Sis. Jiang Yin greeted with a smile. You've grown taller again, it's been almost half a year. Jiang Yingxue remarked as she looked him over. Can you not mention my height every time we meet? Jiang Yan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Although he had developed late, he had shot up in height during high school and was now over 1.8 meters tall. You little brat, still talking back. Jiang Yingxue put her hands on her hips and said huffily, Haven't had a beating in months, are your bones itching? You wouldn't actually hit me in the middle of the street, would you? Jiang Yin joked half seriously. Yingxue, your family's genes are incredible. You're beautiful and your brother is handsome too. Is there no justice? Tanya leaned against Jiang Yingxue, looking at Jiang Yin with an infatuated expression. Of course. Jiang Yingxue felt a little smug hearing someone praise her brother. Oh, Xiao Yin, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Tanya, and also my best friend. Hello, Sister Tanya. Jiang Yin greeted politely. How well behaved. If anything comes up and you can't find your sister, just come to me. Yingxue's brother is my brother too. Tanya said with an air of care for the younger generation. Infatuation was one thing, but she wouldn't lay a hand on her best friend's brother. It's getting late, let's find a place to eat first. Jiang Yingxue suggested. All right. Jiang Yin patted his stomach. I'm actually pretty hungry. There's a nice restaurant near our school. Want to give it a try? Tanya proposed. This is your turf, so you're in charge. Jiang Yin said. Go. Tanya pumped her fist. Restaurants near schools were usually quite affordable. However, the place Tanya mentioned was relatively expensive with an average cost per person exceeding 1,000. Jiang Yingxue was actually visiting for the first time. Normally, she would save wherever she could, rarely spending more than 20 at the school cafeteria, let alone splurging outside. But considering she wanted to treat Jiang Yin to a welcome meal and wasn't as tight on money, now she had specifically chosen a good restaurant. The three of them found a seat by the window. Just as they were about to call a waiter to order, a few young men and women suddenly walked over to them. Seeing them, Jiang Yingxue's face darkened. Tang Ya's brows also furrowed. Jiang Yingxue, you're in the mood to eat out. This place is pricey. Can you even afford it? The leading girl looked at Jiang Yingxue with undisguised contempt. If she can't afford it, it's simple. There are plenty of rich students at our school. She can just steal from them. It's not like Jiang Yingxue isn't experienced. Another girl beside her chimed in with a mocking tone. Tianli, stop spouting nonsense here. We all know the truth about that cultivation manual. Tanya slammed the table and stood up. Oh really? Everyone saw my manual in Jiang Yingxue's bag. What's the problem? Tianli crossed her arms and said arrogantly, If Jiang Yingxue doesn't drop out this time, I'll make sure she can never hold her head up in this school again. She can either slink away with her tail between her legs or stay and be despised. The choice is hers. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's gaze turned cold. So that's why his sister's phone was off today. She was in trouble. Tianli, don't push me too far. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, the spiritual energy within her body churning uncontrollably. She had been restraining herself only because Jiang Yin was present. She didn't want Jiang Yin to worry about her troubles. Yet Tianli was relentless in her provocation. Even though Jiang Yingxue usually kept a low profile at school and never initiated conflicts, that didn't mean she had no temper. Oh, what are you thinking of hitting me? Tianli clutched her chest, feigning fear. You'd better think carefully. This isn't outside the city. If you dare to make a move, guess who'll end up worse off? You or me? Yingxue, calm down. Tanya grabbed Jiang Yingxue's hand. We can't fight in the city, but there's field training every month. We can settle the score then. Considering Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ya's strength. Tian Li's expression flickered slightly, but soon she resumed her arrogant demeanor. As if Jiang Yingxue will even make it to next month. Tian Li looked at Jiang Yingxue without a hint of fear. The school said if you can't prove you didn't steal my cultivation technique, they'll proceed with your punishment. Whether you can stay depends on my attitude. With that, Tian Li let out a laugh. Of course, if you're willing to kneel and beg me in front of the whole school, I might consider letting you stay. As the victim in this incident, the severity of Jiang Yingxue's punishment largely hinged on Tian Li's wishes. Otherwise, with such a large amount involved, if it escalated outside school, the consequences would be far worse. Tian Li certainly didn't want things to blow up either. After all, she had orchestrated this whole affair. A big scene would do her no good. Cultivation technique. What cultivation technique? Jiang Yin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked. Xiao Yan will explain later. Feeling flustered and unwilling to face this woman any longer, Jiang Yingxue stood up. Forget it, let's eat somewhere else. Don't leave. Tian Li blocked the table and looked at Jiang Yin. What are you to Jiang Yingxue? Why are you so concerned about her affairs? We're siblings, Jiang Yin replied in a relatively calm tone. Oh. Tian Li's expression turned smug. Then you probably don't know yet. Your sister stole my cultivation technique and was caught red-handed. She might get expelled. That's right. Sister Li lost a second-grade technique worth over 2 million. It's only because she's kind-hearted that she didn't call the cops. Otherwise, your sister would be in jail for years, chimed in the girl beside Tian Li. A second-grade technique over 2 million. Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Tian Li was taken aback. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye were equally confused. Without a word, Jiang Yin bent down, rummaged through his luggage for a moment, and then pulled out a palm-sized black crystal ball. Gazing at the crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Yin felt a surge of emotion. He never imagined that the Bane siren, which he once avoided like the plague, would become his most frequently used weapon. After all, this thing was perfect for underhanded tricks. It would be a waste not to use it for its purpose. Sister, you seem like a person of good fortune. How about a free fortune-telling session? Jiang Yin held the crystal ball and smiled at Tian Li. Little brother, you're quite amusing. Tian Li laughed heartily, her whole body shaking. The thought that Jiang Yingxue's brother was being so courteous to her, even offering a free fortune-telling to cheer her up, filled Tian Li with unspeakable pride. No matter how proud the elder sister was, her own family didn't even side with her. No matter how beautiful or talented in cultivation she was destined to be a failure. Fine, since you're so sincere about making me happy, I'll give you a chance. Tian Li rested one hand on the table, curious to hear what Jiang Yin would say. Most likely he would just flatter her under the guise of fortune-telling. But even so, she wouldn't let Jiang Yingxue off. Tang Ye tugged at Jiang Yingxue's sleeve and whispered, What's up with your brother? Is he a spy sent by the enemy? Why is he chatting up Tian Li? Jiang Yingxue shook her head in bewilderment, as she had no idea what Jiang Yin was playing at. I'm a professional, not just trying to make you happy, Jiang Yin said seriously. All right. Tian Li's smile never faded. So what did your fortune-telling reveal? Jiang Yan's gaze swept over Tian Li and he mused. I see dark clouds over your head shrouded in black miasma. Clearly you've done too many shady deeds. As I predicted, within 10 minutes you'll meet with a bloody calamity. What did you say? Tian Li's eyes widened. I said you're about to have a bloody disaster, big sister. Jiang Yin raised his voice in reply. Tang Ye couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Yingxue also covered her mouth with a smile. Your brother is such a troll. Why didn't I think of that? Tang Ye leaned on Jiang Yingxue's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Tian Li's face alternated between pale and red. Had she been played by this little brat? They'll give you one chance to apologize. Tian Li stared at Jiang Yin, enunciating each word. Big sister, I told you you're about to have a bloody disaster. You still have time to chat with us. If something happens later, don't blame us. Jiang Yin sat cross-legged, looking perfectly at ease. Seeing that Jiang Yin had called her sister earlier, but now switched to big sister, Tian Li was so furious she nearly spat blood. Fine. Very well, you siblings, just wait. They'll make you kneel and kowtow to admit your guilt. Tian Li ground her teeth. Jiang Yingxue's fate was in her hands. She wanted to see how long this pair of siblings could keep up their bravado. Just then a commotion erupted at the restaurant entrance. Everyone turned to look. A young man rode in on a snow-white lion. Holy crap, isn't that Renfeng from the Heaven class? That must be the Silver Frost lion that sold for a whopping 20,000 spirit stones. It's so cool. When will I ever get my own mount? It's a luxury only the rich can afford. We can only look on from afar. Tian Li was also mesmerized by the sight of the Silver Frost lion. Sister Li, the Silver Frost lion is coming our way, the girl beside Tian Li exclaimed excitedly. Tian Li's breath quickened. Could it be that Renfeng recognized her? They had met briefly during last month's field training and even hunted a demon beast together. She had thought someone as insignificant as her wouldn't be remembered by Renfeng. But now the Silver Frost lion was clearly heading straight for her. At this moment, Renfeng felt a bit perplexed. Ever since he entered the restaurant, he sensed that the Silver Frost lion was acting uncontrollably. He had clearly instructed it to go to the second floor, yet it was now heading in the opposite direction. We should go to the second floor. Renfeng thought that the Silver Frost lion hadn't received his previous command, so he gently patted its head and whispered a reminder. However, despite Renfeng's repetition, the Silver Frost lion continued to disregard him and walked towards Tian Li and her group. As the Silver Frost lion approached, Tian Li raised her hand and greeted Renfeng, saying, Senior Ren, I didn't expect you to remember me. Are you here to eat at this restaurant too? Upon hearing this, several people nearby cast envious glances at Tian Li. How lucky she was to get acquainted with someone of Rin Feng's stature. Tian Li's family was relatively well off. However, compared to someone like Rin Feng who was truly from a wealthy family, they were still far behind. Even a mere trickle of benefits from the Rin family would elevate the Tian family to new heights. Rin Feng, troubled by the disobedience of the Silver Frost Lion, suddenly heard someone speaking to him. He looked up, but did not recognize the person in front of him. Who are you? Rin Feng asked, puzzled. Tian Li was slightly taken aback, then replied, It's me, Tian Li. We hunted monsters together during the outdoor training last time. Rin Feng thought for a moment, but shook his head, saying, Sorry, I encounter many people every day, but not everyone stays in my memory. Hearing this, Tian Li was left speechless. After all this, it turned out that Rin Feng didn't recognize her. Why did the Silver Frost Lion approach her then? The people around Tian Li were also somewhat at a loss for words. Rin Feng didn't even recognize Tian Li, yet she wouldn't greet him. That was too forward. Did she think that by doing so she could somehow connect with one of the top wealthy figures in Modu? That was rather naive. However, since they were classmates, they probably didn't want to voice their true thoughts. Jiang Yin observed the situation and glanced at his phone for the time. Several minutes had already passed. This wouldn't do, he needed to avoid the situation. Sister, come out with me for a moment. Jiang Yin thought it best to distance himself from Tian Li. The space here was too cramped and there were too many people, the chance of collateral damage was too high. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye were puzzled, but followed Jiang Yin out of their seats. However, just as they left, a sudden roar of a beast erupted from behind. Soon after, a scream echoed. Aunt! Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye turned back and discovered that the Silver Frost Lion had knocked Tian Li to the ground with a swipe of its paw. She stared wide-eyed, blood oozing from her mouth, her limbs twitching uncontrollably. Someone nearby attempted to help, but was swatted away by the Silver Frost Lion's other paw. This scene was clearly beyond Rin Feng's expectations. Seeing that a life was at stake, he quickly used a command to forcefully control the Silver Frost Lion. He then rushed to the ground and dragged Tian Li out from beneath the lion's paw with one hand. However, Rin Feng had little experience in rescuing others, and his actions caused Tian Li to suffer several additional scratches from the paw, leaving her barely alive. Rin Feng, what did Sister Li do to provoke you into such a vicious attack? The girl beside Tian Li was almost in tears. Exactly. Tian Li just tried to chat with you for a bit. Even if you were upset, it shouldn't have come to taking a life. Several others looked at Rin Feng with faces full of anger. Rin Feng looked innocent. He hadn't done anything. He had bought the Silver Frost Lion several months ago, and it had never caused any trouble. Yet today it inexplicably went berserk, specifically targeting one person to trample. This was too abnormal. Anyway, I have already called the police. Whatever you want to say, save it for them. The girl beside Tian Li glared at Rin Feng, filled with accusations. Go ahead and call the police. I really don't know her, and had no reason to harm her. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Rin Feng replied irritably. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Jiang Yin could only silently mourn for him. Who would have thought this innocent guy would get dragged into it? In this incident, Rin Feng clearly played the role that Nie Lin had taken on last time. He was just unlucky. Moreover, Jiang Yin had deduced a pattern. Anyone whose fortune told of bloodshed would encounter disaster within a short time. Yet they would still have enough breath left to avoid complete despair. This made things easier to handle. Jiang Yin, when you said Tian Li had bloodshed in her fortune, were you serious? Tang Ye suddenly recalled and asked. Of course I wasn't joking. Jiang Yin replied. So you figured we should move from that spot, because you anticipated something would happen to Tian Li. Not a guess, it's called divination, and it has a scientific basis, okay? Jiang Yin corrected her. Can this really be called scientifically based? Are you kidding me? Xiao Yin, when did you learn divination? I had no idea. Jiang Yingxue asked, looking perplexed. I was just messing around on my own. It was originally for fun. I didn't expect it to be accurate sometimes. Jiang Yin scratched his head and chuckled. Then tell me when I can break through to a third-stage warrior. Tang Ye asked with interest. That depends on the feeling. If there's no feeling, it's useless to calculate anything. Jiang Yin said with confidence. Boring. Tang Ye pouted. Just then Jiang Yin suddenly felt the crystal ball in his hand vibrating slightly. He looked down and felt a jolt in his heart.